Elf Dimension. I just want to play games. Chapter 301 to 350. Chapter 301 _ The fairy system was born, and I plan to go through it. 1/3. Lu Yin founded the new Hengcheng Gym. He is the master of the main gym, and there are also 8 branch gym masters below. At present, the main ones are Kamizli of the Thunder-type gym, Jiyu Qingqing of the Poison-type gym, Natsi of the Superpower gym, and Atherona of the Ghost-type. In addition, there is Serena, the master of the Fire-type gymnasium. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really dazzling. And you can stand with the master. Serena looked up at Lu Yin on the high platform and the 4 daughters beside him, clenching her fists and wanting to work harder in her heart. The recent period of time, his demon fire Red Fox had broken through to the elite level, and he was considered an elite level trainer. In addition, she and Lu Yin helped to subdue or send the highly qualified elves. Her strength is actually not weak. At least being a weak gym owner is not a problem. Lu Yin also invited her to participate in the opening ceremony of the gym master, but she refused. It's not for low-level reasons like self-esteem. Serena, she just felt that her strength was far worse than that of Natsi and the others, the 4 44-day king level trainers. That's right, Natsi's 4 daughters have long since become Heavenly King level trainers with the help of Lu Yin. Although they are still only low-ranking Heavenly Kings for the time being, they are also real Heavenly King level trainers. It would be embarrassing for Lu Yin if she and them became the Hengcheng branch hall. In particular, what she wants to inherit is the Fire Element Gym. But as we all know, Lu Yin's nearest elf is the Fire-type beast, the Flame Bird, the Fire-type beast Victini, the champion elf Special Nine-tailed, and the newly discovered elf duck-billed Flame Dragon, which is said to be the same as the quasi-god Rare Vulcan Moth. Lu Yin is a true match for fire elves. Serena didn't want to ruin the name of Hengcheng Gym's Fire Element Gym, so she chose to refuse. At least I have to become the King of Heaven before I can sit in the Hengcheng Fire Element Gymnasium. Serena's eyes gradually changed. She was determined, she never doubted the possibility of her becoming a Heavenly King. This was not her confidence in herself, but her trust in Lu Yin. Becoming Lu Yin's apprentice, she will definitely become a Heavenly King level trainer. Apart from the above 555 gymnasiums, Lu Yin also has an evil gymnasium. This gym, Lu Yin has already found a suitable candidate, who is also an attractive woman, but now is not the time to invite her to sit in town. In addition to the evil gymnasium, Lu Yin also set up a steel gymnasium. There are quite a lot of powerful and capable elves in the steel system, such as the big steel snake and Boscord, the big mouth baby, the giant gold monster, Lucario, and the giant mantis. I don't know how to count, I am startled. So the steel system is very promising, and Lu Yin has also found a suitable person to help him take charge. He is planning to recruit people during this time. As for the last property, everyone, my branch in Hangzhou will set up a branch master, respectively. Among them, the superpower system. The rest of the evil type, the steel type, I have also found a suitable trainer. I believe everyone will meet soon. Finally, I want to introduce a gym that everyone knows about. It's a new attribute gym that I have recently discovered that you haven't heard of yet. The high platform, Lu Yin talked eloquently, attracting all eyes. But after hearing his last words, some people didn't turn around in their minds for a while. New attribute gym. New attribute. Lu Yin has discovered a new attribute among so many elves. Is there still an attribute that no one knew about before? Master Lu Yin, you mean, you have discovered a new property? A ready reporter raised the microphone to ask questions. He is a reporter from Hengcheng Daily, and he paid a lot to his colleagues for the opportunity to interview at the Hangzhou General Gym today. Originally, Lu Yin had said so much, but he thought that this time there would not be too many breakthrough points, and finally, Lu Yin and the influence of the 4 branch owners themselves pulled up the ratings. Unexpectedly, Lu Yin actually revealed a big news. The discovery of a new attribute. This is a transformative discovery. The emergence of a new attribute must be accompanied by the birth of a new restraint chain, which also means more choices, more tactical derivatives, and so on. This will be a discovery that is bound to affect the world. For this reporter, this must be a shocking surprise. Of course, I wouldn't make such a joke. Lu Yin smiled at the reporter and said, I have reported the existence of this attribute to the Alliance, and it has been certified yesterday to confirm its real existence. Which elves are in this attribute, and what moves are there? Later today, our China District Alliance will announce it on the entire network. Announced by the China District Alliance on the entire network, this is a decision made after discussion between Lu Yin and the person in charge of the Alliance. In this way, the spread of information can be the fastest and most widely. Anyway, Lu Yin is the only one who signed this discovery. News came out, Lu Yin would justifiably become an elf researcher enjoying many privileges. Speaking of which, Lu Yin and the Alliance would have some risk of damage to their reputation by releasing the news like this. After all, the time for the fairy to be discovered is too short. Any blunders can turn good things into bad things. But Lu Yin had absolute confidence, so he chose to announce it as soon as possible. I don't know what the name of this new property is. The reporter asked again. This is the information he most wants to know now. Otherwise, when he writes a press release, he can't write, Champion Lu Yin discovers an unknown new attribute. Well, that would be a joke. At the scene, and the water friends in the live broadcast room also raise their ears. They are not curious about a new attribute. As for what this attribute is, please allow me to buy it temporarily. Lu Yin stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the sky, and said, part of the news will be revealed after the battle between me and this friend is over. Battle. Friend. The people at the scene raised their heads one after another and looked in the direction Lu Yin pointed. There, I don't know what is right, a figure is already flying, and there is still a person standing on the back of this figure. After everyone saw the two figures in the sky clearly, many people exclaimed. It is the Imperial Dragon Envoy of Kanto, the King of Heaven. He is also the champion of the 4 heavenly kings in the Chengdu area. So, is Master Lu Yin going to fight against Mr. Du next? Chapter 302 Lu Yin. Yulongdu, you must be the best supporting role. 2/3. It's Yulongdu. It's really Yulongdu. Mr. Du is so handsome. Although he is a little worse than Master Lu Yin, he is still an impeccable male god. Mr. Du, I love you. So next, will Lu Yin and Yulongdu have a battle? That is to say, there will be an exhibition match. This news was not explained in advance. Idiot, if you explain in advance, do you think the people watching this opening ceremony will still be us? This is an exhibition match at the level of the strongest sequence champion trainer. Good luck, I want to send a circle of friends. In the sky were clearly Yulongdu riding a fast dragon. Yulongdu is the strongest alliance in the elf world, the head of the 4 heavenly kings in Kanto, and one of the 4 heavenly kings in Chengdu. In addition, he is on the front line of fighting crime all year round, and he uses powerful dragon-type elves. All are very popular. Now Yulongdu suddenly rewarded, listening to the meaning of Lu Yin's words, the two seemed to have a battle, which made the people on the scene boil. There are a lot of people who started taking out their phones to shoot. The pronunciation is trembling, and the circle of friends is posted in the circle of friends. The live broadcast room is even more envious. I'm going, there is actually an exhibition match between Yulong Envoy and Master Lu Yin. This is not advertised at all. Neat publicity, I didn't see the scene, how many people are there? This time we don't need money or tickets. Does this mean that these people at the scene can watch an exhibition match between champions for free? Wow, I cried, I'm really envious. How can such a good thing happen? Everyone, let's not talk about it, my home is in Hangzhou. I'm going to play a game of diversification. It should be too late now. It's so smart upstairs, I'm from Vibrant City, I rushed over through the ball of light. Envy those who are close. Netizens in the scene, the people are very excited. The scene, the people consciously pushed them all around, leaving the main battlefield to flow out, completely leaving it to Lu Yin and Yulongdu. After Lu Yin and Yulongdu greeted each other, the two came to stand on the opposite side of the battlefield. This time is an exhibition match. Don't go all out. The main purpose is to let everyone know what the new attribute elves are. You can just send a king-level dragon elf at will. Lu Yin said a few words to Yulongdu and produced a pokeball. Swish! With a flash of white light, a small figure appeared on the field. Her whole body is yellow, and her body is like a doll, very petite. But behind her small head was a huge black mouth with very sharp teeth. This mouth makes the elf look even more petite. Seeing this elf, at the scene, many people instantly became petrified. This elf, everyone is not a model, it is a steel elf with a big mouth. Although it can be super evolved, few people will subdue it. Because no matter how you look at it, this is an elf suitable for pet cultivation. Lu Yin actually took out such an elf to fight. The opponent is Yulongdu. Are you sure it's not a joke? Yulongdu looked at the big mouth baby carefully, as if countless dark crows flew through his heart. He also felt that Lu Yin was a little playful. He is the dignified dragon envoy, the champion of the 4 heavenly kings in Chengdu, and the chief dragon king in the Kanto region. Lu Yin sent Dazuiwa, a elf that everyone knows is very weak. I'm sure it's not to humiliate him. Although this big-mouthed baby has a good momentum, he actually has the strength of a heavenly king. But in front of his dragon system, it's not enough to look at. It's very interesting. The surrounding VIP area, Sirona, who was sitting next to Catalya, said with a smile, does the big-mouth baby have any special attributes apart from the steel element that make her strong? Sirona did not forget what Lu Yin said before the start of the game. He said that the new attributes will be revealed after the battle with Yulongdu. So obviously, Lu Yin must be commanding the elves with this new attribute to fight Yulongdu, so that he can show off. And from the fact that Lu Yin found Yulongdu, Zyrna suspects that this new attribute is likely to restrain the dragon attribute. It's interesting. Sharona held her delicate chin in her hands, and paid more attention to the battle on the field below. Call. Then I'll use it to fight. Although Yulongdu didn't know Lu Yin's intention to send Dazuiwa, he also didn't think Lu Yin would fight a meaningless battle. Since an opponent appears, no matter what, he will take it seriously. Swish. As Yulongdu's words fell, a white light shot out from the pokeball he threw. Immediately after, an elf with 3 heads with different expressions appeared in the air. Yulongdu said in a timely manner, "This is a new partner that I happened to conquer in a secret realm some time ago. 3 evil dragons of the dragon-type elf. The strength is at the king level, I believe it can meet your requirements. The 3 evil dragons are quasi-god spirits in the Hejong area, and they are also a very rare and powerful dragon spirit." But seeing this elf, Lu Yin's expression became a little weird. 3 evil dragons. Could it be that Yulongdu knew what I was going to do, and cooperated with me on purpose? No wonder Lu Yin thought so. The 3 evil dragons are quasi-god spirits and dragon spirits, but they are also evil spirits. Regardless. Whether it's an evil or a dragon, it's the goblin that he wants to show through the big mouth baby next, and it's a restrained attribute. Other words, the goblin is a unique trick, quadrupling the 3 evil dragons. This is not the delivery of dishes, 3 evil dragons. Taking a deep look at the 3 evil dragons, Lu Yin smiled strangely. Originally, he planned to show the fairies and kinks through a certain level of battle. But now, he's going to change his game. I originally wanted to play, but now I use a shocking expression. Sure enough, the spike is more in line with my temperament. I am willing to award the Best Supporting Actor award. On the opposite side, Yulongdu suddenly shuddered. What's going on? I feel like I'm being watched by some terrifying existence. Chapter 303 _ Incredible Battle Situation. 3/3. Let's start the game. Lu Yin said. Yulongdu frowned and asked, "Don't you want a judge?" Yulongdu would ask such a question, not because he sticks to the rules, but in championship-level exhibition competitions, it is usually the end of the point, and there will be no winners or losers. Even when the U side is about to lose, the winner will take the initiative to mention the end of the game. Of the game is a trivial matter for a strong trainer. No need. Lu Yin shook his head and said casually, "Anyway, the game will end soon." Yulongdu, the game will end soon. Does this mean that you can solve yourself in a few strokes, or do you admit that you can't last long? Everyone, is this arrogance, or is it too arrogant to know the current affairs? Is it really good to be so arrogant? Longdu's eyes suddenly became serious. Okay, the game starts now. Lu Yin hooked at Yulongdu. Hand. Du, you're a guest, you go first. Yulongdu, this is the perfect interpretation of the present, is it really good? But Lu Yin doesn't seem to be enough, and continued, Du, be sure to use the strongest dragon-type trick. Otherwise, I'm afraid your 3 evil dragons will have no chance. Shut up. The arena, the big-mouth baby hugged his chest with his arms and lightly tapped his small head. Judging from her performance, she clearly agreed with Lu Yin's words. So people, this is too arrogant. Woo. Yulongdu was a little excited by Lu Yin's arrogant performance, and shouted unceremoniously, 3 evil dragons, fulfill them. Dive with Dragon God. Roar. The 3 evil dragons roared angrily, condensing a layer of purple fluctuations at the sign, and then swooped down in the direction of the big-mouth baby. It's on the hook. The corner of Lu Yin's mouth evoked a strange arc. He just watched the action of the 3 evil dragons, completely unmoved. In the battlefield, facing the attack of the 3 evil dragons, Dazuiwa, like Lu Yin, just stood there and waited quietly. Attack falls. This situation fell into the eyes of the people watching the battle, and many of them shook their heads. Sure enough. This big-mouthed baby is frightened. As expected of the 3 evil dragons of Longshadu. Yes, the dragon god of this 3-headed dragon is very powerful. The big-mouth baby is probably in a state of fear. In the eyes of most people, Da Xian's generally motionless performance was frightened by the 3 evil dragons. Only a very small number of people can find what is hidden in it. Of Lu Yin and Dazuiwa was too bland. The sense of crisis in Yulongdu's heart was even stronger, and he looked at Lu Yin with deep thoughts in his eyes. What the hell is he planning? At this moment, the big-mouthed baby with the 3 evil dragons was already close. Lu Yin suddenly said, "Big-mouth baby. Let's get started." Shut up. Dazuiwa's expression changed, synchronizing with Lu Yin. Shish. A strange force rippled between Lu Yin and Dazuiwa, forming a connection invisibly, and a special force acted on Dazuiwa's body. Shish. A pink whirlwind swirled around the big-mouth baby, wrapping its body. Whirlwind quickly dissipated, revealing a super big-mouthed doll whose appearance had changed, and one head turned into 2 behind him. Or use Lu Yin's version of the big-mouth baby to describe it more appropriately. This is Bond evolution. With the super evolution auxiliary function of the game console, Lu Yin can help any of his elves to super evolve by means of fettered evolution. Bang! Almost at the same time when the big-mouth baby completed the fetter evolution, the attack of the 3 evil dragons finally arrived. With a crisp sound, the big-mouth baby was carried by the 3 evil dragons and flew into the sky with a fierce attack. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads. But at this moment, Lu Yin's calm voice rang in their ears. Use frolic. Shut up. In front of the 3 evil dragons, the big-mouth baby seemed to have not been attacked at all. With a smile on his face, he raised his hands easily, condensed the power of pink, and then swung down. Bang! Unprepared and could only watch the 3 evil dragons being hit. However, he was not worried that the 3 evil dragons would suffer too much damage from this blow. To Dazuiwa as he originally expected. But it seemed acceptable to him. Big-mouth baby has super evolved with the help of Lu Yin before being hit because of its outstanding defense. that can resist the three evil dragons is a reasonable thing. He has already thought of his next move to let the three evil dragons use the wave of the dragon, and with their special attacks, they can definitely inflict heavy damage on the big mouth baby. But in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Not only him, but most of the audience who were similar to him also widened their eyes. Shut up. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the super big-mouthed baby hit the head in the middle of the three evil dragons with both hands, and the hands were covered with pink light. Boom. The super big-mouth baby's attack, in everyone's opinion, is the same as the name of the ultimate trick, like playing, fluttering, can't see how powerful it is. After attacking the real Mingzhou three dragons, there was a loud noise. Immediately after, the purple-gold aura of the three evil dragons, composed of dragon-type power and murderous aura, began to melt just like the ice cubes of flames. Swish! The three evil dragons instantly turned into a meteor and fell straight down. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to react at all. Boom! When someone discovered the situation, the three dragons had already fallen to the ground, smashing a huge pothole. Accompanied by a loud noise, a large amount of smoke and dust flew up, obscuring everyone's sight. At this moment, the entire field was shocked. This kind of movement was very imaginable when most of the Heavenly King-level elves used their ultimate moves such as destroying the Death Light. Even, it is slightly inferior. Seeing this situation, everyone stayed. I couldn't believe what I was seeing was real. But at this time, Lu Yin shook his head in dissatisfaction. Should I say, it is indeed the three evil dragons of Yulongdu. This is nearly 8 times the damage, right? It's not even cool yet. But it doesn't matter. Although Dazuiwa is not good at special attacks, it is absolutely no problem to use this trick to make up for the knife. Big Mouth Baby, Fairy, Wind. Chapter 304 Lu Yin. The new attribute I named, Fairy type. 1/3. Fairy, Wind. The VIP room, Sharona blinked. Coming from a big family and possessing a lot of knowledge, she can be sure that she has definitely heard the name of this trick. That is to say, this trick is a new trick discovered by Lu Yin. Suddenly, Sharona thought of the purpose of the Yulongdu that Lu Yin invited for the exhibition competition, and it seemed that she wanted to reveal his newly discovered attributes. So, Goblin, the trick of the wind, is it? That, a unique trick exclusive to the new attribute elves. What kind of goblin is this new attribute? I have to say, Zyrna's brain-enhancing ability can also be said to reasoning ability strong, she easily connected to something. Like Sharona, there is actually Yulongdu. As for the super big mouth baby in front of him caused so much damage to the three evil dragons, he also contacted the key after a brief shock. Perhaps, all of this has something to do with the new attributes that Lu Yin is going to release. Catalia also has a similar idea. I have to say that people like Catalia, Sharona and Yulongdu are really smart people. Shut up. After the super big mouth baby successfully hit the three evil dragons, it controlled its body to flip in midair, and was dexterously falling towards the ground. It was at this time that she heard Lu Yin's new order. Without any hesitation, she immediately opened her small mouth to take a deep breath, and then exhaled a breath of pink energy. The pink breath continued to become solid under the blessing of the super big mouth baby. The end, it turned into a rhythmic pink whirlwind, blowing towards the place where the three dragons finally fell. Call. Driven by the pink whirlwind, a large amount of smoke and dust was blown away, revealing the big pit caused by 3 of the dragons falling to the ground. In the big pit, the 3 evil dragons really insisted on getting up again. But it can be seen that its injury is very serious now, and the playful trick of the super big mouth baby just now almost killed it in seconds. At this time, the pink whirlwind has swept over. Yulongdu Zhang finally did not speak. He has seen through the current situation of the 3 evil dragons, and he cannot avoid this attack at all. Bang! Under the gazes of countless people, the seemingly soft pink whirlwind hit the 3 evil dragons again, blowing them away, and falling onto the wall around the gym, hitting a big hole. Bang! With a loud bang, the three evil dragons slid down weakly, their necks crooked, and they fainted gorgeously. All the audience, all the girls, Hyerna, Yulongdu, this time, except for a very small number of people, most of them are dumbfounded. What the hell is this situation? The champion of the four heavenly kings in Chengdu, the head of the four heavenly kings in Kanto, and the three-headed evil dragon of the quasi-god heavenly king level elf trained by the dragon envoy Yulongdu. Just like that, he was instantly killed by the notorious Big Mouth Baby. Although this Big Mouth Baby is Master Lu Yin's Big Mouth Baby, it is a super Big Mouth Baby that has evolved from feathers. But all this still makes people feel too fantastic. This is definitely not acting again. Is this the true meaning of the exhibition competition? Have I not woken up yet? Lily asked dumbly. It's true. Catalina nodded lightly, her eyes flashing brightly. Although the results are a bit bizarre, it's all true. Can anyone explain this situation? Serena asked dumbly, even though she had absolute confidence in her master. But never thought this would happen. After all, Lu Yin's opponent this time is stronger than any he has encountered before. 2 moves. It's almost like an instant kill. It's still unbelievable. It should have something to do with the new attribute that Lu Yin said about it. Natsi said her guess, which made the girl's eyes light up. That's right, it must have something to do with that new attribute. Sharona confirmed Natsi's guess. The 3 evil dragons of Du will be defeated so quickly, and this is the only explanation left. When the girl was discussing why the 3 evil dragons were defeated so quickly, Yulongdu also guessed the possibility. He took out the pokeball to retrieve the 3 evil dragons, and asked in an uneasy heart, Master Lu Yin, the 3 evil dragons were defeated so fast, it should have something to do with the new attribute you want to talk about. Most of the relationship. Lu Yin nodded, but what he said made everyone more puzzled. What plus most of the relationship is the reason for the new attributes, and there are other reasons, but this is more explainable, why the 3 evil dragons were defeated so quickly. There are not many reasons, everyone is unacceptable. After all, Yulongdu's reputation is also not small. The first reason, indeed, was the new property I discovered. Battle is over, the campaign is very successful, Lu Yin is no longer selling off, and intends to explain the new attributes. Now the audience pricks up their ears and intends to listen carefully to the new attributes. This can be said to be first-hand information. Although Lu Yin said that it will be announced soon, but the scene, and the words I heard, always felt different meanings. New property. Yulongdu's heart tightened, and he had already forgotten about this experience of a fiasco. He had a hunch that the new attributes that Lu Yin was about to announce would be absolutely useless to him, or to the dragon element that has always been known as the strongest. Lu Yin didn't care what Yulongdu was thinking, he faced the camera and said seriously, this new attribute, I named it Fairy Department. Lu Yin shamelessly used his own name to define a fairy, a system. The future, whenever someone adds to the fairy, the elves of the line, or let the elves use the magic of the fairy, the line, they will think of him. Fairy Department. Hearing the name of this new attribute, everyone was shocked and at the same time very curious. What type of attribute is this new attribute? Which elves have this attribute? What does this attribute fear? What effect does it have? And what attribute does it have restraint? How much does it have? The value of cultivation. The emergence of a new attribute means that with too many things, no one can hold back the inner desire to learn and forget. The same is true for Yulongdu. He even guessed some information and asked directly, Master Lu Yin. If I guess right, Goblin, the line must restrain the dragon line. Right. Chapter 305 _ very cute big mouth baby, but also very violent. 2/3. Fairy, the type should restrain the dragon type. Yulongdu, who thought he had found the answer, looked at Lu Yin. That's right. Lu Yin nodded and affirmed Yulongdu's guess, and added, the goblin, the type restrains the dragon type, and the comprehension also restrains the evil type and the fighting type. Evil Department. Everyone looked at Yulongdu's Pokeball with 3 evil dragons in his hand, and his expressions became extremely strange. At this time, everyone has already reacted. The 3 evil dragons have both dragon and evil elements, so they were restrained 4 times by the goblin and the big mouth baby. No wonder Lu Yin said at the beginning of the game that he didn't want to referee, and also said that the game would end soon. The truth is here. Not that Lu Yin is too arrogant, but Yulongdu's decision to send 3 evil dragons to deliver food. Yulongdu was also very speechless. He didn't know the situation of Dazuiwa. Lu Yin was just cheating on him. If he had known this situation, he would definitely not have sent 3 evil dragons. It is better to send a tyrannical carp dragon than to send 3 evil dragons. Didn't he just want to use a newly conquered dragon-type quasi-god to pretend to be a force, and by the way to reduce others' jokes about his flying-type king, who knew the situation would be like? Wait. Yulongdu suddenly realized that Lu Yingqing was more than that, and he asked speechlessly, "You didn't let Dazuiwa dodge before, but directly let the 3-color road that swooped out of the dragon god to hit him. If I guess right, goblins, are they directly immune to dragon-type tricks?" Asked this question, Yulongdu had inexplicable expectations. To be honest, he is not beautiful inside. In the past, the dragon type was known as the strongest attribute. There is such a title. It is entirely due to the fact that the elves with the dragon attribute are very powerful, and the dragon type was only restrained by the ice type and the dragon type. Only when the dragon type is playing the steel type, the damage will be halved. For so many reasons, the dragon element has the strongest title. But now, the appearance of fairies and lines has threatened the dragon line. If the goblin type can really resist the dragon type and still be immune, then it can definitely be called the dragon-type nemesis, and it will give the dragon-type elf trainer a headache compared to the ice type. He only hoped that the goblin type was just another ice type. But Lu Yin's answer is destined to disappoint him. Yes, the power is completely immune to a certain range, just like the ground system is completely immune to the attack of the electric system. Lu Yin confirmed Yulongdu's guess and gave an example. Of course, absolute immunity also depends on strength. Suppose you let Zekrom use an electric trick on Sakaji's big face elf. You may not be able to kill it in seconds, but you can definitely take it seriously. So-called immunity refers to the same level of confrontation. When there is a significant gap in strength, immunity can only play a certain auxiliary role. Assuming that only Yulongdu champion elf uses dragon-type tricks on Big Mouth Baby, he will still suffer a certain degree of loss. Moreover, in addition to the attribute energy possessed by the ultimate, it also brings some other related damages, such as shock waves, pressure, etc. Just like the 3 evil dragons just use the dragon god to dive on the Big Mouth Baby, although its dragon attribute power has no effect, but the impact force will have an impact on the Big Mouth Baby. It's just that this effect is negligible for the Big Mouth Baby, who also has the steel attribute and has a very strong defense. Is it completely immune? Yulongdu nodded in disappointment. In this way, the strength of the dragon system will be affected to a certain extent. He would not have any dissatisfaction with Lu Yin because of this. After all, Lu Yin is only revealing a truth that already exists. He is not the creator of new attributes. Right now, he is just a little emotional. Wait. Yulongdu frowned again and asked, even if the Big Mouth Baby can be immune to the damage of the dragon-type elves, even if the fairy, the 3-headed dragon, is quadrupled. But as we all know, the Big Mouth Baby's attack power, special attack power, defense and special defense are all very low. Even if her state has increased in various aspects, she can defeat the 3 evil dragons of the same level with 2 moves. The question of Yulongdu has made many people ponder, and what he said is also true. When Lu Yin took out the Big Mouth Baby before, everyone thought it was strange. The reason is that Big Mouth Baby's talent racial value is notoriously low. Even if it is there, its abilities have grown in all aspects, but it is far worse than the 3 evil dragons of the quasi-god elf. Knew something about the fairy, everyone took it for granted that she could win the 3-color road under Lu Yin's command. But 2 moves to end the game still makes people feel incredible. Haha, have you forgotten what I said before? Lu Yin asked with a chuckle, attracting everyone's attention. As I said, attributes are just one of the reasons. Actually, there is another reason. That's because I found that the characteristics of the Big Mouth Baby will change after super evolution. After super evolution are also the reason why Big Mouth Baby can easily defeat the 3 evil dragons. Change features. Yulongdu's expression was startled, and he immediately lowered his head to think. What are the characteristics that allow Dazuiwa to exert such a powerful combat power? This increase in attack power is not a star and a half. Among the known characteristics, there are not many characteristics that can increase the attack power of elves, so it should be a good guess. But Lu Yin didn't wait for them to think about it, and said directly, the characteristics of super big-mouthed babies are very rare. It's a Hercules trait. Hercules trait. Everyone was surprised. Immediately afterward, except a few illiterate people like Ash, most of them showed a look of sudden realization on their faces. At this moment, the eyes they looked at the super big-mouthed baby have completely changed, different. No one would have imagined that such a cute-looking pet, loved by most girls, was actually a potential violent person. Although the Big Mouth Baby's physical attack and special attack are not strong, but after the super evolution, the attack power has actually been greatly improved. The Hercules feature is to directly double the elf's physical attack. Other words, Lu Yin, this big-mouthed baby's physical attack, will double after the super evolutionary increase. In this case, if it uses a physical trick, the damage will naturally explode. Taking into account that the Big Mouth Baby is a steel type, a fairy, a type, and the same level, it is completely immune to the attack of the poison type and the dragon type. Is no exaggeration to say that this is a poison and dragon nemesis. Absolutely violent cutie. Big Mouth Baby. That's right, violent cute pet, just. Stupid baby. Chapter 306 Sharona's Exhibition Tournament Invitation 3/3. 4. Poison Elves. This big-mouthed baby is a nemesis. 4. Dragons. It's a deadly nemesis. This kind of opponent, if the trainer is strong enough, under the same level, there is really no dragon-type elves that can resist a few times. Yulongdu looked at the big-mouthed baby who was still in a super evolutionary state on the opposite side, and was filled with emotion. Steel type is completely immune to poison type, but steel type attacks poison type elves. The damage is only normal, so Big Mouth Baby with steel attribute can only be regarded as a nemesis for poison type elves. To the dragon type elves, her fairies, while being immune, the damage is doubled. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a deadly nemesis. The dragon line has been called the strongest for so many years, and finally faced the challenge. At this time, Yulongdu has completely accepted the fact that the 3 evil dragons were defeated, and there is no more any doubts in his heart. Before Lu Yin avoided the super big mouth baby, he also deliberately provoked him to let the 3 evil dragons use the dragon-type trick, making it clear that it was lure him to the door. It's just that he didn't see through it all himself. So after the 3 evil dragons approached, Lu Yin let the big mouth baby use the playful attack. Now that I think about it, Frolic, which was originally considered to be an ordinary trick, is definitely a physical type fairy, a trick. That case, frolicking can do quadruple damage to the 3 dragons. On this basis, considering that the big mouth baby has the characteristics of Hercules, the physics will be doubled again. Nearly 8 times the damage. After all, 3 evil dragons are equivalent to being hit by 3 to 5 destructive rays of death at once. Later, Lu Yin asked Dazuiwa to use the fairy, the wind trick. This brand new trick, you can tell from the name that it must be a fairy, a skill. The 3 evil dragons to be cold if they are not able to get this trick. Thinking about it like this, my 3 evil dragons haven't been beaten for a second, so it's okay. 3 evil dragons are awesome. Yulongdu comforted himself with a change of direction in his heart. This time, he lost convincingly. But if it never happened once, he was confident that he would not lose so fast. The reason for the near-second defeat this time is still due to the asymmetry of information. Moreover, Lu Yin made it clear that he was plotting against him from the very beginning, deliberately showing arrogance with Dazuiwa. Thinking about it now, it's just prodding him to let the three evil dragons use dragon-type tricks. I didn't expect him to actually get caught. Now that I think about it, it's kind of stupid. It seems that I should reduce my workload recently and take some time to do special training for myself. The opening ceremony of the Hangzhou General Gymnasium ended with Lu Zuiwa's near-second defeat of the three evil dragons at Yulongdu. This news is like a huge whirlwind, sweeping the entire network in an instant. It has become the center of discussion these days. Goblin, Master Lu Yin is awesome. Master Lu Yin is already an elf master at the age of 18, and now he is also a part-time researcher. Looking at myself, I want to cry. Upstairs, how can't you think about it before you compare it with Master Lu Yin? I think people who have the courage to compare with Lu Yin are already awesome. Am I the only one who wants to talk about goblins? To tell the truth, I was shocked when I saw that the three evil dragons of Longshidu were handled by Dazuiwa with a few strokes. The existence of fairy, type, and restraint dragon attribute makes me very interested to cultivate. Master Lu Yin has already announced a lot of fairies, special tricks of the department, and many fairies and types of fairies, such as Pixie, Huang Huang, Mrs. Luli, Shinado. They seem to be very cute elves. Very cute elves control dragons. This picture always feels a little different and beautiful. At this time, it was hotly debated on the internet because of the battle between Lu Yin and Yulongdu, and Lu Yin's announcement of the Goblin and Department. At this time, Sharona met Lu Yin under the leadership of Catalia. Chalona champion, I didn't expect you to visit me. Lu Yin smiled and shook hands with Sharona, but in his mind was thinking about the scene he accidentally saw in the secret realm that day. Thinking of Sharona's absolutely excellent figure, the look in his eyes became more unnatural. Fortunately, Lu Yin's face was thick enough, so he didn't reveal any flaws. The handshake of the two people stopped, and Sharona smiled lightly and said, to use the old saying of the China District Alliance, in fact, I am also in the Three Treasures Palace without anything. This time, I have something to ask for your help, Champion Lu Yin. Sharona said straight to the point that she came here this time with her own purpose. Oh. Lu Yin raised his brows, showing interest. He knew very well what kind of person Sharona was, and something would happen to him. Ask him to, please speak. Lu Yin made a please gesture. Sharona's request, for the sake of the accident in the secret realm, he can agree as long as it is not excessive. I want to invite you, Champion Lu Yin, to an exhibition match. Sharona took out an invitation letter from her arms and handed it out. Lu Yin took the invitation and glanced at it, with a clear expression on his face, the task of being the champion of the four heavenly kings. There is a tradition in the major regions of the elf world that the regional champions of the four heavenly kings and the four heavenly kings must have a public exhibition match every year. This exhibition match must be a contest between peers. Of holding this competition is a way for each region to show off their muscles, and it also brings a kind of guidance to the young people in the region. All in all, it is an official, more positive competition. This kind of competition is generally compared to the network, and the four kings and the four champions will invite their friends to play against each other. In the original book, Sharona and Catalia had more than one exhibition match. Okay, I promise this. Lu Yin very readily received the invitation letter in the Space Watch, without making any requests. This was completely beyond Zyrna's expectations. She couldn't help but sigh. Champion Lu Yin, you are really unexpectedly refreshing. Maybe it's because you look at Sister Sharona, you are beautiful. Catalia was hiding in the dark. Hello. Lu Yin showed a helpless smile. Although he really likes beautiful women, it's true, but because a woman is beautiful, he is so casual. He was so refreshing, just because he had seen Sharona at the beginning, and he felt bad about it. Then the champion of Zyrna, I don't know the time and place of this exhibition match. Chapter 307 Invitation to the Festival of Winds. Head to the Miacha Mountains. 1/3. Then Sharona champion, we'll see you in 3 days. The gate of Hengcheng main gym, Luyan and Zyrna shook hands and said goodbye. An exhibition match between champion trainers is not something that can be set casually. First, an invitation needs to be issued, and the other party agrees, and then the two parties coordinate the time together, and set the place and rules. Just now, Luyan and Sharona had agreed on the time and ground for the exhibition match. The game will be held at noon 3 days later in Chifeng City, Shanao area. The time was set by Sharona, and at noon 3 days after she and Luyan were both free, each side sent 2 elves to play 2 5-minute matches. Location is Luyan's choice, he will choose Kaifeng City, has his own special purpose. Next, I'm going to be busy again. Seeing the figure of Hyrna riding Pakistan and leaving, a deep color appeared in Luyan's eyes. He will be really busy next time. Of several other branch halls of Hengcheng Gym. This requires a little time and spirit, after all, those gym owners may not be able to invite easily. The second is the Gym Master match against Team Rocket leader Sakagi in Vibrant City 6 days later. On that day, there will inevitably be many major events that will detonate the world. After this incident, there was the battle that he and Dandy agreed on. In this case, he promised to have an exhibition match with Sharona, which is bound to become busier. But Luyan didn't think it would be too tiring. After all, he had a game console, so what to do on the road was just a simple thought. Next, let's go get that one first. But before I go, I have to go and subdue that elf so that I can add a weight. After Sharona left, Luyan stroked his chin, thinking about whether to subdue a known elf, and by the way increase the weight of recruiting a certain branch hall master. Drip drip. Before Luyan could start moving, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Communion HQ's phone. Did something happen? Luyan took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID, and pressed the answer button in confusion. Hey, is it Luyinda? Don't bother calling now, right? A man's voice came over the phone. This voice, Luyan remembered, was a champion trainer in the China District Alliance, a member of parliament who was mainly in charge of diplomatic affairs with the various alliances in the elf world, Li Yun. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm free now and have something to do. Please speak. Luyan said that he was still quite empty now, so what did Yi Yun call him for? Seeing that Luyan still remembered himself, Li Yun was overjoyed, and the middle-aged man beside him with a somewhat smug look said, Master Luyan, that's it. The Alliance has received an invitation letter from the Elf World Level Alliance. I hope you can be the special guest of this Fenglai City Wind celebration. I don't know if you have time. Festival of the Wind. Luyan was stunned. Of course he knows about the Wind Festival in Fenglai City in Chengdu. Through his past life memories, he also knows that when Ash goes there tomorrow, a lot of interesting things will happen. The city is said to have been a barren city in the past, and it was developed and established because of the wind of grace sent by Lugia. Later, for several years the city held the Wind Festival with the theme of conquering the elves every year in the same year. Legend has it that at this time of year, Lugia, who sent the Wind of Grace, will stay over the city for a period of time and be seen by many people. This is a living miracle. Every year, the Festival of Wind will attract countless tourists who want to see Lugia, and this time will be the busiest time in Fenglai City. Luyan didn't expect Fenglaicheng to invite him as a special guest. This is a fat mess. Do you value my relationship with Lugia? Luyan figured out the key, and with his relationship with the Lugia clan, the Chengdu Alliance will find him, which can be said to be normal. Thinking of an elf somewhere in Fenglai City, Luyan's eyes glowed brightly, and he agreed directly, I agree to this matter. Yes. Li Yun was stunned. Originally, he thought he would have to use his 3-inch tongue to persuade Lu Yin, but he didn't expect the latter to agree so bluntly. Is it because there are too many girlfriends, so I'm short of money recently? Li Yun thought to himself. It is recognized that Lu Yin has many girlfriends, and each of his women is outstanding, with impeccable aptitude or appearance, and even a very few origins. How many girlfriends Lu Yin has is the hottest lace news on the internet right now, even some other champion trainers occasionally gossip about it. Li Yun is one of those who love gossip. If you let Lu Yin know what Li Yun is thinking at this time, I am afraid that he will let him know what is called the anger of the master. It's 4 days later. Is there any problem with Master Lu Yin? Then it's settled. Li Yun quickly hung up the phone, then smiled complacently at the middle-aged man beside him, and bragged, "Hi Tianwang, you heard that too. Master Lu Yin has already agreed to this request. After all, I am very familiar with Master Lu Yin, and he will definitely not refuse this because of my face. When the time comes, you should treat them well. If Master Lu Yin has any dissatisfaction, I won't look good here." It should be. He nodded again and again. He is a low-ranking heavenly king in the Chengdu area, and he personally came to the China District Alliance to invite Lu Yin to participate in the celebration of the wind, in order to show his sincerity. To be honest, the Windy City is not very developed, and the Festival of Winds is also somewhat famous around the world because of Lugia, and the guests who can usually be invited are not very good. Inviting Lu Yin this time was also something that the mayor of Wind City made a great determination. Now that he can explain it so smoothly, he is very happy. As for Li Yun's bragging, well, he is happy. At this time, Lu Yin found commies after hanging up the phone. Lei, Natsi, Jiyu Qingqing, Acelona, and Serena, the 5 daughters, plan to take them with them to find the 6th host. It is also their future colleague, but before that, he has to go somewhere. Miatsa Mountains near True New Town. Chapter 308 _ A giant rock snake. Shiba's future ace. 2/3. Shish. Elf World, the light ball square at the foot of Silver Mountain. 1 man, 5 women and 6 figures appeared out of thin air, attracting the attention of many people. Seeing the appearance of the 6 people, some people opened their mouths excitedly. But before anyone could say anything, a layer of blue light appeared on the man among the 6, followed by the 6 figures abruptly disappeared. "Come on, it's Master Lu Yin!" Finally someone shouted. Hearing the man's words, some people looked in the direction he pointed, but found nothing there. "Did you admire Master Lu Yin so much that you were hallucinating?" Master Lu Yin, the opening ceremony of the Hangcheng Gym has just ended, so he should still be in Hangcheng. You said that you were not a woman. What do you think about Master Lu Yin all day long? Don't think about it. It's rare that you think you are the opponent of Miss Cammersley and the others. That person. Nima, the thoughts of you people are too terrifying. At the same time, at a high altitude, Lu Yin and the 5 daughters are heading towards a fly in the direction. Cammersley looked at the surrounding environment and asked suspiciously, "It doesn't seem like this is near the light red city, right? Are you going to find Amy?" Of Lu Yin bringing the 5 girls out this time is to attract the 6th gym owner of the Hangcheng branch gym, and the goal is Amy, the main gymnasium specializing in steel in the light red city. Amy is also a fan of glamour contests. Cammersley used to be a fan of glamour contests. She went to the light red city to walk through the world show several times. After she met Amy, the two became very good performers. In Cammersley, Lu Yin's idea of trying to trick Amy into the Hangcheng Gym is great. Lu Yin, it's a smart thing to be called a deceive. If you think you don't have any dry goods, you can lure Amy to the gym. Hangcheng Gym. Lu Yin smiled at Cammersley and asked back. A fluke in my heart. Almost, he said that he deceived people to Hangcheng. Although this is the most real thought in his heart, he can't say it, right? So are you going to make some preparations for recruiting Amy? Cammersley asked curiously. Serena and the other women also cast curious glances. As for Amy, after Lu Yin said he wanted to recruit her, they already knew in advance that she was an excellent steel trainer. This girl is not easy to handle. What will Lu Yin take out? That's right. But keep it a secret for now. Wait a minute and you'll find out. Lu Yin nodded to confirm Cammersley's guess, then turned to look at the increasingly outline of Junxin town ahead. His target is near the real new town. If nothing else, he could conquer a talented elf today. He doesn't value the aptitude of elves, but he is particularly interested in elves with outstanding talent. Shiba, sorry, your future ace belongs to me. After 10 minutes, Lu Yin flew the girls over Junxin town and came to the Miacha mountains behind the town. He took the girls down a high slope. Looking down from here, you can see a large sunken ground, which looks wide and wide, like a huge arc-shaped tunnel thought to be built. Seeing this road, Serena asked suspiciously, "Hey, who is so boring, the road built here?" It's normal for Serena to think that way. Lu Yin flew them here before, but they crossed a large jungle, which belonged to the depths of the Miacha mountains. There are very few people in this kind of place, and if you build a road, there is a kind of thankless feeling. Natsi and the girls followed Serena's gaze to see that they came out first, and became curious too. But the next moment, Lu Yin's words caught their attention. This is not a road built by man. This is just a trace left after an elf acted. The 5 daughters were all startled, and they all looked at Lu Yin's traces. This is actually a trace left after the activity of an elf. This body type, could it be that this is a place of special energy that will leak out the energy that makes the elf go giant? If so, this is a super big discovery. After all, so far, the elf world and the blue star world combined, only the Galar region has this special place. If it wasn't for this reason, how could people in the Galar region have such a strong sense of superiority? But the girls quickly denied this speculation. Because this place is too close to Junxin town, if they don't think this place is special, Dr. Damu who lives in Junxin town will not be able to find it. After thinking about it, the girls felt that if this tunnel was really like what Lu Yin said, it was a trace left by an elves after passing through, but it should be the effect caused by elves like the big rock snake after repeated passages. But just when they thought they had found the answer, Lu Yin continued, "This is the trace left by a big rock snake once." That's a big guy. Girls, this is actually the trace left by a large rock snake after one pass. If this is a big rock snake made after one pass, then this big rock snake must be too big. The size of a normal big rock snake doesn't even have half of it, right? Lu Yin is definitely not joking. Don't be surprised, I now just let you know. Seemingly guessing what the girls were thinking, Lu Yin didn't say much nonsense, just threw the pokeball and released the black Tyrannosaurus. "Dragon, use surf over there." Lu Yin stretched out his hand and pointed towards the huge cave in the rock wall somewhere around the tunnel. With the girls was naturally because he used his superpowers to find the location of the giant rock snake. This giant rock snake is now hiding somewhere underground and dozing off. Roar! A white light flashed, accompanied by a roar. The black tyrannosaur appeared in the center of the tunnel, and its huge tail slid across the void and slapped on the ground. Boom! A large number of water jets appeared in the air, overwhelming the sky and covering the cave. Chapter 309 _ Conquer the Giant Rock Snake. Get ready to help evolve. 3/3. Boom! A large amount of water poured back into the cave, but it was like entering a bottomless pit and could never be filled. Roar! Soon, along with a roar, the girls noticed that the ground below began to vibrate violently, and the sound of vibration was gradually increasing. Boom! With a loud noise, an extremely spectacular scene appeared in front of the 6 people. The huge rock wall in front of the black tyrannosaur began to break away in a large area, and a huge dark cave soon appeared, accompanied by a pair of huge scarlet eyes. Bang! The rock wall was completely shattered, and a huge figure emerged from the cave, bowing its head and roaring at the black tyrannical carp dragon. That's right, looking down at the black Tyrannosaurus dragon. No way. Is this true? It's really that big. Definitely not gigantic. Such a big rock snake, if it grows to a gigantic size, how perverted it will be. The girls all controlled the shock in their hearts and exclaimed, even the most aloof Nazi. There was a look of astonishment on her always cold face. Such a big rock snake. Foul it, good guy. Lu Yin was also a little surprised at this time. This huge rock snake is really big, and seeing it with his own eyes is much more shocking than in the cartoon. In particular, there is also the contrast of the black Tyrannosaurus. You must know that the average Tyrannosaurus is about 5 meters in length. Although it is a little worse than the big rock snake with an average height of 8.88 meters, it is also a taller elves. In particular, its body is not as thick as that of the big rock snake, and the two are half a pound in comparison. And because Lu Yin's black Tyrannosaurus is a flash elf, and because of its unique development, its size is not as good as that of ordinary tyrannosaurs, and it has an effect of about 8 meters. Under normal circumstances, the general big rock snake is completely unsightly in front of the black Tyrannosaurus. But at the scene, this huge big rock snake is not only more than twice as long as the black Tyrannosaur, but also more than twice as thick. This makes the black Tyrannosaurus look very small in front of it. If it weren't for the black Tyrannosaur's current strength has reached the level of the king, it is estimated that it would be overwhelmed in terms of momentum. Lu Yin used the game console to check the information of this big rock snake. Name: Big rock snake. Flash properties: ground rock features. Hard head has strong hidden features. Fragmented armor has level. Elite top grade 59 qualification. Champion level 3 god intimacy. Carrying items. Big steel snake fossil skill. Impact. Harden. Dig a hole. Beat. Rock collapse. Earthquake. Iron tail. Tight. Angry. A screeching sound. Rock block. Falling rocks. Invisible rock. Destruction of death. Light. Self-study. Slightly. Special note: this is a big rock snake that mutated after swallowing a special crystal, and its aptitude has been transformed. Flash. Lu Yin looked at the different army green skins of the giant big rock snake and the ordinary big rock snake, nodded lightly, and then issued the attack command to the black Tyrannosaur: Typhoon Dragon, Water Cannon. Roar. The black tyrannical carp dragon roared, and a huge swirling water column spewed out from its mouth. Facing this water column, the giant rock snake felt an instinctive sense of crisis in its heart. It could feel that once it was hit by this move, it would definitely be cold. Other words, the first time it saw the black tyrannical carp dragon, it felt a huge threat on the other side, which made it very angry, but did not dare to attack. It did not expect the black Tyrannosaurus to attack actively. Its size is too huge, and it can't be avoided at all. Boom. The head of the huge rock snake was hit by the water column, and fell straight to the back, and finally lay on the ground and fainted. Nazi. Hee hee. Serena. Master is awesome. Camazli. This giant rock snake is really fragile and shiny. Gu Ching Ching. Glittering ghost. It's the reflection of water droplets in the sun. This huge rock snake is really strong on the outside. Acelona. Sister Ching Ching. Apart from Lu Yin, you really don't miss any chance to be poisonous, but it seems like a matter of course for the giant rock snake to be killed in seconds. That's right, it's a matter of course that the giant rock snake is killed in seconds. Although the giant big rock snake is special, it is still a big rock snake after all, not a crystal big rock snake with special attributes. The giant rock snake has such a huge body, and at most it is more powerful in attack power and more physical strength than the general rock snake, and then its defense is stronger than it is invincible. But the big rock snake's talents in physical strength, attack power, special attack power, and special defense are too weak. Is no exaggeration to say that all of his talent racial values are added to defense, and some are added to speed. This is an elf suitable for being a meat shield, and it can only defend against the opponent's physical attackers. If the opponent is good at special attack, but it is still fragile in the face of special attack, the special defense is extremely weak. Just like now, Tyrannosaurus uses 4 times the level of its special water-based tricks to restrain it, and it can basically kill it in seconds. This elf can only be cultivated after it evolves into a big steel snake, and can be cultivated as a meat bomb chariot. Now, even if he is a special giant rock snake, in fact, the collection value is greater than the cultivation value. Go! Lu Yin threw a weight ball at the first moment. The weight ball hit the huge rock snake and shot a red light to suck it in. There were no surprises in the whole process, and the subjugation was successful. Lu Yinyu took out the pokeball and took back the black tyrannical carp dragon, then controlled the pokeball to fly to his hand, and pressed the switch toward the empty point beside him. Shish! The figure of the huge rock snake appeared again, with a confused expression on his face. Lu Yin looked at it, the corners of his mouth curled up. This huge giant rock snake has not yet been caught by the pangolin, so it has not made any disturbances in the Miacha Mountains, attracting Shiba to subdue it. Now, it belongs to itself. Then now, let's start evolving. The big rock snake that doesn't evolve into a big steel snake doesn't have much use value. After thinking for a while, Lu Yin took out a special device. His actions aroused the curiosity of the girls. Cammersley asked curiously, Lu Yin, didn't you subdue this big rock snake to send Amy? Chapter 310 Lu Yin, is it possible to shirk responsibility for being worshipped by others? 1/3. First help you recover from your injury. We will be friends from now on, big rock snake. Lu Yin took out the best recovery medicine and sprayed the big rock snake, and patted its huge body by the way. A tough roar. The huge rock snake roared lowly at Lu Yin, with surrender in its voice. Lu Yin's black tyrannical carp dragon solved it with just one move, which convinced him. Lu Yin, didn't you capture this big rock snake to send Amy? Hearing Lu Yin's words, Cammersley was a little curious, and he thought that Lu Yin had captured this huge rock snake as a gift to Amy. After all, before Lu Yin came here, he said he wanted to prepare for Amy. What do you think? Lu Yin rolled his eyes silently. This is a rare giant rock snake. After evolution, it is a giant steel snake. The giant steel snake can also be transformed into a giant. At that time, the huge advantage of this elf's body will be reflected. And the qualifications of this huge big rock snake are champion-level qualifications. Although he did not pay attention to qualifications in conquering elves, it did not mean that the value of the giant rock snake's championship-level qualifications was gone. If you don't cultivate such an elves yourself, but send them out. To be honest, Amy's value in Lu Yin's eyes is not as high as that of the giant rock snake in front of him, so of course he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Okay. Cammersley glanced at the giant rock snake and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. She is also absolutely naive in her previous thoughts. This huge big rock snake looks very good at first glance. How could Lu Yin prepare for Amy who has never met? If Amy wants this elf. Unless she can exchange it for herself. Possible. But isn't this big rock snake a rock system plus a ground system? What's the connection with the owner of the Amy Pavilion who specializes in steel? In a different direction from Cammersley's consideration, Acelona was curious about the connection between this giant rock snake and recruiting Amy. I'm curious about that too. Serena chimed in. Don't you know what the evolution of the big rock snake is? Lu Yin asked a question without turning his head, taking care of himself to put the recovery medicine on the big rock snake. This big rock snake is too big, and there are a lot of places to be treated. The evolution of the big rock snake. Could it be? The 5 girls were surprised. Of course they know the evolution of the big rock snake, it is the big steel snake. There is a master who has cultivated the big steel snake who has hatched their offspring, and the hatched elves are the big rock snakes. Between the big rock snake and the big steel snake is clear to anyone with a little common sense. At least the 5 women know it. But for so many years, the elf research community has not found a way for the big rock snake to evolve into a big steel snake. That's right, if there are trainers who cultivate big steel snakes, they must be directly captured from the wild, instead of cultivating big rock snakes themselves. The evolution of the big rock snake into the big steel snake requires not only strength and accumulation, but also some unknown conditions. And this condition, no one knows yet. Just like everyone in the world knows that the most beautiful Minas is the evolution of the ugly fish, but no one can cultivate the ugly fish to Minas. All the trainers who have Minas, such as Hyena, such as Mikri, they all rely on the forces behind them to find this elf in the wild to conquer. All the girls are shocked now. They were not surprised that the big rock snake could evolve into the big steel snake. They were surprised that Lu Yin actually knew how the big rock snake evolved into the big steel snake, no matter what. For a short time, when they thought of the self-destructing magnetic monster, the electric shock monster, the duck-billed flame dragon, elves, they felt that they really made a fuss. Lu Yin would know about this. Is it surprising? The girls restrained their emotions. Serena suddenly thought of something, and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Master, do you also know ugly? How did fish evolve into Minas?" Although Serena is determined to become a fire-specialized trainer, her compatibility with water-type Minas is not very good. But she also wanted to be a showman. Such a beautiful Minas, if you can have it. How could they not? Actually, it wasn't just Serena. After she asked a question, the other 4 girls all pricked up their ears, and they also wanted to keep Minas forever. Even if she doesn't use combat power, she is used as a riding elf for water travel, isn't she fragrant? At this time, Lu Yin had just finished medicine on the giant rock snake and put it back into the Pokeball. Hearing Serena's question, he showed a meaningful smile. Who knows? Girls, who knows what you look like? You must know. The stinky man who should sell his shit, There must be a way to make you spit out everything you know. The 5 girls have something in common idea. 5 minutes later, Light Red City, the location of the Port Light Ball Plaza, Lu Yin appeared here with the 5 daughters of Acelona. Acelona looked at the surrounding environment and couldn't help sighing. Although I have experienced it a few times, I can't help but be surprised by the power of this teleportation. 5 minutes ago, 6 of them were still there, in a deep mountain near Junxin town in the Kanto region. Who would have thought that in the matter of breath, they have now crossed a region and came to the Light Red City port in the region. This kind of thing, I am afraid that no one will believe it, but it really happened. Well, after all, this little guy is just a divine beast. Lu Yin touched the evolutionary cosmog of Cosmogu in his arms and smiled lightly. Compared to the cosmog is more complex, consisting of a 3-layer structure, an innermost core, a nebula-like part in the middle, and an outermost shell made up of 9 yellow objects. The upper half of the cosmom core has a thin blue line in the middle and on both sides, and the lower half is a pink line, giving the impression of closed eyes, and its shape, when viewed from a distance, also resembles one eye. And now, his closed eyes couldn't help but want to open, and then rolled his eyes. Its master's ability to shirk responsibility is really top-notch. Lu Yin, can something that people admire be called shirk responsibility? Lu Yin, haha. Chapter 311_Meet Amy for the first time. Straight to the point solicitation. 2/3. Cosmom. Cosmom was speechless for a while, that is, it couldn't speak, and it still couldn't telepathically, otherwise, he would definitely complain about his unscrupulous master. In fact, this kind of powerful area teleportation, even it is not easy to cast. As for Lu Yin, of course, he was able to do this with the help of the power of the game console in his mind. But what made Cosmom speechless was that when she heard Lu Yin's words, Acelona believed it, and nodded in agreement. Well, after all, it's the future moon god or the sun god. Cosmom. She has been unable to complain, and can only sigh that this is indeed the descendant of the royal family chosen by it. I really have enough confidence in its power. Next, let's go to the light red gymnasium. Lu Yin smiled and didn't explain too much. The matter of the game console was a secret that he couldn't tell anyone else in his life. He gave the girl a wake-up call, and then released his superpowers again. Swish. Swish. After a few breaths, as the surrounding environment continued to change, Luyin and the girls quickly came to a huge building full of metal. This building is one of the iconic buildings in the Light Red City, the Light Red Gym. This gym is the industry of the Alliance. It was originally not a steel gym, but an electric gym. Because Amy passed the gym, the main audition became the new owner of this gym, so it was changed to a steel gym. It is precisely because Ami's bond with this gym is not deep, similar to Camisley's, that Luyin would be tempted to recruit her. After all, not every girl is Nazi. You can give up the gymnasium in the same line just to follow him. Ding dong. Luyin used his superpower to press the doorbell button, and then asked, "Hello, is there anyone? Is it a challenger? Come in." Crack. A young girl's voice came from the loudspeaker at the door, and immediately, the door of the gym started to open automatically. Hearing the girl's voice, Camisley's mouth twitched, showing a helpless expression, while the other 4 girls were a little puzzled, but they didn't ask. Until they walked with Luyin all the way to the battlefield of the Light Red Gymnasium, and saw the little girl standing in the battle position. Nazaru looked surprised. No way. Ji Qingqing couldn't help. Rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Although the Light Red Gym is only an elite gym, the owner of the gym is so young, so young. Serena was shocked and had some doubts about life. Could it be that Amy is younger than her? Is she already so bad? Only Atherona takes it for granted. She is absolutely the same legal loli, the kind that looks young, but is definitely not young. But soon, the 4 girls all knew what they wanted. Camisley looked like an expression on her face, and asked the little girl opposite, "Kay Sha, where is Amy?" But Sha, this is the true identity of the little girl opposite. "What is Sha? I am." "Ah, Miss Camisray." But Sha originally wanted to deny that it was her favorite thing to pretend to be Amy and fight against the trainers who came to challenge. But after seeing Camisley's appearance clearly, she let it go. She knew Camisley and was a very good friend of her master Amy. Did it hit the gun this time? "Haha, Miss Camisley, I'll help you call my master right now." After randomly pulling out a reason, Keisha decided that it would be better to dodge it first. But before she could act, the electronic door on the left behind her automatically opened, and a pleasant voice came from it. "Keisha, I heard the doorbell. Is there a challenger?" A tall girl with long straight brown hair and a pair of bright brown eyes walked out from behind the electronic door. She was wearing a light green tight-fitting long skirt that just covered her knees. A pure white silk coat, indescribably youthful and beautiful. This girl is the gym master of the Light Red City Gym, the real Amy. Amy. Seeing Amy, Camisley cheered and trotted forward. Little Jewel. Seeing Camisley, Amy showed a surprised expression, also smiled and stepped forward to hug the former. After Camisley hugged Amy, she blinked towards Kexia. Call. Sha breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Camisley was trying to help her, or she would inevitably be taught by Amy again. After hugging, Amy took Camisley's little hand and said in surprise, "Little Jewel, haven't you been kidnapped by Master Luyin? I'm still here just now, watching the live broadcast of the opening of Hengcheng Gym on the computer. Your appearance is very shining. But why are you here now?" Amy is very puzzled. She must know that it is not more than 2 hours before the opening ceremony of the Hengcheng Gym, and it is not easy for Hengcheng to come to the Light Red City. Even if the passing light balls make a transit, it is not enough for 2 hours. Other words, even if Camisley had rushed here after the opening ceremony, she shouldn't be here now. What was abducted by Luyin? Camisley's smile blushed slightly, but she had a more cheerful personality and didn't pay too much attention to these small details. She took Ami's hand and walked to Luyin's side, smiling. "Nong, this time it's not. I'm here to find you, but my boss is looking for you for something." "Master boss." Hearing what Cammersley said, Amy was slightly taken aback, and instinctively looked at Lu Yin and the people around him. Then she was taken aback. The 555 people who appeared with Cammersley, she was actually still there just now, watching on TV, the Master Lu Yin, who is now famous in both worlds, and the 33S and Cammersley live in the same Hangzhou branch. Only Serena she didn't know, but that was enough to shock her. And Cammersley only appear here at this time. Although she was shocked in her heart, she didn't lose her courtesy because of this, and said hello immediately, Master Lu Yin, and the owner of the Nazi pavilion, everyone, how are you? Hello. The girls and Amy greeted each other friendly and introduced themselves. In their opinion, since Lu Yin chose Amy to be one of the branch halls, it would definitely be a success. In other words, Amy will be like them in the future. For this future colleague, maybe even a sister, they don't mind getting close. After the girls got acquainted with each other, Lu Yin opened his mouth and said straight to the point, Amy Pavilion Master, hello. It's my intention to come to you this time. I'm here to invite you to join my Hengcheng gym. I don't know if you want it or not. Chapter 312 _ The Evolution of the Giant Rock Snake. The Golden Giant Steel Snake. 3/3. Invite me to join Hengcheng gym. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Amy was stunned for a moment, and then she began to think seriously. Of course, she wouldn't think that Lu Yin was looking for her happiness. She looked at the girls around Cammersley, and combined with the time when Lu Yin appeared here. It was obvious that Lu Yin was sincerely inviting her. This made Amy hesitate. Of course she wouldn't think it would be shameful to live in a separate gym for Lu Yin without being a gym owner. What level of person is Lu Yin? He became a champion trainer at the age of 18, possessed the existence of a master-level divine beast, and had proper golden thighs. And Amy is also in the group formed by all the gym owners in the elf world, so she knows what kind of conditions Lu Yin gave Cammersley. With the help of Lu Yin, the three daughters of Nazi, Jiyu Qingqing, and Cammersley have broken through to the Heavenly King level, which is no secret. All in all, Amy knew very well what a rare opportunity Lu Yin's invitation meant, which meant that she might become a Heavenly King level trainer in a short time. This means that she will have a broader future. It also means she has the opportunity to go out into a broader future, and in the future, she will have more time to be a part-time coordinator trainer and participate in gorgeous competitions. There are so many benefits. There is no need for Lu Yin to ask for any conditions. Amy is already moved. After thinking for a while, Amy had already made a decision in her heart, but before she could speak, Kei Sha, who had reacted on the side, rushed forward and shouted excitedly, No, the teacher must not go to Hangzhou. If the teacher goes to Hangzhou, what should I do in the light red gymnasium? What to do with the light? Sha, will never agree to the teacher going to Hangzhou. Sha seemed very excited. Although she usually likes to pretend to be Amy to fight with a trainer, her admiration and trust in Amy are not fake at all. The thought that Amy might have to leave made her sad. You can't seem to represent your teacher. But Sha's interjection made Nazi, who was concerned about Lu Yin's affairs, very dissatisfied, with a faint blue light flickering in her eyes. Do you want to be turned into a rag doll? Nazi's eyes were too intimidating, and Sha knew that Nazi, the gym owner in the Kanto region, felt a little terrified for a while. Nazi, don't get angry with children. Lu Yin stretched out his hand and pulled Nazi to his side. But Sha was just a little boy under 10 years old. There is no need to be angry. Kesha. Amy reached out and touched Kei Sha's head, shook her head, and said helplessly, Master Lu Yin, I am worried too much here. I agree to your invitation. Can't. Lu Yin raised his brows and asked with a smile, Aren't you going to listen to my conditions before deciding? This. Amy was a little embarrassed. To be honest, she didn't want to hear it. Because before Lu Yin made the conditions, she was already very shaken in her heart. If Lu Yin made any more targeted conditions, she felt that she would be shaken in all likelihood, and even if she persisted in the end, she would be very uncomfortable. It would be too impolite to refuse. Thinking of this, Amy politely made a gesture of invitation. Please speak. Keisha on the side immediately pricked up her ears. The first condition is it. Lu Yin took out a pokeball and pressed the switch. Shish. With a flash of red light, the huge figure of the giant rock snake appeared in the field of the gym. Seeing this big rock snake, Ami's pupils shrank suddenly, and her apprentice Keisha was even more shocked. This, how is this possible? How can there be such a big rock snake in this world? The size of the giant rock snake is too huge, no matter what is the thickness of the body or the length, it is far more than double that of the general big rock snake. If you see it for the first time, you will definitely be surprised. Lu Yin pressed Ami's expression in his eyes, smiled and said, my first condition, now I will show it with this huge big rock snake. Also, I'll give Miss Amy your welcome gift. Even if you don't agree in the end, this gift is given to you. Said, Lu Yin took out the metal film that had been prepared in the game console space, a signal simulator that Xiaobo took out in the public yesterday, and a camera. He first placed the camera in the direction of the giant rock snake, pressed the switch, and then double-minded, while magnifying the signal simulator around the giant rock snake, and at the same time using his superpower, he wrapped the giant rock snake with a metal film. After doing all this, he flipped a switch on the emulator and snapped his fingers. Crack. Then next, it's time to witness the miracle. Shish. A dazzling white light bloomed from the body of the giant rock snake, covering its entire body, illuminating the entire gymnasium very brightly. Seeing this scene, Amy and Keisha, including Nazi and the other girls, showed surprised expressions. It's an evolutionary light. The giant rock snake has actually evolved. Wait, if the big rock snake evolves, could it be? In the eyes of everyone's expectations, the white light of evolution dissipated. Different from the big rock snake, a huge giant steel snake whose whole body turned golden appeared in front of everyone. The eyes of this golden giant steel snake were silver, and its appearance was very ferocious, and its tail was like a nail. Seeing it, Amiji's breathing stagnates. One hand, they were frightened by the image of the giant golden steel snake. The golden big steel snake was different in color from the silver body of the general big steel snake. It was obviously a sparkling elf. In addition, it was much bigger than the normal big steel snake, with a height of more than 20 meters. Really scary. Other hand, they were surprised by the evolution of the giant rock snake. That the big steel snake evolved from the big rock snake has always been known, it has never been confirmed. And now, the entire evolutionary process is just presented in front of them. If this news spreads out, I am afraid that countless people will be amazed. Is this the gift that Lu Yin gave me? Amy cast a meaningful look at Lu Yin. This man seems to know me very well. Rest assured, the protagonist is not stupid. There is a reason for such unreserved exposure of evolution. Preface, 6 months ago. The story officially begins Chapter 1, content timeline half a year ago. You can skip this part of the content and go directly to, have you been half a year? Lu Yin sighed deeply. Has been exactly half a year since his parents Lu Tong and Ji Yuying entered the mysterious space and disappeared, and there has been no good news from the Alliance. I will continue to work hard. Just a little bit of melancholy. Lu Yin did not give up because of the disappearance of his parents. He began to train himself and his elves more and more diligently. He knew very well that if his parents were really killed, the depravity would only make the relatives grieve the enemy. If you want to keep the two avenues in your parents' hengcheng and carry it forward, you need strength. The Alliance has expressly stipulated that if the owner of a gym dies, if there is no suitable heir or the heir gives up inheriting the gym, he must hold a new gym owner election contest. And if the gym owner is only missing, the Alliance will only determine that the gym owner is dead after the gym owner disappears for a year, and then the election competition will be held in accordance with the regulations. According to this rule, if his parents really don't come back, the Alliance will hold the election contest of the new gym owner in Hangzhou, and it will not be possible until half a year from now. While most people agree that the Lu Tongs have been killed, in the League's official definition, they are simply missing. But Lu Yin also knew that these rules were just decorations. What rules, what kind of favors? In the end, it depends on the strength. It seems to confirm what Lu Yin thinks. The Hangzhou Alliance sent a special inquiry, which made him feel even more ironic. Special inquiry. Due to the important geographical location of Hangzhou City and the important responsibilities of the gym owner, the Alliance decided to hold a gym owner selection competition half a year in advance. Does the heir have any objections? In Lu Yin's view, this inquiry is more like a notification than an inquiry. Although he felt resentful in his heart for this indifferent notice, he really didn't have much objection. The notice said is also reasonable and reasonable. Hangzhou has a special status and location. It is a big city, and gymnasiums are indeed very important. And the gym is the official organization of the Alliance, not the private property of the Lu family, so Lu Yin is not so unreasonable and wants to occupy it. No matter what, the strongest elf in his hands is nothing but an electric dragon of the elite low rank. He is not qualified to say no. It is a joke that the elite low-grade electric dragon has been delusional to sit in the Hangzhou gym. He has no objection and chooses to agree. To be honest, he was actually a little grateful to the Alliance. After all, the Alliance only asked for the gym master selection competition for only one of the gyms, and reserved one for him. Looking at it this way, the Alliance seems to be somewhat human. But this idea didn't last long in Lu Yin's heart. Just when he decided to end today's special training and go home to sign the agreement, he met someone at the door of his house. Seeing this person, Lu Yin asked with a smile, "Uncle Zhang, why are you free to see me today?" Little hidden. Zhang Lan's eyes swept across Lu Yin and Dianlong, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. However, his smile didn't last long, and then he subsided, and turned to some serious words. "Have you agreed to the half-year advance of the gym master's election?" "I was going to agree. I know, it's no use refusing." Lu Yin wiped the sweat with the towel hanging around his neck, and shrugged helplessly. "You're right, but you don't know, this is Anbo's masterpiece." "Ampo." Lu Yin raised his brows, the smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he said in a cold voice, "It really is him." "Sure enough. You know." Zhang Lan looked at Zhang Jing with a look of surprise. "I guessed it." Lu Yin took the towel to wipe off the sweat on the body of the electric dragon, and said in a flat tone, "My dad has made so many contributions to the Alliance, let alone doing things according to the regulations, even if the Alliance is delayed for half a year on the basis of the original 1 year. I don't think there's anything wrong with the campaign. But now the fact is half a year earlier, hee. The reasons given are very good, but I don't believe it if there is nothing tricky. There must be someone who can't wait to make a move. And those who have the ability and motivation to do this, I can't think of anyone other than Anbo, the old guy." "That's right, Uncle Zhang." Lu Yin looked at Zhang Lan with a slight smile, but found that the latter's expression was still solemn, which made him have a bad premonition in his heart. "Xiao Yin, you are really smart. You have guessed so much, but you don't know how shameless Anbo is." Zhang Lan took a deep breath and said angrily, "That old guy not only contributed to the gym master selection competition, but also tried his best to make everyone with ideas give up the competition. It's not hard to guess." Lu Yin frowned slightly and said solemnly, "He must have sold his old face and spent a lot of money to try to advance the game, and naturally he doesn't want others to take advantage. And with his strength, it's not difficult to achieve this goal as long as he releases the rumors and buys a few trainers with similar strength to him. Actually, I want to say that Anbo is a veteran quasi-celestial king after all. Although I don't think he is pleasing to the eye, he is still qualified to be the master of this Hangzhou Taoist pavilion." "None of these are important." Zhang Lan interrupted Lu Yin and waved his hand excitedly. "If it was just these things, I wouldn't come to you deliberately, Uncle Zhang. I know Xiaoyan's temperament. It doesn't matter if the gym owner is gone. You are a well-known genius in Hangzhou. Uncle Zhang also believes that you can take it back in the future. But the current situation is that after the old boy Ambo was appointed as the master of the gymnasium, he filled in the option, whether there is his own gym. What? Zhang Lan's words made Lu Yin stunned for a moment, and after that, the expression on his face became extremely ugly. Uncle Zhang, are you saying that the old man has filled in the option? Does he have his own gym? That's right. Zhang Lan's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a gloomy face. The Leifeng Pagoda belongs to Lu Yin, so the future is his daughters, his grandsons. No, it seems a bit far. Hee hee. After getting Zhang Lan's affirmative answer, Lu Yin let out a burst of laughter, without a trace of warmth in his voice, and a few words popped out of his teeth. Okay, very good. This old thing is not looking at the position of the master of the gym, but the Leifeng Pagoda that my Lu family has inherited for 100 years. It's really good. He knows that it won't work on the surface, and the league won't allow it. This is a strategy that he intends to give me to Wairo and to disgust me for a long time. And Bo's thoughts very clearly. This old thing is to see that there is only one child left in the Lu family, and he wants to rely on the old to sell the old and bully others. It's just that Lu Tong's influence and connections in Hengcheng are not decorations after all, and the alliance can't sit idly by and watch the children of the martyrs be trapped. This old thing is planning to play a long-term disgusting strategy. Thinking of this, Lu Yin's eyes became colder. As a good citizen who abides by the law, this is the first time he wants to kill a person so much, and if he can, he wants to smash the old fellow Anbo into tens of thousands of pieces. The Leifeng Pagoda is the private property of the Lu family and has been passed down for almost 100 years. Although the first floor of this tower was transformed into a gymnasium by Lu Tong, it was a private place for official use. According to the regulations of the alliance, if the Hangzhou gym master is inherited by others, then the new gym master needs to reselect a place to build a new gym, such as the real estate under his own name. This is an unspoken rule. Of course, not every gym owner has money from the beginning. If the gym owner is not able to build his own gym, and the city he belongs to has no official gym land, or that the gym owner's gym is still there, under construction, according to regulations, newcomers and gym owners can temporarily borrow the site of the former gym owner. And this temporary borrowing is very clever, because the alliance has not issued regulations. This was nothing in the first place, and there has never been a new gym owner who would shamelessly stay in the gym of the previous gym owner. Ordinary people will have their own gym land before accepting the responsibility of the gym owner. That it is, a person becomes a gym owner, and many businessmen are willing to invest to help build a new gym, so it rarely happens that the land used by the former gym owner is borrowed. But now, Anbo is obviously making a fuss about this matter. To Lu Yin's own information, Anbo has built a large water elves exhibition hall in the urban area of Hangzhou, which can be said to be making gold every day, and this exhibition hall has several battlefields for trainers to fight against. It can be said that if Anbo inherits the Hengcheng gym, this exhibition hall is the most suitable place for him to build the gym, and it can even be put into use now. Step back, Anbo, as a veteran quasi-king trainer, would it be difficult to find a sponsor or build a new gym in Hangzhou, but he wrote in the official survey of the league that he did not gym site. What is this for and why is it not so that the so-called Hengcheng former gymnasium belonging to the Lu family can be used? The former gymnasium in Hangzhou City was built on the Leifeng Pagoda of Lu Yin's home. This old man did this, obviously. In disgusting Lu Yin, and Lu Yin hidden, he felt uncomfortable just imagining that the bottom floor of Leifeng Pagoda would be used by Anbo. What's more, this product is obviously a bad comer. The location of Leifeng Pagoda is very good, and there are many people with hot eyes. Lu Yin has no doubts that Anbo has sinister intentions. This old man must be trying to get Leifeng Pagoda by tricks in the future, and using the name of the gym venue to advance to the first floor of Leifeng Pagoda is only the first step. Haha, this is bullying the Lu family and I'm the only young man left. Lu Yin couldn't help clenching his hands, and the veins burst out. Don't you want to be patient? But I really want that disgusting old man to use the ground on the first floor of Lei Feng Pagoda. Lu Yin was very angry, but also very helpless. Who made him not strong enough to say no? Although he is confident that he can become a better trainer than Anbo in the future, even if Anbo only uses his gym for a while, he feels disgusted. Damn. The feeling of powerlessness was about to swallow Lu Yin. Just then, boom. A strange sound came from the sky, reaching the ears of Lu Yin and Zhang Lan, the ears of no one in the Blue Star world, and the ears of everyone in the Elf world. Immediately after that, a heavy, grand, and quaint voice that gave people absolute pressure appeared in the ears of every human being and elves, or in their minds, as if it had traveled through space and time. The fusion of the world is complete. The world fusion is complete. From today onwards, the Elf world and the Blue Star world will be completely integrated, and they can communicate with each other after passing the authentication of the virtual optical brain. The way of heaven is supreme, all things compete freely. In order to help humans and elves on both sides get to know each other's world better, those who enter the other's world can get the help of special powers. Similar to virtual online game interface. Finally, the two worlds start the competition mode, and the achievement rewards are turned on. Human beings of any time can get the rewards of heaven when they reach the first place in the other world. At this point, the world merges. Boom. Another roar sounded, no matter what. People from the Blue Star world or from the Elf world raised their heads instinctively, and immediately saw countless white rays of light burst out from the sky, shooting towards all parts of the world. So far, it took a whole 100 years and 100 years, the two worlds were completely integrated, and all the laws were reorganized and adapted to each other. That is, at this time, Lu Yin felt that there were countless memories in his mind, which happened in a world called Earth. Memories in the parallel world of Blue Star. In the last life, the memory awakened or the soul traveled through Lu Yin and didn't know the truth, but everything didn't matter. He knew that he had become different, especially when a golden game console appeared in his mind. People with golden fingers need to be afraid of Uncle Zhang. Lu Yin didn't rush to sort out the extra memory in his mind, turned his head and said to Zhang Lan, "The two worlds have completely merged today. The alliance will definitely have a big move. The ball of light is coming. The security issue is very important. Uncle, you go back and do your own business. As for Anbo, I want to ask Uncle Zhang to do me a favor. I will not sign the agreement. Instead, I will inherit the gym. No matter what. Whether it's Dad's Haoyao gym or Mom's Leiwen gym, I will inherit both." Lu Yin made the final choice. Zhang Lan wanted to persuade again, but no, just as Lu Yin said, after the two worlds merged, a lot of things would happen on his head. He will be very busy next time, and he has no time to worry about it. In the end, he had no choice but to leave, with helplessness and a hint of relief. Lu Yin chooses to inherit the gym, or two gyms. His move will involve a lot. Alliance has relevant regulations. If the new heir of a gym gets the gym by inheritance, then the new gym owner will face a huge challenge. He needs to not be replaced in the next 5 years. If he fails, the 4 gymnasiums belonging to this gym owner will be confiscated, and the right to use them will completely belong to the alliance. This is actually very easy to understand. You enjoy the benefits brought by the system, and naturally you need to pay for the equivalent. The descendants of the gym owner can directly inherit the gym regardless of their own strength, and after making this decision, they must also pay the corresponding price, that is, the gym. In addition, the selection of a city's gym owner does not necessarily have to go through a campaign. In fact, this campaign is the least used. The replacement of gym owners is mostly based on the gym trainer challenge system. As long as the trainer's level conforms to the rules of the alliance, and a full amount of money is paid to the alliance and the gym owner, any trainer can challenge the location of the gym in a city. If Lu Yin chooses to inherit the gym in accordance with the regulations of the alliance, then he must be the gym owner for the next 5 years. If someone defeats him through challenges during this period, then the position of the gym owner will change. Dao the right to use the pavilion will also belong to the alliance for 10 years. Looking at it this way, Lu Yin's choice seems a bit silly. After all, if he becomes the heir, and Bo can deal with him in a more direct way. But this is not the case. Lu Yin has his own deep meaning in doing so. What he sees is the half-year protection period that the heir will have after he chooses to inherit the gym. Alliance stipulates that if a new gym owner is obtained through inheritance, other trainers want to challenge, they need to wait for more than half a year. This half year is commonly known as the heir's protection period. Lu Yin wanted to use half a year to improve himself, and then defeat Bo, completely breaking his mind. This decision, originally Lu Yin was out of careful consideration, may not be made. But now that the world has merged, he has more memories of a lifetime in his mind, and he also has a golden finger, so he will be capricious once. The big deal is that Lei Feng Pagoda belongs to the Alliance, which is better than giving Bo the opportunity to exploit the old principle, and he is confident that he will definitely step into the Heavenly King level within 5 years. At that time, Bo or something will be a turkey dog. And now, his golden finger has not let him down. 5 years or something, no need at all. Summer reading every day, charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Chapter 24-25 The catty dogs appeared, and Lu Yin started cheating. 3/4 seeking favorites flowers evaluation ticket. Well, girls need to be more reserved, how can I think so? Realizing that her thoughts were a little dangerous, Zhang Bauer blushed, shook her head to calm herself down, and at the same time warned herself in her heart that although she liked Lu Yin, she couldn't be so obvious. First of all, this kind of bet, which is obviously a food delivery, is definitely not acceptable. But to be honest, Bauer didn't think Lu Yin could win, and she thought he was joking when she found out about the Heavenly King level qualified spirit. There have been institutions in the world that have developed machines that can roughly detect the qualifications of elves, but such machines have not yet become popular, and the cost of use is not cheap. At present, the biggest way for trainers to judge the aptitude of elves is still to use the elves. The elf illustrated book can scan the elf to a certain extent, and scan the general strength of the elf, the tricks that have been used, as well as the degree of physical development and appearance to a certain extent. After scanning the data, the wizard will analyze the wizard and make a preliminary qualification judgment. Of course, the accuracy is not guaranteed. Generally, it can only be used as a reference. There are also a lot of things in the elf world. Zhang Bauer remembers that there was such a thing in Hangcheng. A Bobo developed very poorly, and his tricks were not very useful. After a trainer caught it, he changed his hand and abandoned it. Then, this Bobo met a girl, the girl was very kind, and she did not abandon her because she was not good enough, and kept nurturing her. Then in less than half a year, this Bobo's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and it has also evolved into the king of the few Bobo clan. Later, a curious wealthy person paid the girl's Biziao qualification to be firm, but I didn't expect this to be a Heavenly King level Biziao. This incident shocked a lot of people. It is said that the original owner of Bobo will have his bowels divided. So, for a while, the conclusions drawn from the data analysis are not absolute. Of course, most of the time it's still very useful. And if anyone can't even buy an elf illustrated book, then they can only rely on their own eyes and experience to analyze. Bauer and Lu Yin both had their own elf picture books when they were 16 years old, and they also had the functions of ID cards and bank cards. Lu Yin said that he could find a catty dog with the Heavenly King level qualification at a glance. Isn't that more powerful than that machine anyway? Zhang Bauer doesn't believe it. Sha sha. Sha sha. At this moment, there was a burst of noise from the bushes on the side. Soon, several small-bodied, puppy-like elves with orange-yellow background, cream-yellow abdomen and tail, and black vertical stripes on their backs and limbs appeared in front of Lu Yin and Zhang Bauer chasing after them. There are 5 such elves in total. They have yellow manes on their heads and necks. They look very fluffy and cute. They are cute pets. Seeing these 5 elves, Zhang Bauer stood up in surprise. It's the catty dogs, they're really here. Crack. Crack. After the 5 catty dogs appeared, they ran in groups in the direction of the lake, not even looking at Lu Yin and Zhang Bao beside the big tree. Crack. The 5 catty dogs get along very well with each other. One of them is watching, and the other 4 are drinking water with peace of mind. 4 catty dogs were full. The last catty dog stepped forward to drink water, quite like a big brother. Seeing this situation, Zhang Bao's eyes lit up, and he leaned over to Lu Yin and said, I know, the catty dog with the Heavenly King level qualification must be different, that. The one who takes the lead is. Right. Where did you get the news from? No wonder you dare to bet with me. I've seen through it now. After speaking, Zhang Bao gave Lu Yin a look that I had seen through everything. Lu Yin smiled helplessly. Zhang Bao made 2 mistakes. First, his reliance was not a piece of news that he heard from, and secondly, that the catty dog who took the lead was not the one with Heavenly King level qualifications. Only. At this time, it had been an hour since he entered this secret realm, and the game console in his mind had completely captured the spatial fluctuations of the secret realm and made a copy. Now this secret realm is his back garden. Through the game console, he can conduct a comprehensive data test on the elves that have been conquered, from strength to aptitude and unique skills, etc. And there is no legacy. And in the face of the wild elves that have not been subdued, as long as it is within his line of sight, or within the screen range of the game console, he can see the basic information. One of the basic pieces of information is qualifications. At this time, all the information of the 555 cutie dogs in front of him had appeared in Lu Yin's eyes. Name, Katie Dog. Qualification, Advanced Character, Steady and Loyal Preliminary Analysis, there is a certain training value. Name, Catty Dog. Qualification, Elite Character, Timid and Loyal Preliminary Analysis, there is a certain training value, it is not recommended to cultivate into a combat member. Name, Katie Dog. Qualification, Elite Character, Lively and Loyal Preliminary Analysis, there is a good training value, and it is established to be a combat member. Name, Katie Dog. Qualification, Elite Character, Cheerful and Loyal Preliminary Analysis, there is a very good training value, established as a combat member training. Name, Catty Dog. Qualification, Heavenly King Character, Brave and Loyal Preliminary Analysis, there is a very high training value, it is recommended to be the main training. The 5 Katie dogs, one of them is a high-level qualification, 3 are an elite-level qualification, and 1 is a king-level qualification. Lu Yin saw the aptitudes of the 5 catty dogs in his eyes, as well as their personalities and the training suggestions given by the game console. Real world, the character of the elves does not affect the physical attack, speed, etc. of the elves like the games played by Lu Yin in his previous life, but the elves with different personalities will be suitable for different fields. However, for the analysis given by the game console, Lu Yin has always regarded it as a reference. It is also worth mentioning that for rare elves like Catty Dog, the high-level qualifications are of the poor kind, and Zhang Bao won the lottery. The catty dog that she thought was a king-level qualification was actually the one with a high-level qualification and a stable personality. Lu Yin estimated that these 5 catty dogs were born in a litter, and were then taken into the secret realm by Hu Zhe. This prudent catty dog may be due to its stable personality, or it may be one of the 555 catty dogs. The boss, so he took the lead. Knowing all the information about the 5 catty dogs, Lu Yin planned to mention the previous bet with Zhang Bao again. Don't you have confidence? Then get ready to offer your first kiss. But before Lu Yin could speak, there was some movement in the woods beside him, causing him to frown. Can't you hold back? It seems that I overestimated their patience, but it's also true. After all, there are 5 catty dogs at the scene. Only in this case, my original plan needs to change the direction of implementation a little bit. Lu Yin's eyes showed a thoughtful look. At this time, 4 young people walked out of the woods on the side, and the one who took the lead was a Ning who had never dealt with Lu Yin. Katie, there really is a Katie. 5 Katy dogs, we can form a Katy dog army. Haha, this time. This is also thanks to Brother Anning's leadership. Yes, yes. Ning 4 people 4 couldn't help but get excited after seeing Katy. These 4 are students from class 1, and they are a small group of wealthy people who usually focus on a Ning. These 4 people, like Lu Yin, had initial elves as early as the age of 16, but even so, they were still excited to meet the catty dog. It's all little things 20. And Ning had a smug smile on his face, but waved his hand pretending to be modest. Then he came to Lu Yin and said with a sneer, "Thank you for taking us to find Katy. It's none of your business after that. It's none of our business." Lu Yin raised his head slightly, his eyes narrowed, and there was a trace of ridicule hidden in the bottom of his eyes. If it wasn't to achieve one of his own goals, these 444 idiots could follow him and Zhang Bauer to find this. And Ning, what do you mean? Zhang Bauer didn't know Lu Yin's plan. She exploded with anger, and glared at Ning's group of 4, her black eyes seemed to be on fire. With her intelligence, she could naturally guess something, and Ning 4 people 4 obviously followed her and Lu Yin to find this place, but now they are asking them to leave. These shameless guys. What's the matter without us? Do you know the rules? Zhang Bauer asked angrily. Do you want to violate the priority rules stipulated by the Alliance? Alliance has formulated a priority law, and the second law is introduced to prevent disputes between several trainers when they want to conquer the same elf in the wild. Alliance stipulates that the first party to see the elf has the priority to receive it. Of course, the so-called priority rule is also written there for people to see. This kind of thing is all about the public saying that the public is reasonable and the mother is reasonable. Under normal circumstances, who would open a video to record and prove that they have met the elves first? Like now. He. Hearing Zhang Bauer's words, and Ning laughed, and the laughter was full of irony. Zhang Bauer was very beautiful, and she had a good figure. But in Ning's eyes, she is Lu Yin's concubine, and that is the enemy. In his eyes, there is only hostility, and he is not afraid of offending. Zhang Bauer, don't talk nonsense. It's obviously the catty dog we met first, and you are the latecomers. And Ning directly turned on the nonsense mode with his eyes open, and he had, thank you, before clearly. Lu Yin and Zhang Bauer brought them here, and now they turn their heads and don't recognize them. The 3 people around Ning 3 and Ning are also the same raccoon dog. As soon as Ning's voice fell, they responded positively. That's right. That's it. It's the catty dog that the 4 of us met first. You guys. The latecomers run to the back and line up. Ha, that's right, we only have 4 of us, we can still let you all get your hands on one. You guys. Zhang Bauer was really pissed off, and instinctively took out the pokeball. I'm going to teach you a lesson. The protagonist's game console can help improve his strength with countless elf aptitudes, so to him, any aptitude is the same, but the elf for his wife and friends is not the same. Summer reading every day is fun, charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Chapter 313 _ Crystal Big Rock Snake. A condition that Amy can't refuse. 1/3. This man seems to know me very well. Amy took a deep look at Lu Yin, with a bit of meaning in her eyes. She has something about the big rock snake. Even Cammersley doesn't know, only a few close people know about it. Lu Yin was obviously using the right medicine, which also showed that Lu Yin knew her very well. But I have to admit that Lu Yin's unreserved expression of concealing the evolutionary method in front of her did shake her heart a bit. Now she already knows the prop metal film that the big rock snake needs to evolve. And this metal film is a very common item, and it is not expensive. There is also the condition of communication exchange, which Lu Yin also showed with the signal simulator. She didn't want to accept this gift, so she accepted it. Lu Yin was so generous, but she was not too embarrassed to refuse. However, what Amy didn't know was that Lu Yin never did business at a loss. Under normal circumstances, if he gave a gift, he would at most help Amy evolve the big rock snake into a big steel snake, but now he demonstrated it without reservation. Why? Because he has been informed that an elf doctor has recently been about to crack the method of the evolution of the big rock snake into the big steel snake. Other words, the method by which the big rock snake evolved into the big steel snake will soon be no longer a secret. And the metal film is a common prop that has been widely used, and it is impossible for him to hold it in his hand like a lava device and an electric power amplifier. So Lu Yin spoke out this information generously. Not only that, he also shot a video just now, and when he is free, he will post the video on the internet and notarize it on the whole network. He is still just a researcher now, and publishing this kind of news will help him become an elf doctor, and he will be able to reign in a wave of people's hearts, which is perfect. But Amy doesn't know about all this, so Lu Yin's behavior makes her impressed. I've given the greetings, the next thing I'm going to offer is the second benefit. Putting the big steel snake back into the Pokeball, and putting away the camera and signal simulator, Lu Yin took out his mobile phone and pressed a switch. Swish. A virtual three-dimensional image is projected onto the opposing battlefield. Oh. Seeing this image clearly, the girl's eyes lit up. This is a large rock snake made up of crystals, which looks very gorgeous and has an unusual beauty. This is a special crystal rock snake. Lu Yin pointed at the virtual screen and said with a chuckle. This is my second gift. As long as you help me join my Hengcheng gym, I can tell you the body position of this big crystal rock snake, and if you want, I can also accompany you to the scene in person, subdue it. Once this crystal big rock snake evolves into a steel snake, no matter what is used to participate in gorgeous competitions, or cultivated as a steel elves, it is very good. The big crystal rock snake Lu Yin took out was the crystal big rock snake located somewhere in the Whirlpool Islands. He never did anything he wasn't prepared for. He didn't take this big crystal rock snake personally, but he had already found an opportunity to trap it in the special space of the game console. This crystal big rock snake is not the ground system plus the rock system of the general big rock snake, but the steel system plus the ground system like the big steel snake. Regarding this, Lu Yin had already guessed. After all, in the original book, when Xiaoji took out the fire-breathing dragon, it can be said that he killed this big crystal rock snake in seconds, so its attribute is absolutely impossible to be the rock plus ground system. In terms of attributes, the crystal big rock snake is very similar to the black Tyrannosaurus, similar to the special attribute elves in the Alola region. But after the evolution of the big rock snake, the attributes are the same as the normal big steel snake. In this way, it can be regarded as a flashing elf. The aptitude of this big crystal rock snake can only be said to be average, only the king level. If this crystal big rock snake evolves, it is no different from the general big steel snake except for its gorgeous appearance like a crystal. Lu Yin did not intend to be a coordinator and performer. In addition, he has also conquered the huge flashing big rock snake that is obviously more suitable for fighting. This crystal big rock snake he does not need at all. So he took it out now to tempt Amy, who is also a coordination trainer, and I believe it is very tempting. If Amy refuses in the end, then he will give this crystal big rock snake to Serena. I believe she will like it very much if she wants to become a performer. This crystal rock snake. Ami's breathing was inevitably a little short. As Lu Yin said, once the crystal big rock snake evolves into a crystal big steel snake, its gorgeous appearance and steel-type attributes are very suitable for her. This crystal big rock snake is very much in line with her mind. If it wasn't for special reasons, she couldn't help but want to say yes now. This person really knows me well. Amy had the same thoughts as before. Okay, now let's talk about the final conditions. Seeing Amy bowing her head and starting to think seriously, Lu Yin closed the virtual screen and said the last solicitation condition. My last condition is to help your Guanzhou permanently remove physical defects. What? The shocking voices of three girls resounded in the gym. These three voices belong to Amy, Kei Xia, and Camizli. Guanzhou is an electric dragon, just like the big rock snake. When Amy was young, Her grandfather Hasuo raised her from the Bali sheep and gave it to Amy when she was 16 years old. After the Bali sheep evolved into the electric dragon, there were unknown problems in the body. From time to time, there would be excess electricity, and it would fall into a self-static state, and the body became very lost. After Amy met Camizli, she asked her to check on Guanzher's situation. But Camizli, who specializes in electricity, couldn't see what happened to Guanzher. She even asked Taizan to check, but it was still useless. Later, Amy also invited Dr. Jungwei and the good man Dr. Damu to investigate Guanzher's situation, and even asked Joey to investigate. But no matter whether it is a powerful trainer specializing in electricity, a well-known doctor, or even Joey from the doctor's family, they can't find the problem with the electric dragon. Amy can only go to Zonlin City to buy expensive special medicine every once in a while to help the electric dragon barely maintain his life. Even before she held back her heart and refused Lu Yin's solicitation, a large part of the reason was for Guanzher. And now, Lu Yin actually solved the matter of Guanzher, which was a condition that she couldn't refuse. Chapter 314 _ Target the Mysterious Lake. Encounter Lightning Bird vs. Lei Gong. 2/3. Lu Yin, can you really help Guanzher recover? Camizli moved closer to Lu Yin and held his arm excitedly. Lu Yin, you ask, how should I answer this is of course a 100% sure thing. I nod my head now, do you want to beg me directly? Amy reached out and pulled Camizli away. She is a smart girl, and she also knows Camizli's kindness, but she also knows that Camizli will work under Lu Yin's hands in the future, so it's better not to leave any grudges and estrangements. Amy looked at Lu Yin seriously and asked, Master Lu Yin, is what you said true? Of course. I wouldn't make fun of that sort of thing. Lu Yin shrugged, although he knew there was something wrong with the electric dragon, but it was thanks to the memory of his previous life, he didn't know the specific situation. But he does have a solution to this problem. Because he knew that there was a place with tools that would definitely work. In that case, I can promise. Amy nodded solemnly, completely forgetting her firm stance at the very beginning. It's all because of the light. The lighthouse work in the Light Red City has always been done by Ami's grandfather Hasuo, and Ami's family is a lighthouse guard passed down from generation to generation. Wrong with the body of the electric dragon, and only by relying on the special medicine of a Chinese medicine hall in Zonlin City opposite the Light Red City can he continue his life. At the same time, it can also shoulder the work of the lighthouse and use its own excess electricity. It is precisely because of these two reasons that Amy chose to refuse without even listening to Lu Yin's conditions before, because she knew that no matter how tempted she was, she would not be able to leave the Light Red City for a long time and settle in another city. Since she already knew about this situation, why should she listen to Lu Yin's offer to make her feel uncomfortable? But what Amy didn't expect was that Lu Yin's offer not only made her heart move, but also fell into her heart. Most importantly, it can solve the problem of light. If this problem can be solved, she doesn't seem to have any reason to refuse. Of the lighthouse in the Light Red City, it has nothing to do with her, she also has a father and a younger brother. If it had something to do with it, she wouldn't be the gym owner. And if she could follow Lu Yin, it would be significantly more helpful to the family. Then what is there to hesitate? Thinking of this, Amy resolutely agreed. Teacher. But Sha reluctantly glanced at Amy. Once, she didn't speak. 3 conditions Lu Yin offered not only represented his sincerity, but also his strength. Even if Sha was still young, he knew that this was a benefit that ordinary people could not refuse. Before she opened her mouth, it was only because of the child's reluctance. Now that she has calmed down, she will block Ami's development towards a better future. She has no reason to do so. But it is precisely because of her knowledge that she is coveted with the envy of ordinary people. If your apprentice wishes, you can take her with you too. It's good to go to Hangzhou to open a gymnasium with a familiar assistant. Glancing at the silent Kei Sha, Lu Yin was very satisfied with her current affairs and planned to let Amy take it with her. Branch halls all need to recruit apprentices, and Amy has apprentices that she is used to, so it is good to take them away. Cammersley and Nazi both brought their apprentices from their gym. Is this okay? Amy showed a surprised expression. As for whether Kei Sha would refuse, and whether her parents would be willing. This is an opportunity to connect with Lu Yin, who would abandon such a good opportunity, but then again. Master Lu Yin, you seem to know me well. Amy looked at Lu Yin, and she said thoughtfully, of course I understand you. Lu Yin secretly thought that I know you like the back of the hand. For example, you like gorgeous competitions more than being a gym trainer, just to make more money, so you are a gym owner. Example, you are obviously an airport, but you have a big appetite, and you don't want to be known about it. For this reason, I often go to restaurants in Onion City. Amy looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. She always felt that the future boss in front of her was thinking something very rude. 10 minutes later, Chengdu area. Ice Cave went to a forest somewhere in Yanmo City, Lu Yin standing on the backs of several flying elves with the girls. This constantly observes the surrounding environment. Of their trip is a mysterious lake hidden deep in the forest. This mysterious lake has a special power that can help electric spirits to quickly recover from their injuries. Even the legendary lightning bird comes here occasionally. Lu Yin knew this place from his past life memories. In the future, after Xiaoji and his party traveled to the Chengdu area, in order to reach the Yanmo City early to challenge the last Big On, Xiaoji wanted to take a shortcut, and of course lost his way in the forest. Then, of course, they were attacked by the rockets, and Pikachu fell into a strange state of course. They met a girl of course and found a mysterious lake. At the bottom of the mysterious lake, there is a strange crystal. The ability of this crystal to escape allows the water of the lake to restore all the injuries and physical strength of the electric elves. Thinking of this crystal, Lu Yin immediately thought of his own poisonous swamp crystal and lava crystal. If he guessed correctly, this should also be a crystal with special power. As long as he recalled the existence of this crystal, he had already begun to pay attention. Speaking of which, this crystal will not be discovered by the rockets until Ash arrives near the lake, and they want to snatch it away, and then it will be exposed. Now, only a small number of people know that the lake is special. Lu Yin, why haven't we found the lake you mentioned? It had only been 10 minutes since she was found, and Cammersley couldn't wait to start asking. She is not a person who can't hold back, but this time, after hearing Lu Yin describe the special nature of the lake, she couldn't help but want to see this place that will attract countless electricity elves. Boom! Lu Yin returned to Cammersley, and a huge blue electric light appeared in front of him, attracting everyone's attention. What's the matter? Lu Yin felt that the ability somewhere ahead was very manic, and instinctively released his super ability to investigate. The next moment, his eyes widened. This is Lightning Bird and Lei Gong are engaged. Chapter 315 _ Battle of the Second Gods. Lightning Bird vs. Lei Gong. 3/3. Boom. 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 Hurried forward, the clearer the continuous roaring. Girls also heard the movement, and saw two dark clouds in front of them, and for a while they were curious. It feels so depressing. What happened ahead? Is there a storm coming? What a strong lightning strike. Dark clouds contain powerful energy, and everyone who sees them will inevitably have a sense of awe of nature in their hearts. The girls talked a lot there, only Nazi saw Lu Yin smiling, and she followed forward and released her superpower to investigate. Followed closely, she also knew what was going on. It's Lightning Bird and Lei Gong. Nazi's cold voice reached the ears of the other girls. Sister Nazi, what did you say? Serena didn't hear clearly and asked suspiciously. However, Yunazi's character will naturally not repeat what she has said. Lu Yin expected this situation, and Serena would be embarrassed, so she took the initiative to say, the thunder cloud in front is caused by Lightning Bird and Lei Gong. For some reason, they fought. What? Except for Nazi, the 5 daughters, Serena, Acelona, Jiyu Qingqing, Amy, and Camizli, were all surprised. The movement in front was actually caused by the battle between the divine beasts, and the 2 sides of the battle were also the clash between the lightning bird, one of the 3 divine birds, and the thunder god beast, one of the 3 holy beasts. Let's go up and see. After Camizli reacted, she immediately accelerated the spirit under her body. This is the confrontation between the divine beasts in her favorite electric-type elves, an absolute grand occasion. If you have a chance to see it now, you must not miss it. Even the other girls are equally curious about the battle between the beasts. So the group of people let the elves under their feet fly faster, and soon came to the junction of the 2 dark clouds. If you look carefully, you can see that the 2 dark clouds are still constantly touching and rubbing against each other. And just below these 2 dark clouds, 2 figures wrapped in electric light are constantly touching each other. One of the figures flashed blue electric light all over, and looked like a saber-toothed tiger, with golden yellow hair, strong limbs and sharp fangs. Black steel headdress covering its forehead, nose and mouth on its forehead, in addition to a whisker and a light blue light-shaped tail. The end of the tail is sparkling, which is very gorgeous. This elf also has a white mane on his face, and a long hair in the shape of a thundercloud on his back, covering it like a cloak. And whenever the real elves run, the arc-shaped thunder and lightning will radiate under the feet, which looks very majestic. It is one of the 3 sacred beasts serving the priest Ho-Oh. And the elf who fought with the thunder bus is full of thunder and lightning, and it is a bird elf with golden feathers. This elf is a lightning bird. The crown of the lightning bird is entirely composed of a large number of sharp feathers. There is a circle of black ring feathers around the eyes. Its legs are khaki, and some have no feathers. The tail is still short. He also has a long orange pointed beak, a large number of spike-like feathers on the wings and tail, and black feathers on the back of the wings and the inside of the tail. This lightning bird is one of the guys who Lu Yin thinks is the last in value among the divine beasts. Seeing them, Lu Yin let the game console observe their data by the way. If his strength allows, he doesn't mind sending the flame bird to fight these 2 elves and subdue them. Name: Lightning bird attributes. Electric flight features. Oppression has hidden features. Static electricity level. Master 89 qualification. Master intimacy, skill, peck. Electric shock. Electromagnetic waves. See-through. Pecking drill. Thunder. Feather. Magnetic field manipulation. Electromagnetic gun. Pecking. Primordial power. Charge and move at high speed. Let go. Rain. The wall of light. Slightly. In particular, this is an elf that can control thunder and lightning with one hand and change the weather. It is revered as the god of thunder by people. Its strength is a relatively powerful existence even in the lightning bird group. Lei Gong attributes. Electricity characteristics. Oppression has hidden characteristics. Spiritual power has level. Master level 89 qualification. Master level intimacy, skill, supernatural power. Let go. Bite. Stare. Electric shock. Roar. Lightning flashed. Electric light. Reflective wall. Crushed. Thunder tooth. Unleash supernatural powers. Rain. Meditation. Thunder. Slightly. Special note, it is an unknown elf who was burned to death in the Scorched Tower, and was later resurrected by Ho Wang before it changed to the form of Rai Gong. Rai Gong has a peculiar temperament and is usually seen in the world, wandering around, distrusting human beings, but able to build friendships with those who help it. The Thunder Guild will show up in thunderstorms and when electricity properties are in danger. Lu Yin. Looking at the data of Lei Gong and Lightning Bird, Lu Yin was simply unable to complain. He can still accept the peak strength of Lei Gong's second-level god. After all, this elf is not resurrected by Feng Wang. Maybe there are ethnic groups in front of him, but now he is a unique elf. But this lightning bird is also a second-level god's peak strength, which is a bit pitted. The lightning birds have their own tribes, and the number is not large. Most of them are in the third-level gods. If the strength of the second-level gods is high, they are already qualified to go to the Vortex Islands to become the real thunder gods with power. Also be said to be lucky to meet a lightning bird of this level. Well, don't think about picking up leeks. Lu Yin gave up some of the things he had taken for granted. He didn't have the strength to attack 2 master-level elves now, that would be death. And he could see that the lightning bird and Lei Gong did not use their full strength in the battle. They should be learning from each other. Ow! Roar! Boom! That Lei Gong and lightning bird used at the same time collided with each other, and the powerful electric current rubbed against each other after the confrontation, and then spread out, directly blowing a small hill next to it to smash. This kind of power. That's right, it's just learning from each other. Roar! Ow! After the confrontation separated this time, Lightning Bird and Lei Gong did not rush to take action, but looked in the direction of Lu Yin and the others. Because of the presence of humans, their battle may come to an end. Lu Yin looked at them, suddenly had a whim, and asked, "You two, can you ask me the way?" Chapter 316 _ Lightning Bird leads the way. Lightning Crystal. 1/3. You two, can you ask me the way? Seeing Lightning Bird and Lei Gong stop fighting and look at him, Lu Yin had an idea and planned to ask them for directions. These two are mythical beasts, and they are both active nearby. You should know where the mysterious lake is. Roar! Hearing Lu Yin's words, Lei Gong gave him a deep look, then raised his head and called out to the Lightning Bird, stepping on the electric light and jumping towards the jungle behind him. Looking at its posture, it is Lu Yin who is too lazy to pay attention. Because of the presence of outsiders, it has no interest in fighting the Lightning Bird anymore. Crackling. Just after the rise and fall, Lei Gong's figure disappeared into the forest. In comparison, it was. Lightning Bird fluttered its wings and flew in front of Lu Yin, calling him a few times. Lu Yin understood what it meant. Lightning Bird felt the breath of the god of sea and Flame Bird in him, and knew that he was recognized by the god of sea, so the reason helped him. Since the Lightning Bird helped, Lu Yin asked straight to the point. I remember that there is a special lake in this area, where the electricity elves can enter to restore their stamina. Don't know you know where. Ow! Lightning Bird Fruit nodded, then flapped its wings and flew in one direction. Seeing this, Lu Yin immediately let the blood-winged dragon follow him, and greeted the girls at the same time. The Lightning Bird is willing to bring in, let's hurry up and follow. Good. Girls responded in unison, and Camizli and Amy were the most excited. Camizli was excited because she was about to see the holy land of electric elves, where a large number of electric elves haunted, and Amy was excited because her electric dragon Guanzhar had the possibility of recovering. Led by the Lightning Bird, the group walked through a forest and soon came to a huge open area, the middle part of which was a huge lake. After coming here, the Lightning Bird restrained the lightning around it, swooped down, and plunged into the lake. It is absolutely difficult for ordinary people to imagine this picture. An elf with a flying type and a knife and electricity type would actually make an action similar to that of a fish swimming in water. Seeing the Lightning Bird disappear, Lu Yin and the others have time to look at the surrounding environment. This is a huge lake. The water of the lake is very clean, but it is strange to see the situation below the lake surface. The land around the lake is full of various electric spirits. What Pikachu, Raichu, Thunderbolt, Naughty Bomb, Magneto, 3-in-1 Magneto, and even rarer electric spirits such as Electric Beast and Electric Dragon. They are mainly electric spirits with branches in the Kanto and Chengdu areas, but there are also very few spirits like cat monsters and electric zebras. These elves, without exception, are all electric elves. Wow! Camizli was cheering excitedly, shining brightly. Seeing such a type of electricity-type spirit in one breath, she was completely excited. Call. Lu Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he always believed that the mysterious lake really existed, he was still a little worried when he didn't see it before. Let's go over there and look around. Lu Yin chose a relatively wide open space around the lake, and there were only 2 electric dragons standing there. Seeing that although the electric elves who come here are very harmonious, they still divide their territories according to their strength. Seeing Lu Yin and the others flying towards him, the two electric dragons had hostility in their eyes, and threats were hidden in their voices. Seeing all this, Lu Yin decisively threw the Pokeball. Come out and get them, shock monster. Since the elves here abide by the rule of respect for strength, he can naturally occupy a certain position when he releases the electric shock monsters that have stepped into the Heavenly King level. Woohoo! Things were the same as Lu Yin thought. Appearance of the electric shock demon, it just released the fact that it was on its body, and the two electric dragons, whose strength touched the elite level, immediately restrained their expressions and pushed them aside. This place turned to belong to Lu Yin and others. Lu Yin, the place you said is right here. Fell to the ground, Amy finally couldn't help but ask, and Dianlong Guanzhou finally had hope to solve her problems. She was very excited. I'll make sure. Lu Yin motioned to Amy to wait a moment. Although he was sure there was nothing wrong with this place, especially if the lightning bird brought him here, he still had to make a final decision. Swish! An invisible superpower emanated from his body and spread around. This superpower successfully entered the interior of the lake. Through superpower, Lu Yin discovered that the lake shows that although there are many electric spirits in riddles, there are no spirits living in the lake. And at the bottom of the lake, there is an altar-like existence. On this altar there is a crystal placed. And beside this crystal, the lightning bird, whose whole body is wrapped in a layer of electric current to isolate the lake water, stood there with squinting eyes, obviously enjoying it. Lu Yin used the function of the game console to determine the effect of this crystal. Item: Thunder and Lightning Crystal Function. 1. To help the power elves below the 3rd level to instantly recover all injuries, it can help God-level elves to quickly recover from their injuries. 2. The electronic elements of Li are fused with the lake water, so that the lake water can heal the injuries of the electric elves. Power 3. Electric spirits like the 3-in-1 magnetism and electric shock beasts can evolve here. 4. To help the spirits understand the profound meaning of electricity. Special explanation. This crystal is constantly accumulating energy and absorbing electricity. When the energy is enough, it can be promoted. Become a thunder crystal. Lu Yin frowned slightly. The crystals below the lake are actually crystals instead of crystals, and looking at the effect of the crystals and the special instructions, the grade is obviously one level lower than the crystals. After all, the crystal can help the elves understand and master the profound meaning, and this crystal can only help the elves comprehend the profound meaning. This was beyond his expectation. The only thing to be happy about is that this crystal is evolving in the direction of the crystal, and looking at its shape, I believe it will not be long before it will become a crystal. And this lightning crystal should be able to cure Amiss current. But Amy didn't know this information. Her attention was always on Lu Yin. After finding him frowning, she immediately asked, Lu Yin, is there something wrong? Chapter 317 Electric Dragon Guanzhou's Newborn. Thunder Crystal Evolution. 2/3. Oh, it's okay. I just discovered something else. Lu Yin showed Amy a relaxed smile and said, put your electric dragon in the lake first and see if it can be cured. Good. Amy let out a sip, then immediately took out the pokeball with the electric dragon and pressed the switch. Shish. With a flash of white light, an electric dragon, which can be described as scrawny, appeared on the ground around the lake. This electric dragon looks very weak, especially compared to the few wild electric dragons next to it. It looks thinner. Logically speaking, this should not happen to an elf raised by humans. Unless that human is suspected of abusing this elf. Swish. After noticing the situation of the electric dragon Guanzhou, many unknowing electric spirits around them cast unkind glances at Lu Yin and others. The hearts of elves are very pure, and they are all very negotiable. Seeing the situation of the electric dragon Guanzhou, even though the electric shock beasts gave the surrounding elves a feeling that they couldn't afford to offend, they still made targeted calls. However, after the electric dragon rushed into Amiss' arms the first time it appeared, these The elves also put away their hostility. Wow, the eyes of wild spirits are all shining, very dazzling. Cammersley admired the gazes of the wild electric elves, and couldn't help but let out an exclusive admiration. These elves are pretty good. Lu Yin nodded in agreement. At the scene, the eyes of the electric elf, he likes it very much. If it weren't for the powerful power elves that he had already trained to subdue, he would have decisively subdued a few of them now. But even if he doesn't accept it, he doesn't intend to let them go. Electric elves. Of course, these are the things that come after, whatever. Is it to fully implement the matter of recruiting Amy, or to sympathize with Guanzhur's weakness? What Lu Yin wants to do most now is to solve the problem of the electric dragon Guanzhur. Amy, let Guanzhur go to the lake. Lu Yin gestured to Amy. Amy nodded, then patted Guanzhur's head. Guanzhur, you go to the lake next to you. Your illness may be resolved today. The electric dragon Guanzhur rubbed Amy's cheek affectionately, and then walked into the lake in front of everyone's expectation. Clap clap. At the moment when the electric dragon entered the lake, the whole lake was bright with light, followed by a large amount of blue light began to enter its body. On the other hand, the golden electric current emerging from the body of the electric dragon is constantly being sucked in by the lake. Seeing this situation, all the lake electricity elves withdrew from the lake and cast doubtful glances at Guanzhur. Deep in the lake, the lightning that was recovering his strength suddenly opened his eyes and flew upwards with a flap of his wings. Boom! Lightning Bird flew out of the lake, and its sharp eyes swept across the electric dragon, not knowing what it was thinking. Inside the lake, the electric dragon Guanzhur squinted his eyes and made a sound of enjoyment. Light. Amy clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Guanzhur in surprise. Although Guanzhur's body has not changed much, in this short period of time, its spirit has been greatly improved, and it no longer has the same meaning as before, giving people a sick and weak feeling. This is Amy has never seen an expression in Guanzhur for so many years. This shows that the real meaning of Guanzhur's body is getting better, not just using drugs to maintain life. Lu Yin let out a light hum. He observed Guanzhur's situation from the beginning, and found that the electricity in its body seemed to pour out endlessly. After it appeared, it all entered the lake and poured into the thunder and lightning crystals below the lake. The power is absorbed as much as possible. The entire thunderbolt crystal began to emit bright light, and it seemed that its position was also changing. Boom! At a certain moment, a strange shattering sound suddenly came from within Guanzhur's body, followed by a golden bead showing a flashing arc shot out of its body and shot out of the lake. Seeing this golden bead, a flash of movement flashed in the eyes of the lightning bird in the sky, but after it took another look at Lu Yin on the ground, it finally remained calm and did nothing. At this time, the golden beads had come to the thunder and lightning crystals directly below the lake, and slowly merged into it. The thunder and lightning crystals began to undergo unknown changes, and a powerful force spilled out and shot into the entire lake. These powers also actively emerged on the bodies of all the surrounding electric elves, and electricity was the first to bear the brunt. Swish! The body of electricity began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it became stronger, the body on the body also continued to improve. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly threw the self-exploding magnetic monster and the electric dragon out, and at the same time shouted to Cammersley, "Hurry up and release all your electric spirits. There is a lightning crystal under the lake that is transforming into the lightning crystal, and a lot of energy spills out and can be directly absorbed. If you absorb it well, the power of the elves can be greatly improved." Good. Of course, Cammersley will not doubt the authenticity of Lu Yin's words, and will release all her elves. All of her elves are electric. Clap clap clap. Next is a feast for the growth of electric elves. There are always spirits like Pikachu, 3-in-1 magnets, small magnets, electric shock beasts, lightning balls and the like, no matter what. Whether special power is needed or not, they are becoming stronger and evolving. The most obvious change is the electric dragon light. The momentum on its body became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon it grew to the level of a heavenly king. This weak electric dragon, which originally only had the strength of an elite level low level, actually grew to the heavenly king level in a short period of time. This surprised everyone. At the moment when the electric dragon Guanzhou broke through to the heavenly king level, the movement in the lake finally stopped. Out of curiosity, Lu Yin once again used the game console to check the situation of the thunder and lightning crystals under the lake. Immediately after, his breath choked. I'm going to. What is the thing that emerged from the body of the electric dragon before? How can it have such great power? This must be perverted. Chapter 318_Promise with Lightning Bird. Accidentally found a frozen woolly pig. 3/3. Items. Lightning drill crystal functions. 1. Contact. It can help any powerful electric elf to instantly recover all injuries. 2. The electric element of Li is fused with the lake water, so that the lake has the power to heal the injuries of the electric elf, and the elves are at the god level. Contact to restore. 3. Water has the power similar to the lightning stone 4. It helps the elves to understand the profound meaning of controlling the electricity system, and has a chance to help the elves understand the Rule 5. Supplement energy by absorbing all electricity, and grow sustainably. Special note. This is a diamond crystal with unlimited potential. Lu Yin. He just wants to shout, damn it. That the girls were still around him, he resisted the urge. Fair. When the unknown bead in the body of the electric dragon came out, he noticed the lightning bird's eagerness to move. At the time, he thought it was his own delusion. Now that I think about it, the thing that emerged from the body of the electric dragon at that time is definitely a good thing that makes the lightning bird be tempted. Only such a good thing can help the evolution of thunder and lightning crystals, and cross the threshold of crystals to become diamond crystals. And just the energy that spills out can help countless elves become stronger and evolve. The most terrifying thing is that this diamond crystal can continue to absorb power and become stronger, which is truly wireless potential. Lu Yin also finally understood why the electric dragon had not given up. It had swallowed an item that it couldn't digest. I knew earlier that I should have used the game console to check the data of the electric dragon, and maybe I would have known what the beads that emerged from its body were. To be honest, Lu Yin is a little regretful now. If he had known that the electric dragon's problem was caused by an unknown item, he might have used another method to help. But this is the end of the matter, and it is useless to think so much. The next thing that should be considered is how to take this lightning drill crystal away. Such a precious thing, it is impossible to let him stay in the wild. But with such wild electric spirits on the scene, and even the lightning bird at the peak of the master level, Lu Yin felt that this matter was not easy to handle. Cough cough. Lu Yin cleared his throat, then raised his head to look at Lightning Bird, released his superpower, and the telepathy it established, and asked, Lightning Bird, I want to take away the lightning drill crystal at the bottom of the lake, do you have any opinion? Among the 3 divine birds, the lightning bird belongs to the arrogant race, and ordinary creatures cannot get into its eyes. So the lightning bird's attention has always been on Lu Yin. Hearing his words at this time, it nodded and replied with his mind, I have no opinion. According to the laws of nature, no matter what. Whether a man or an elf finds a treasure, as long as it can be taken away, it belongs to him. But I hope you will come here every year to inject new energy. After all, occasionally I will come here to take a comfortable bath. Lu Yin. The snap of the lightning bird made him speechless for a while. He had already prepared some rhetoric, which was considered coercion and inducement, and even decided to use the power of the game console to fight if he said different things. Who knew Lightning Bird was so simple? He is completely wasting his feelings. That Lightning Bird put forward, in fact, even if it didn't say it, Lu Yin would do it. He has used the game console to determine the power of the lightning drill crystal, and knows that the special high platform that the drill crystal stands now also has the function of storing energy. Even if the diamond crystal is taken away, due to the existence of this high platform, the effect of the lake to help the electric elves recover their injuries will not disappear for at least a year. So as long as you step on the bottom line of this time and come here to recharge the high platform, you can make this lake always have special abilities. Lu Yin also attaches great importance to this lake. In his opinion, this lake can also be said to be an attraction point for electric spirits. As long as he occupies this place, he will have a steady stream of electric spirits to conquer in the future. He has long planned to find an opportunity to ask the Chengdu Alliance to buy the mountain where the lake is located, and then build a special garden and research institute around the lake, which is absolutely perfect. Okay, then it's settled. Half an hour later, deep in the cave of ice near the mysterious lake, Lu Yin brought the girls here. The purpose is to help Amy conquer the crystal big rock snake. When he was in the mysterious lake before, the electric dragon Guanzhi recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even broke through to the Heavenly King level through a blessing in disguise. Because of this reason, Amy has any concerns, and signed a contract with the refreshing Lu Yin, willing to join the Hengcheng Gym. Since Amy was so refreshing, Lu Yin thought to give her the crystal big snake quickly, so he just found a reason to say that the crystal big snake is in the nearby ice cave. So the group came here. Wait a second, I'll leave the crystal big rock snake out first. Full set of acting and using superpowers to find a more suitable hidden cave in the ice cave, Lu Yin took the girls here, and then walked into the cave first. Girls saw this, the well-behaved cave mouths came out and waited. Come out, crystal rock snake. Walking into the cave, Lu Yin found a suitable position and released the crystal big rock snake that was staying in the game console space. Boom. A reminder is similar to the ordinary big rock snake, but its appearance complements the surrounding ice surface. The crystal big rock snake fell to the ground and made a heavy noise. Roar. As soon as the big crystal rock snake appeared, it noticed the existence of Lu Yin, and immediately attached itself to it and let out a low roar of submission. Not surrender is not enough. The normal big rock snake is ground type and rock type, and the damage of fire to it should be halved. As its evolved big steel snake, it has been halved and doubled. A few days ago, it was directly received by Lu Yin into the game console space. Because of the lack of battle, the crystal big rock snake was not convinced and provoked all kinds of things. Then, it will enjoy the treatment that other big rock snakes can't enjoy in a lifetime. Starting from the fire dinosaur, the flame chicken, the flame monkey, and the duck-billed flame dragon and the Vulcan moth in the back, it took turns to experience a wave of passion called flame. Just listen. Lu Yin smiled with satisfaction, and planned to explain how Crystal Big Rock Snake was going to perform in a while, and then was subdued by Amy. He opened his mouth. His attention was attracted by the ice layer behind the big steel snake. It's a long-haired pig on ice. I'm so lucky. If Lu Bo knew the truth, wouldn't he have to cry? Chapter 319_Lu Bo, the big boss of the elf world. Lu Yin changed his plan. 1/3. Deep in the ice cave. Somewhere in the cave, Lu Yin quietly looked at the ice layer behind the crystal rock snake. His expression became a little weird. He found a genie in this ice layer. This is an elf with long, thick body hair, a red nose and 2 ivory tusks, and the eyes are covered with body hair. Obviously, this is a long-haired pig. When he used his superpower to explore the ice cave before, Lu Yin didn't find this long-haired pig, which means that it has been integrated with the surrounding environment. In conclusion, this long-haired pig has been frozen for a long time. This reminded Lu Yin of the Masked Man, one of the founders of Team Rocket, the long-haired pig of Lu Bo, the master of the ice-class gymnasium in Chengdu. There are 2 versions of Lu Yin's understanding of Lu Bo and Lu Yin through the memory of his previous life. One is the comic version. In this version, Lu Bo looks like a frail old man who needs a wheelchair to move in front of him, and is friendly. He rarely leaves his Kaji gym, but just lets his ice-type spirits carve some lifelike ice sculptures to adjust his life, and also to exercise his spirit moves. But this is only a superficial disguise. In fact, Lu Bo is a very insidious person. and he has a very insidious plan brewing. He often wears a mask and goes out to do bad things, and even created Team Rocket with the mother of the boss Sakagi as a masked man. He even planned to kidnap Xiaoyan, Shaolin, Garam, Kaz and others, and recruited Kazuki, who was still young but talented and had awakened superpowers, and Lihua, who had an inexplicable affinity for evil attributes. Lu Bo once wanted to brainwash them and cultivate them into his most loyal subordinates. It's just that in the comics, Xiaoyan and Shaolin escaped, and he only cultivated the 4 remaining people from beginning to end. Later, Sakagi disbanded the Rockets for some reasons. He recruited some of the original Rockets soldiers and members who had been loyal to him for a long time. He also used his special mask to control some people who were unwilling to obey him. And the reason why Lu Bo is so extreme and wants to form the Rocket team is entirely because he lost 2 beloved Chenglongs accidentally when he was still young. He found that he was too small and powerless, and this incident dealt a great blow to him, so he longed for strength, and even more eager to change the past. So he subdued Ho Wang, and forcibly defeated Lugia, using the core feathers of the 2 to create a special ball, which was used to subdue the time-space phantom beast, Celebi, the god of the forest. His purpose is to go back to the past and save Chenglong. Just that the ending is not very good. After Celebi traveled through time, the great energy released by him froze the whole world, and Lu Bo was even driven by the protagonist in the comics. The ball is finally destroyed, and Celebi is freed. But Lu Bo was not lost. Later, Sakagi reappeared and cooperated with Yulongdu to defeat Diaruga, Palkia, and Giratina Pluto Dragon. It is the kind-hearted Celebi at the most. He also cleaned up at this time, and obediently went back to Kaji Gym to be the master of the gym. Of course, these are the plots in the comics. In the comics, those divine beasts are not worthy of being called divine beasts at all, and in this real world, a master-level trainer can't even handle a first-level god. Human civilization has been destroyed and revived several times. If you want to do Dialga, you can compete with the existence of super beasts, and the trainer will definitely not be able to rely on his own strength, unless he masters special power. Except for the comic version, Lu Bo in the animation does not have so many roles. He is only the 7th pavilion owner of the City Capital Alliance. He is good at ice-type treasure spirits and has a severe winter teacher title. He is a trainer with more than 50 years of experience. He also participated in the World Championships, participated in the City Hall main event, the World Hall main event and the Attribute Specialist. Well, he still has a lot of roles. In the animation, Lu Bo was very similar to Xiaoji when he was young. He was a fierce and competitive trainer, but in a battle, in order to protect his long-haired pig, he was killed by when the opponent's platypus is burned and bedridden for a long time. But his long-haired pig left him on a snowstorm day and never came back. After Lu Bo recovered, he always thought that the long-haired pig abandoned him because he looked down on his strength as a trainer. He felt that his true heart was betrayed by the elves. From then on, so he became the ruthless, Winter Lu Bo. He began to train elves strictly, but no longer regarded them as companions, but as tools. He kept his distance from the elves and no longer had a relationship of trust. Until something unexpected happened. Ash fell into the bottom of a cliff and went directly into the depths of the ice cave, and happened to find the frozen long-haired pig in the ice. It turned out that the long-haired pig did not abandon Uncle Lu. He saw Uncle Lu lying on the bed uncomfortable, so he went out to look for medicinal herbs that could heal the burn, but unfortunately it stumbled and was transferred into the ice store under the cliff, and was trapped in the snowstorm again. It's just frozen. Of course, the above is the information about Uncle Lu in Lu Yin's past life memory. As for this real world, because Uncle Lu is too special, Lu Yin has already investigated him in all directions after he has the strength and power. Finally, a conclusion is drawn. Like the plot in the comics, Lu Bo is also a masked man who is one of the founders of the Rockets, and has adopted many children to cultivate. But unlike the comics, his character is not sinister, but severe. At the same time, the reason why this Lu Bo became what he is now, and also became the person to meet, is not because he lost 2 dragons when he was young, but just like the situation in the animation, thinking that he was abandoned by the long-haired pig. Anger, he became a masked man and founded Team Rocket with Sakaji's mother. It is also for this reason that he turned a blind eye to some of the existing research in Team Rocket and the damage of elves. In his heart, spirits are not worthy of affection. And now, that, the reason for Lu Bo to change, seems to be right in front of Lu Yin. Tisk tisk tisk. Now, things become, it's interesting. Looking at the long-haired pig in the ice, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The plan originally formulated with Dr. Damu and the others seems to be changed. Why didn't I think of that before? Fortunately, it's all in time now. And in that case, Iwa doesn't even need me to recruit. Chapter 320 Door-to-Door Master. Lu Bo was immediately stunned. 2/3. Interesting. After taking a few more glances at Bisheng where the long-haired pig was covered in ice, Lu Yin touched his chin and walked out of the cave, and at the same time greeted the crystal big rock snake. Big rock snake, come out with me. Wait a minute, there will be a girl who will challenge you. You have a good fight with others, and let that girl subdue you. Crystal big rock snake. The meaning of a good fight with others is to fight with all your strength and seriously, or to pretend to fight seriously and then pretend to be defeated. This is a nerve-wracking question. The crystal rock snake looked at Lu Yin's back and said that it didn't dare to ask, forget me, if that human's performance is okay, no matter what. And T-win, I will lose, and if that human's performance is too bad, don't blame me for not giving face. Crystal rock snake made a quick decision. Although it is not afraid of Lu Yin, the man has strength because of Lu Yin. At present, it still has the pride of being an elf, and will never obey a trainer casually. But soon, 3 minutes later, on the ground, the crystal rock snake was lying on the ground, crying silently in my heart. 3 minutes ago, it came out of the cave with Lu Yin and saw the opponent Lu Yin arranged for it, Amy. Amy sends a big rock snake to fight it. Then, it was hanged like this, and the ending was quite miserable. At this time, he couldn't help but want to question Lu Yin. What exactly do you mean by what you said before? This kind of opponent, besides being defeated, can I have any other ending? You are not deliberately showing the enemy to be weak. But it doesn't matter. What is the crystal big rock snake thinking? His result is already doomed. Big rock snake, well done. Amy stretched out her hand and patted the head of her big rock snake, then took out a Pokeball, ready to conquer the crystal big rock snake. She could act. She suddenly remembered the deep voice of an old man from behind. Master Amy. How about this elf? The sound that suddenly sounded attracted the attention of Lu Yin and the others, and they all looked back, and found that the visitor was an old man with white hair and a serious face, leaning on crutches. Seeing this old man, Amy asked a question mark like a conditioned reflex. Ah, Master Lu Bo, hello. Amy is the master of the gymnasium in the Chengdu area, and naturally knows Lu Bo. Don't look at the Yanmo Taoist Alliance in the Yanmo city next door, but in fact, Lu Bo of Kaji Taoist Hall is the strongest among all the gym owners. In particular, the Yanmo Taoist Hall just now has Yulong Zhuanggang, a direct descendant of the Yulong family. Although it is still a Heavenly King-level Taoist Hall, it is definitely called many of the strongest. And the gym owner of the strongest gym has the authority to order other gyms in some matters. Of course, this definitely doesn't include looting sprites. That Amy shows now is only because of Uncle Lu's strength. The eyes of Nazi and Kamizli also changed slightly. Both of them are gym owners, and they have heard about Lu Bo. After all, this is the most powerful gym owner in a region. It has the strength of the 4 kings of the region and some powers of the champion of the 4 kings of the region. However, if they were made aware of Uncle Lu's secret identity, they would have no idea what expressions they would show. Seeing Uncle Lu, Lu Yin also showed an unexpected expression. He really didn't expect that he had just met the long-haired pig on his front and back feet, and then changed the plan in his heart, and now he will meet Uncle Lu. Could it be that the world will see that he is too tired recently, so he can arrange a wave? Will of the world, are you tired of picking up girls? It's very tiring. Uncle Lou, this big rock snake is not suitable for you. Waiting, Amy replied. Luyan stopped in front of her, looked at Uncle Lou and smiled. Although this big crystal rock snake is afraid of flames, it is not ice. It's the steel system plus the ground system. And the big rock snake evolved into a big steel snake, which is more suitable for Amy. Quote. Uncle Lou didn't speak. He lowered his face and looked at Lu Yin with a frown. After a long while, he suddenly asked, Master Lu Yin, have you found a way for the big rock snake to evolve into a big steel snake? Natsi, Acelona, Serena, S3 daughters. Lubo's question made the girls a little confused. They were very puzzled what the old man's brain circuit was. Lu Yin told him that this elf was not an ice type and was not suitable for him, but he asked Lu Yin if he knew how the big rock snake evolved into the big steel snake. What kind of way of thinking and rhythm is this? It's too funny. Yeah, I know. Lu Yin nodded slightly. Well, I'm taking the liberty of. Uncle Lou nodded slightly, seemed to say something apologetically, and turned to leave. Girls, this old man is poisonous. Actually, Uncle Lou is of course fine. It's just that his strength has reached his level, plus his own personality, so under normal circumstances, he doesn't like to say more. He would have opened his mouth to want the crystal big rock snake before, and naturally he was happy to see the hunter. As for Lu Yin's words, he understands that the large crystal rock snake is not of ice attribute. As for questioning Lu Yin, he didn't think a master would tell such a lie, so he believed it directly. Why he skips this topic? As for the question he asked Lu Yin, it was only because he heard Lu Yin's confidence when he said that the big rock snake evolved into a big steel snake. Everyone knows that the big rock snake can evolve the big steel snake, but no one has ever cultivated the big rock snake into a big steel snake. So he was curious about where Lu Yin's confidence came from, so he asked this question. And Lu Yin understood his thinking rhythm better, so he was able to have a dialogue with him. Put it bluntly, smart people don't need a lot of nonsense. But now, after getting the answer he wanted, and knowing that the big crystal rock snake didn't need the elves, Lu Bo decided to leave. After all, he was afraid of revealing something in front of Lu Yin. Master trainer, and he is still a little cautious. But the next moment, Lu Yin's words made his pupils shrink suddenly and he stopped. Master Lu Bo, I still have a present for you. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? If you are afraid of being seen through the identity behind you, you don't have to bang. Lord Masquerade of Team Rocket. Chapter 321 Lu Yin, thank you. Let the pear flowers follow me. 3/3. Crack. Lu Bo, who was leaning on crutches, suddenly shrank his pupils and stopped. If he wasn't very confident in his own strength, he would now wonder if there was something wrong with his ears, so he had hallucinations. What Lu Yin called him just now, Team Rocket's masked man, Lu Yin actually knew his hidden identity, but how could it be possible that even in Team Rocket, he appeared completely wearing a mask? Maybe that old woman Sakagi could guess his identity. But he's been a lot less active over the years, and even the current Rocket's leader Sakagi is unlikely to recognize his identity. How could it be possible that Lu Yin knew his identity? Even if he suspected that someone had leaked the secret, he didn't know who leaked it. It has only been over half a year since the Elf World and the Blue Star World merged. How could Lu Yin, a trainer from Blue Star, know his identity? It's not clear at all. Uncle Lu's heart set off a storm, and the expression on his face, the calm expression, was completely different. Uncle Lu didn't speak or move, and Lu Yin just looked at him with such a smile. The atmosphere becomes a little depressed, and becomes immersed. A powerful force emanated from Uncle Lu's body, making Nazi and other girls feel a strong sense of crisis. This aura, they had just seen it on Red Lotus Island not long ago. That The Grand Master of the U.S. Emperor had this kind of aura when he used his aura to persecute Lu Yin. This is the Grand Master's aura. Uncle Lu is actually a master, etc. Lu Yin said before that Uncle Lu was the masquerade of Team Rocket. Is this true that Team Rocket's masquerade has been around for decades? It was very active before, but now it is less active. Many young people have not even heard of such a number one player in the Rockets. Some people know that the Rockets have 4 generals, that the Rockets have 3 beasts, and even that the Rockets have the dark ball bishes, but they don't know much about the masked man. But these people definitely don't include Nazi and others. They are either the official gym owners of the Alliance, or the local royal family. Even Serena is a rich family daughter. Only Jiyu Qingqing may not know much about the masked man, but this does not prevent her from being afraid of a new master trainer. How do you know my identity? After a long silence, Lu Bo finally turned around and asked the first question. He thought about it for so long, but he didn't think about where his identity was leaked. He really couldn't figure out how Lu Yin, who logically couldn't get along with him, knew his identity. Could it be that after Lu Yin and Team Rocket had a grievance, the investigation in a short period of time was even more incredible? How do you know? I can't say for sure. Lu Yin said that you never knew that there was a group called Earth Traversers. Although he is not a transmigrator, but a memory of a previous life, the essence is similar. Some things, he is not easy to explain too much, and he is too lazy to explain. Now, why don't you listen to what gift I want to give? Lu Yin gave Lu Bo a meaningful smile. He did not discuss the FA with the current Lu Bo. The current Lu Bo is still the same. He hates elves, and regards elves as tools and masks. Talking to him now, no matter how good the conversation is, it is easy to cause problems. Want to talk to him, it's better to change him first. Of course, it may not change. If this happens, Lu Yin said that he will take a backup plan. I hope that Dr. Damu won't be angry at that time. Lu Yin's eyes flashed an inevitable light. Lu Bo frowned. If Lu Yin was still the same Lu Yin from yesterday, he would now 100% give this guy a lesson. Masquerade was never a good person. But Lu Yin now has a fire-type master-level divine beast, a flame bird, and restrains him in terms of attributes. If it really starts, this battle is prone to various changes. Thinking of this, Lu Bo patiently asked, I don't know what gift it is, I am curious. He was really curious. Because Lu Yin directly exposed his identity as a masked man in such a place, he also wanted to give a gift, so this gift is definitely not ordinary. I want to give you a present, in the back. Lu Yin gestured to the cave behind him with his thumb and smiled, you will find out when you go and have a look. I am sure you will like this gift very much. Now I'm going to think about it. Wait. When you want to repay me, what should I ask for? Oh. There was a gleam in Lu Bo's indifferent eyes. Now, he is completely interested. He was very curious, what kind of gift gave Lu Yin the confidence to say such words? Then I'll take a good look. Uncle Lu leaned on crutches and put the cave to walk step by step. Knowing that, the girls all held the Pokeball vigilantly, and a heart was raised. Master-level trainer, masked man, teacher of bitter winter, and countless titles combined, Lu Bo's current power is very amazing. The girls who were afraid of what he would do were very nervous. However, after Lu Bo exposed the identity of the masked man, there was a falcon in his serious expression, and he didn't take the girls in his eyes at all. In his eyes, the most notable people in this world have only master-level trainers such as Damu and Damalanchi. Lu Yin was able to make him face it right in front of him. Others are just trash. Under the gazes of the girls, Uncle Lu walked into the cave slowly, followed by his exclamation, how is this possible? Girls, they are very confused about what happened. But no one will tell them the answer. Immediately after, they heard a sound of a trick, and the sound of ice cracking. In the end, they actually heard the joyful laughter of crying. This time, they were even more puzzled. What the heck is going on in this cave? Lu Bo wanted to be poisoned after entering it, crying and laughing. Could it be that Lu Yin had set up some sort of mechanism in it? But that's not right, he didn't know that Lu Bo was coming. Really curious. The scene, only Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. From Uncle Lu's voice, he could feel that this matter was developing in a good direction. Soon, Lu Bo came out of the cave with the long-haired pig. Seeing the expression on Uncle Lu's face, the girls, especially Amy, had a totally haunted expression. Uncle Lu actually laughed. Uncle Lu didn't have the mood to pay attention to these. He asked Lu Yin straight to the point. Thank you, boy, I didn't expect all this to be a misunderstanding back then. I really should give you a reward. Tell me, what do you want? This is. Lu Yin smiled slightly and said, I want to be alone. It's your apprentice. Pear Blossom. Chapter 322_Lu Bo, I'll send you Team Rocket and Loadong. 1/3. Pear Blossom. Lu Bo was stunned, obviously not expecting Lu Yin to make such a request. Yes, for the time being I only want pear flowers. My newly established gym, she is very suitable to be the owner of one of the branch gyms. Lu Yin nodded. Li Hua is the master of the evil-type branch gymnasium that he had decided early on in his heart. This is an existence who has made his own way in the evil-type specialization and will become one of the 4 heavenly kings in the Chengdu area in the future. Moreover, unlike the girls around Lu Yin, Li Hua is still a very sexy woman, which can add a different atmosphere to his gym. Of course Lu Yin likes a woman with strength, looks, temperament, and talent. Originally recruiting Li Hua, he planned to do it after the battle with Sakagi. At that time, Dr. Damu will cooperate with this battle to launch a general offensive against the rockets, and there will be people in the Chengdu area who will lead the team to fight. Lu Bo launched an attack. After waiting for the dust to settle, Li Hua, who secretly has the rockets label, will be well recruited. But that was the previous plan. There is a saying that the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Now, because of the discovery of the long-haired pig, Lu Yin has changed his plan. He has no plans to get rid of Uncle Lu. Get rid of Uncle Lu? How can you make him better and make him one of your contacts? You really know me very well. Uncle Lu gave Lu Yin a deep look. Originally, he planned to let Li Hua and Yishu join the City Capital Alliance and become one of the 4 heavenly kings in the region. In addition, he also arranged for Kazuki to recruit Eiju, a quasi-king class trainer in the Kanto region, intending to wish him a helping hand and make him a heavenly king trainer specializing in poison. Finally, he also intends to recruit a muscular man named Ziba, who specializes in rocks. This book is set, Ziba and Shiba become 2 people. Ziba is the king of rock, and Shiba is the champion trainer of the fighting department, the king of Kanto. As long as his plan can be successfully implemented, at least half of the power of the City Capital Alliance will be in his hands. This is a real big deal. After doing all this, he will find the core feathers of Ho-Oh and Lugia, and create a special Pokeball to conquer Celebi. Of his subduing Celebi was to go back to the past and see where the long-haired pig who betrayed him went. He wants to judge the spirit who abandoned him. But all this, now there is no need for it. It's not enough to just let the pear blossom follow you. Lu Bo was silent for a while, and said bluntly, Come on, I will give you the list of all the members of the Rockets in my hand. And, I will give orders to obey you from now on. As for how you want to treat them, whether to accept them as subordinates, send them to the police station, or kill them directly, it's up to you. This also includes the pear flower you want. Lu Bo decided to hand over all his strength and the roster of the Rockets. For doing so, he really thanked Lu Yin. Other hand, he also decided that since Lu Yin knew his identity, Li Hua and his identity, he probably also knew who he had, so he might as well just be a favored person. Lastly, and most importantly, with the help of Lu Yin, he had already found the long-haired pig, and he knew that everything was a misunderstanding. It turned out that the long-haired pig did not abandon him, but wanted to find herbs for his burns. He wasn't betrayed, On the contrary, his long-haired pig was completely on his mind. It is because he understands these, that he has no hatred for elves now, and he has no prejudice. How much he hated elves in the past, how much he loves now, and even redoubles his love and recognition. Even thinking of the long-haired pig being trapped in the cave of ice for decades, and he often came and didn't find it, he still felt a little ashamed and guilty in his heart. These emotions piled up, plus he was getting older. There was no violence in his heart, no desire for power and destruction, and now what he thought in his mind was to spend the future time with his elves. From Team Rocket is given to Lu Yin. Of course, this does not mean that Lu Bo intends to retreat, or that he has lost the heart of the strong. He is still that master-level trainer, that, specializing in the ice element, a task that only focuses on master-level trainers. If anyone dares to despise him, he will pay a huge price. He is now just because he has resolved the misunderstanding between and the long-haired pig, and has a conscience in his heart. Then I'll be disrespectful. Lu Yin pondered for a while, but did not reject Uncle Lu's kindness. Part of the rocket's strength, he just smiled. Anyway, it won't be long before this organization disappears and exists in the long river of history. When Uncle Lu handed him the list, he could recruit valuable and talented people among them. As for some disobedient rebels, or some very bad people, such as Bishes, that was just right. It can be taken to the alliance. It's just perfect. Then it's settled. Lu Yin smiled and exchanged contact information with Lu Bo, then separated. When Uncle Lu left, the girls finally suppressed their doubts and asked Lu Yin about the Masked Man and Team Rocket. He didn't hide it completely, but chose a few things to explain. The group of people talked and laughed and returned to the light red city. Amy entertained Lu Yin and his party. After dinner, Lu Yin took Camizli and waited for the girl to return to Hangcheng. And Amy will resign from the position of the gym master in the light red city next, and go to the Hangcheng gym after the transfer as quickly as possible, becoming the 5th branch master among them. And the 6th one lived in a separate hall. Lu Yin called Li Hua after returning to Hangcheng, and straight to the point explained the content of the conversation between him and Lu Bo, as well as the purpose of his visit. Li Hua was very aware of current affairs, and immediately agreed to Lu Yin's invitation. Electricity, poison, super energy, steel, evil, and ghost, these 666 branch gym masters all have gym masters. I will temporarily replace the fire department gymnasium for a while, just waiting for Serena to grow up. Then it seems that only the last fairy is left, the candidate for the branch hall. Then use the Rocket's information network to find this person, she is the most suitable person. Chapter 323 A trip to Chifeng City. Looking for iron dumbbells 2/3. Time has come 2 days later. There is still 1 day left before the exhibition match agreed with Sharona. Inside the Leifeng Pagoda behind the Hangcheng gym, Lu Yin was looking at a survey document in his hand with a wry smile. At the front of this document is a photo of a woman. And this woman is really the goblin that Lu Yin chose for himself, and the master of the gymnasium of the branch gymnasium. I'm really stupid, too, to make the mistake of empiricism now. There are still 5 years until the Carlos area of Xiaojidao. Ma Shu is not necessarily in Carlos. Fortunately, I still remember where her hometown is. Otherwise, even if Team Rocket's intelligence network is powerful, before she rises, I don't think I can find anyone. Are you from Yuanzhou City, Chengdu? Fairy, Ma Shu. Just the day after tomorrow, I'm going to Fenglai City in Chengdu, so I can visit by the way. Ma Shu, it's really the trainer that Lu Yin intends to recruit to sit in the branch hall in Hangcheng. A talented and beautiful girl. With a decision in his heart, Lu Yin put away the information, then picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. Lily, how are you ready? Okay, then you call Nazi and Amy over, we're ready to go. 10 minutes later, Chineo area, the northernmost city of Chifeng. The light ball plaza near the port of Chifeng City, Luyan appeared with Nazi, Lily and Amy. No matter what. Watched it a few times, and the speed is shocking. Feeling the sudden drop in temperature around her, Amy tightened her cotton-padded clothes and couldn't help sighing. To instantly move anywhere in the world is truly amazing. For her words, Nazi deeply agreed, or, as a superpower who can perform teleportation, she is the one who feels the deepest feeling about this. Luyan's teleportation is indeed too much. As for this, Luyan has long been used to it. He just threw the Pokeball and the blood-winged dragon at will, and then greeted the three girls. Now we will go to Chiangfang town. Come on, you can just come with me. Good. The three girls nodded lightly, their eyes a little expectant. And Sharona was just underway. With his ability to teleport in almost any square of light in the two worlds, he would still be in time before the match starts tomorrow. And the reason why he rushed to Kaifeng City one day earlier, and only brought Li, was because he was eyeing the iron dumbbells around Chiangfang town near Kaifeng City. Said to be the iron dumbbells, Luyan came to the conclusion after some careful reasoning after seeing the Ma embroidery materials. He thought of the plot in the cartoon. After the group traveled to the vicinity of the Strong Wind town, the rocket team encountered an extremely rare shining giant gold monster in the wild. But this is more than 3 years later. Reference. The growth rate of quasi-god elves in the wild, especially the growth rate of giant gold monsters, is slower due to some special reasons. Luyan speculates that the giant golden monster that is still iron dumbbells has appeared, and the number of iron dumbbells in this batch should be 444, one of which is a flashing iron dumbbell. The accuracy of this reasoning, Luyan is at least 80% confident. The iron dumbbell and its ultimate evolutionary giant gold monster are the existence of superpower and steel. If there is any, Luyan will cultivate one by himself. Only, let Nazi train one to be the main force of the superpower system, let Amy train one to be the main force of the steel system, and finally let Lily I cultivate one's feelings since childhood, and then be the initial elf. It's a perfect fit. So Luyan planned this matter early in the morning, and told Lily and a few women in advance. And the girls were very excited when they found that they were likely to have a quasi-god spirit that was suitable for them. Especially when it was given to them whether it was an elf or Luyan, they were even more excited. Roar. With a roar, the blood-winged flying dragon led Luyan and Nazi three women to the sky, towards the direction of Chiangfang town. The strength of the blood-winged flying dragon is strong, and the power of the dragon-type elves is actually released, and there are no wild elves along the way to disturb. About half an hour later, the blood-winged flying dragon took Luyan and flew out of the northern icefield area where Chiangfang City was located, and entered a special mountain range where strong winds were constantly blowing in the air. Because the blood-winged flying dragon is strong enough, the wind had no effect on him at all. After entering this mountain range, Luyan immediately turned on the radar function of the game console and began to look for the surrounding rocky ground. His target is not the town of Strongwind, but the rocky area near the town of Strongwind. The only reason he locked onto the rocky land was that he still remembered the place where Team Rocket encountered the shining giant gold monster, and the giant gold monster was a steel-type elves, and a kind of high IQ elves with a relatively indifferent character. They feed on steel and rocks, and I don't like being in front of people. This is because of this character. The giant golden monster who is still an iron dumbbell can hide well near the Strongwind town, and it was not discovered until 10 years later when Xiaoji and others traveled here. But because the wild giant gold monster is a very ferocious elves, and the quasi-god elves that have grown up are very powerful, the average trainer can't compare them. So after it was discovered, it was not taken away in a short period of time, and even someone in the Strongwind town put up a sign warning travelers not to enter the rocky ground. A flashing quasi-god actually enjoys such a treatment. That is to say, it was not subdued by Xiaoji, otherwise the proper protagonist Halo was at work. Found it. At this moment, Luyan found that the map on the screen of the game console in his mind began to change, and a yellow map appeared on the edge of the mountain range originally occupied by the road, which should be the rocky area. Blood-winged dragon, fly there. After identifying the direction, Lu Yin gave instructions to the blood-winged dragon. The blood-winged flying dragon flapped its wings and moved its body dexterously, changing its direction and flying toward the southwest. About 5 minutes later, a large area of rocky land appeared in the field of vision of Lu Yin and others. Wow! Amy and Lily cast adoring glances at Lu Yin, and they found that Lu Yin's superpowers were very useful. Nazi. Because of her personality, Nazi didn't speak, otherwise she would definitely complain. This has nothing to do with superpowers at all. She has always been super powerful, and she was still the rocky land she only sensed a minute ago. Lu Yin must have other reasons for this. At this time, Lu Yin had already found the iron dumbbells through the game console's map ability. 4. As expected. Chapter 324 _ The most brutal quasi-god. Lily's Y. 3/3. Wow, there are really iron dumbbells. It's really 4. Can Brother Lu Yin really be a prophet? What I care about is that my main force has fallen. Well, it's really good. At a high altitude above a rocky ground, a powerful blood-winged dragon was on the back. Lily and Amy were discussing excitedly, and Nazi made a conclusion at the end. They were so happy was because of the 4 elves in a relatively hidden rock pit below. That look like dumbbells. They have long torsos, a huge claw on the hips, and their heads are circularly embedded in the ball and socket joints at the front of the torso. They have a large red eye in the middle of their head, and a crown above their head for defense. Of Lu Yin and the 3 daughters Lily I who came to Kaifeng City in advance. One of the legendary quasi-god elves, Iron Dumbbell. Iron Dumbbell is a powerful elves that can definitely evolve into giant gold monsters. With superpowers, it is one of the 2 quasi-gods mainly distributed in the Fengyuan area of the elf world. In the Fengyuan area is the blood-winged flying dragon at the foot of Lu Yin. And now, there are 4 iron dumbbells appearing in the remote area of Shanao area. If this disappearance spreads, I am afraid that within a few days, the area around Qiangfeng town will be overcrowded. Any kind of quasi-god spirit has unparalleled attractiveness and beauty. Of the 4 iron dumbbells below, 3 have cyan bodies and silver claws, but one is silver-white and has golden claws. This is a flashing iron dumbbell, the flashing quasi-god. At this time, the 4 iron dumbbells gathered together, digging a hole in a rocky ground, and then found usable metal from it to eat. Seeing such a harmonious scene, Lu Yin took out the camera to film it, and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect such a loving scene to appear among the iron dumbbells. It's really commendable. Ah! Hearing Lu Yin's words, the 3 girls on the blood-winged dragon's back were stunned for a moment. Among them, Lily I, who had the most knowledge reserves and liked reading books the most, couldn't help but wonder, Brother Lu Yin, what do you mean by that? Why do you say this scene is so valuable? Amy and Nazi didn't open their mouths, but their ears were pricked up, and they were obviously very concerned about this. Lu Yin didn't finish, but Lily asked back, you should know the nickname of the giant gold monster, right? I know. Lily nodded quickly, blinked and said, it's called the most ferocious quasi-god, right? Yes, then do you know why it has this nickname? Lu Yin then asked. Isn't it because the giant gold monster is in the quasi-god? Lily asked dumbly. Roar. Hearing Lily's words, before Lu Yin said a word, the blood-winged dragon roared unhappily. Just kidding. The giant gold monster is the strongest quasi-god. Where did the blood-winged flying dragon go? Other quasi-gods have this title of the strongest. His blood-winged flying dragon can endure for a while. Why are they mainly distributed in the Fengyuan area? The quasi-god, the giant gold monster wants to crush his blood-winged dragon. The blood-winged dragon refuses to accept it. Ah, blood-winged dragon, sorry, I didn't mean that. Seeing the blood-winged dragon getting angry, Lily apologized quickly, squatted down and touched its head. By Lu Yin's side, for so long, Lily can now get in close contact with all the elves she knows and get along well. Humph. The blood-winged dragon made a heavy nasal sound, indicating that this matter is temporarily over. You are very temperamental. Lu Yin glanced at the blood-winged flying dragon with a funny look, shook his head and explained to Lily, of course it's not because of strength. The strength of the quasi-god elves is mostly similar, at most. In terms of attributes, the three evil dragons and Bangira are slightly inferior. But at the same level, it's hard to say who is the strongest. In the hands of the trainer, the strength of the trainer should also be considered. In fact, the reason why the giant gold monster has this title is related to his character. Among the quasi-god spirits, it's the most vicious, the least capable of fighting. Or, it's also the coldest, like a machine, only good at calculating. It is for this reason that he is called the most murderous. Oh. Lily nodded obediently, with an educated expression. Amy and Natsi also nodded secretly, and then Amy asked the key, then what does it have to do with what you said just now that the 4 iron dumbbells below can get along well together? The relationship is on the rise. Lu Yin glanced at the 4 iron dumbbells below and said solemnly, actually, the ferocious giant gold monsters generally refer to the giant gold monsters captured in the wild. Think about the giant golden monsters that the human trainers raised with iron dumbbells since childhood, such as the one from ZVQI Dao, it is not cruel. Do you know why most wild iron dumbbells are so ferocious after evolving into wild giant gold monsters? Because they will devour each other. Lu Yin told the cruel truth about the iron dumbbell family, which made Amy and Lily startled, and even Natsi showed a stunned expression. What did Lu Yin just say? The wild iron dumbbells will devour each other on the way to grow, turning their heads mechanically, staring blankly at the 4 iron dumbbells living in harmony below. It was hard for them to believe that the things Lu Yin said would actually happen to them. But it was Lu Yin who said this, so there is absolutely no possibility of mistakes. Proven his authority time and time again with his power and information reserves. But the truth is too cruel. But the fact is, it has something to do with the large amount of energy that the elves of this race need to evolve. Lu Yin glanced at the 3 girls and began to explain to himself. Iron dumbbell and iron dumbbell's evolutionary evolved metal monsters, when they evolve, they need more than twice the ability of normal elves. This accumulation makes it very evolutionary. And its particularity allows it to devour each other to evolve. Chapter 325_Conquering is the best way to save the iron dumbbell population, thank you. 1/3. The group of iron dumbbells is very strange. The cells in their body are all magnets, and their blood is strong magnetism. They also use magnetism to communicate with their partners. The iron dumbbell will also release a magnetic force to float itself in the air. When fighting, they can also release a magnetic force to attract opponents to their side, and use the claws on their hips to split directly. Even when they evolved, they use the omnipotent magnetism to devour each other. The place of residence, according to statistics, iron dumbbells are found the least frequently in the wild, because their food takes the initiative to live in deep mountains, old forests and rock caves. And the iron dumbbell has a bad temper and has a strong aggressiveness. When it gets angry, it releases a strong magnetic force to destroy mechanical things. But it's the same people statistics show. Iron dumbbells are the most united quasi-god spirits. Once they meet, they will all start with 4. Even after investigation, it was shown that iron dumbbells are the most numerous among the initial quasi-god spirits. However, in the wild, the final evolution of iron dumbbells is the most difficult to encounter. Why? Because the giant gold monster has a brain comparable to several supercomputers, he has strong computing power and discrimination ability, and it knows how to hide itself perfectly. Even if it is found in the wild, most of the time it recognizes a trainer, and only appears when he is subdued. Wild giant gold monsters are basically emotionless, extremely calm, and even cold-blooded. In addition, the most important point of the rarity of giant gold monsters, and the point that he is called ferocious, is that every time he evolves, the ordinary elves need more and more energy. If the ability of a normal elf to evolve is 1, the iron dumbbell will have the power to spawn another self when it evolves. That is to say, the energy required for his evolution is more than twice that of a normal elf. This makes the difficulty of getting stronger with iron dumbbells extreme. In this case, the iron dumbbells that have grown to their limit will only choose the most direct law of the jungle under the extreme rational trend. Speaking of this, Lu Yin didn't say any more, but the girls already understood. The so-called development of the strong food is not just natural selection, that is to say, iron dumbbells will absorb companions to strengthen themselves in order to complete the evolution. As for whether iron dumbbells will give up evolution for their partners, there may be a case, but under the influence of the general environment, such as grabbing territory, grabbing food, such as racial warfare, for example, in order to obtain more powerful strength, etc. The reason iron dumbbells will eventually go this way. I didn't expect it to be like this, Lily said suddenly. So the evolved metal monster of iron dumbbells looks like a new individual spirit composed of 2 iron dumbbells. It turns out that this kind of elves has evolved like this. That's right, Lu Yintu affirmed Lily's guess, and said at the same time, the golden monster is composed of 2 metal monsters, so under normal circumstances, most monsters that can be encountered in the wild are composed of 4 iron dumbbells. So in the wild, giant golden monsters are quasi-gods that are the least common and the most ferocious. And unlike iron dumbbells and metal monsters, giant gold monsters have completely changed to survive alone. It's not building, it's degenerating into a ruthless predator. That's why he was called the most ferocious quasi-god. Lu Yin took a deep breath and said nothing. About the giant golden monster is actually known to people like Dr. Damu and others, but this kind of information has no value to be announced. Considering that quasi-god elves are rare, no one has published the bloody truth. And Lu Yin didn't tell the girls one thing. The hyper-evolved version of the Megakin is the Megakin, which is thought to have 8 supercomputers. If this atavistic form is certified as real, your giant golden monster may have been born with 8 iron dumbbells to give birth to a super-giant golden monster in ancient times. If so, the truth appears even colder. Lu Yin is also not interested in telling the girls about this. The truth. What's wrong with you? Seeing the heavy expressions on the girls' faces, Lu Yin smiled and said, although the truth is cruel, it is the rule of nature, and there is no way for the fittest to survive. Imagine that there are many elves that have become history, have turned into fossils, they are obviously more pathetic. Now we should be happy to meet these 4 iron dumbbells. Anyway, it's just that the iron dumbbells have been conquered by me. We have enough ability to let them evolve naturally, and we don't need to go through cruelty again. At least the 4 iron dumbbells in our hands, and the giant golden monsters in the end are not murderous quasi-gods. Maybe in the future, they are not necessarily the 4 closest giant golden monster brothers. Lu Yin's words were half a joke and half truth. It restored the atmosphere a lot. The expressions on the girls' faces were much better. They said Lu Yin was right, and at the same time made a conclusion. The only way to save the quasi-god elves like iron dumbbells is to subdue them all. This is the kind of spirit that needs to be conquered the most. Thinking of this, they all showed eager expressions. Lu Yin smiled slightly. Then let's start now. 1 for each person, they are all subdued. Girls, yes. At the same time, in Qifeng City, just above the northernmost Qifeng Temple, a pitch-black black hole suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a strange black shadow submerged towards the bottom of the temple, and the pitch-black black hole disappeared quickly, as if it had never been there. At the lowest level of the secret existence of the Kaifeng Temple, the 3 color lights on both sides of the Pillar King Rejichkas, who was sleeping here, suddenly brightened, as if he had woken up. Illusion. At the same time, on the 4th floor of the Temple of Frontiers, Regay, who was hiding somewhere in a hidden place, suddenly flashed a yellow light in front of him, and a faint black air appeared in it. At the same time, near the Temple of Qifeng, Sharona was hanging out with a blue-haired girl in a luxurious dress. Seeing the girl's novel expression, Sharona couldn't help but say, Sarubia, why don't you tell your father directly? It's not a long-term solution. Chapter 326_Princess Sharubia. Crisis in Chifeng City, 2/3. But there's nothing I can do, Sister Sharona. The blue-haired girl stepped forward and hugged Sharona's arm, and said coquettishly, but the father and mother have only one child of me, and the kingdom can only be inherited by me. For the sake of the people, there is nothing I can do. It's better for Sister Sharona to accept the title of knight, so that I can relax a lot. Don't even think about it. Sharona stretched out her fingers and nodded on Shakespeare's bright forehead, and said angrily, "You are a princess, how can you learn to be so clever? Now I know I'm here to pit your sister and me. But don't even think about it, it's not that my sister is stingy, it's really not good." Okay. The girl lowered her head sadly and said sadly, "I really hope to be an ordinary person, and then become a coordination trainer." Sharubia. Rona glanced at the girl with pity. The girl's name is Sharubia, the princess of a kingdom in the Shino region, and the only child of the current king and queen. It is for this reason that she is also the only heir who has played, and has always been strictly required. In the Shino area, is known to all the upper-class people in the Shino area. Sharubia has always been an admirer of Hyerna. At an accidental banquet, the two met and became friends. When I heard that Sharona and Luyin were going to have an exhibition match in Kaifeng City, Sharubia proposed to come to the scene to watch. Since it was a match of Sharona and Luyin, the king and queen didn't leave Sharubia forcibly as before to learn all kinds of etiquette and how to manage it. Country. After all, elf battle is an eternal compulsory course in the elf world. But Sharona knew that Sharubia was lying, because the latter was not very interested in elf battles, and she preferred to be a performer or a coordination trainer. Because of being a princess, Sharubia never thought much about becoming a performer, she always fantasized about being a coordinator. So when she heard Sharubia say that she had to compete with Luyin to learn and study, Sharona was 100 people in disbelief. After thinking about it, she must be looking for a reason to be lazy again. However, Sharona has always sympathized with Sharubia's predetermined life, so she did not expose it, but chose to cooperate. But now she has some regrets. Because this girl has exhausted all means along the way, trying to make her the guardian knight of the kingdom. The guardian knight of the kingdom is a title, not limited to men and women, in the kingdom is equivalent to the status of the 4 kings of the Shino region, and also has the power to assist the king or queen. With Sharona's popularity in the Shino area and her own strength, it would be absolutely easy for her to become the guardian knight of Sharubia's kingdom. And once there is a guardian knight like her, even in name, Sharubia can be a lot easier. This seems to Sharubia, is a win-win, things. But Hyerna has always refused. This is not because she is hypocritical or looks down on her status as a guardian knight. It's just that she is the champion of the 4 kings of the alliance, and his family is the strongest family in Shinao. People like her are no longer simply expressing themselves. Even if she doesn't have other meanings in her own province, other people will try to figure it out and forcibly give it various meanings. So she really agreed to Shakespeare's invitation to be a guardian knight, which may not be a good thing. But these are political issues. Sharona didn't want to talk too much with Sharubia right now. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded, spreading throughout the entire Kaifeng City. Sharona, who was located in the north of Chifeng City, heard this movement clearly, and her expression suddenly changed. The movement caused by the champion-level elves making their ultimate moves with all their strength. The direction of the sound is the Temple of the Frontier. Did something happen? Meanwhile, in the Shino area, near the town of Strong Winds, Luyin grabbed a Pokeball in his hand and showed a satisfied smile. The Pokeball is loaded with shiny iron dumbbells, which he has successfully subdued, and as long as he cultivates it well, he will have another Pokemon worth training in his hand. It's pretty quick. After putting away the Pokeball, Luyin paid attention to the surrounding situation and found that Natsi and Amy had also defeated and subdued the iron dumbbells they had chosen. This is not a surprising thing, After all, the two women are now veritable Heavenly King-level trainers, and have a certain understanding of the aura. To deal with the quasi-god elves who are still in their initial form, it is naturally easy to capture. The only thing that surprised Lu Yin was Lily. Lily had only one Mian in her hand. This Mian was a small gift from Camazli. Its strength was similar to that of an iron dumbbell, and its attributes did not have any advantages. But she commanded very well and won the battle. This way, she has grown a lot during her time in Hengcheng Taoist Hall. Thank you, Lu Yin. Amy came to Lu Yin with a pokeball in her hand. Her face was filled with joy that could not be concealed, but at this moment, the way she looked at Lu Yin had completely changed, different, with a strange emotion in her light brown pupils. The man who solved her electric dragon light problem easily. The elf who gave her at random was the man whose shape and attributes were the most suitable for her, and who knew her very well. This has also allowed her to conquer the man who dreamed of being a steel quasi-god. This man is too attractive, and after experiencing it up close, it is impossible to stop him. Thank what? Lu Yin asked in a funny way. You are mine, and I am happy that you have become stronger. Lu Yin's meaning is actually very simple. Amy is now the branch owner of his branch in Hangzhou, and signed a work agreement with him. When Amy becomes stronger, it means that his power grows. Nothing to thank. But when Lu Yin's words reached Amy's ears, the taste changed. You, who are you? Amy bowed her head a little shyly. Seeing this, Lu Yin felt that he needed to explain. He could speak. The phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Hyrna's emergency call. Is there something wrong with the exhibition match? Chapter 327 Hyrna's call for help. A huge crisis in Chifeng City. 3/3. Hyrna's phone number. Lu Yin frowned in confusion, answered the phone immediately, and asked straight to the point. Hello, Champion Sharona, hello, what's the matter? At the same time, on the other side of Chifeng City. Hearing Lu Yin's voice on the phone, Sharubia, who was holding Sharona's mobile phone, was overjoyed, and the alliance said, Hello, Master Lu Yin. I'm not Sister Sharona, I'm her friend. Sister Zyrna can't get away now. She asked me to call you because I heard Miss Catalia say that you would come to Chifeng City a day earlier. I don't know if it's time for you to come. If you have already set off, can you please hurry to Kaifeng City? Sharubia's voice was sharp. Even through the phone, Lu Yin could clearly feel her urgency. He suddenly became interested. What was it that would make Hyrna even make a phone call to this high-ranking champion, so she could only let someone else do it for her? With a strong curiosity, Lu Yin asked, Is there something? Please tell me straight, I can get to Chifeng City soon. It's good to be there soon. Sharubia glanced at Sharona's line of defense and breathed a sigh of relief. The situation is really urgent right now. Before, Sharona was wandering in the northernmost area of Chifeng City, but suddenly heard a continuous explosion. As the champion of the 4 heavenly kings in the Sheno region, Sharona has always done her due diligence, so as soon as she found out that something was wrong, she went to the sound of the sound to investigate the situation. After arriving at the scene, Sharona discovered that there was a reggae for some unknown reason that was attacking the surrounding buildings with a unique trick at the northernmost part of Chifeng City, wreaking havoc. Sharona felt the momentum of this reggae, and found that the latter's strength was at the peak of the 3rd-level god champion, within the range she could handle. She acted decisively and sent her own Lucario to fight against reggae, successfully preventing it from advancing. At the same time, she did not forget to let Sharubia contact the gym owner Shaosong of Chifeng City and Junsha of the police station. But just after Sharubia got off the phone, at the scene, there was a huge change in the battle. When Hyrna was about to defeat reggae, a huge golden beam of light suddenly shot from behind the ladder. The moment the beam of light reappeared, it swallowed Lucario, and when the beam of light disappeared, Lucario had lost his ability to fight and fainted on the ground. Even though Lucario was injured a lot in the battle with reggae, there are still very few spirits who can kill him in one blow. This shows the absolute power that emits the destructive light of death. When Sharona and Sharubia looked over, they discovered that the legendary god pillar King Regisquilu was served by the three pillars. This is the rhythm of hitting the younger brother and the boss coming to help. Zyrna also felt the momentum of Reggie's body, a proper master level. The gap between master and champion is not 1.5 stars. Sharona has the confidence to hold Regisquilu, but it is impossible to defeat it. So while she dispatched the ace main force, Biteland Shark, to fight against Regisquilu, she asked Sharubia to contact a significant trainer to come to help. Originally, she would have thought that the first person to contact must be her own grandfather, the master-level trainer of the Temple family. But before calling, she thought about the news that Lu Yin would come to Kaifeng City ahead of schedule when she was chatting with Catalia yesterday. So he changed his attention. Hence the scene where Sharubia called Lu Yin now. The current situation is that there is a Regisquilu who is at the master level and a Reggae who is at the top of the championship level and is wreaking havoc in Chipper City. The specific situation, 1 or 2 sentences are not clear. Master Lu Yin, please hurry up and come here. I have to contact someone else here. After speaking, Sharubia hung up the phone directly. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Lu Yin frowned. A second-level God Pillar King and a third-level God Ice God Pillar were vandalizing in Chifeng City. What's the situation? But if the second-level God elves are doing the damage, Lu Yin can ask Hyrna why. Can't get out of it. Level God is the master level, and the elf at this level is still a divine beast, and it is absolutely impossible for Sharona to compete alone. Other words, there are not many trainers in this world who can deal with this kind of elves. Zyrna is now in Kaifeng City, and she can barely stop Regisquilu, which can already be considered a good luck in Kaifeng City. If Sharona didn't happen to know from Catalia that he might come to Chifeng City a day earlier, the person to contact now would not be him, but Sharona's own grandfather or the official members of the alliance. Interesting, Regisquilu. An inexplicable light flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. Of the Chifeng temple was blocked by unknown forces, and it was difficult for ordinary people to enter. He knew about Regisquilu who was sleeping in it. He still remembered that the elf hunters would attack here in 4 years, and bring out the sleeping Regisquilu. At that time, Sharona's uncle, the god of the temple family, will drive the battle pyramid to fight against it in Chifeng City. It is for this reason that Lu Yin has no intention of challenging it and conquering it. Because the conditions for conquering the King of Gods and the Three Gods are not only to defeat them, but also to have tokens to conquer them. When he was on the 7th floor of the Elf Tower, Lu Yin had obtained a token that could lock the position of the Three Gods pillars, so he already had the prerequisites to conquer the Three Gods pillars. Of the gods behind, not the 2 of Chifeng City, because these 2 will be conquered by the gods in the future. That's why he hasn't moved his mind. What he didn't expect was that since Regisquilu had appeared 4 years ago, he still appeared with a Reggae and destroyed the Temple of the Frontier. Interesting. Lu Yin is not afraid of the master-level God Pillar King, and even some are eager to try it. Exactly, I originally wanted to test my strength before fighting against Emperor Dan, and now this opponent is in harmony with his heart. After making a decision in his heart, Lu Yin hurriedly greeted the 3 girls beside him. Natsi, Amy, Lily, come here. Let's go back to Chifeng City now. Chapter 328_Temple Family. Weird All 1/3. When Lu Yin brought Natsi and the 3 daughters back to Kaifeng City, at the same time, at the northern edge of Kaifeng City, the gym master Xiaosong and Kaifeng, who had received news from Zyrna Junsha from the city police station, has already brought people here. Due to the sudden incident and the fact that the opponents are Reggae with the strength of the 3rd-level gods and Regichkas with the strength of the 2nd-level gods, if the strength of the people who come is not strong enough, it is useless, so the people who come are not many. Only a few dozen elite-level strength trainers in the huge city of Kaifeng, and many of them are elite-level low-level and elite-level middle-level. They released the elves, and under the leadership of Xiaosong, the master of the Kaifeng City Gym, they barely prevented Reggae from continuing to advance. Wind Speed Dog, use Jet Flame. Also commanded her ace Wind Speed Dog to join the battle group, relying on the change of attributes to stop Reggae from advancing. Not far from the side, Sharona and an old man who used the Flame Monkey were blocking the pace of Regichka's attack together. The old man is the staff of the temple family who was responsible for guarding the Temple of Kaifeng, a trainer specializing in the fire department. On weekdays, his accusations are guarding the Temple of the Frontier, and at the same time observing the situation of Reggae on the 4th floor. Little Grandpa, did you notice that there is something wrong with Reggae? When Sharona was commanding Levite Land Shark and Regichkas to fight, she didn't forget to observe the situation on Junsha and Xiaosong's side. She was surprised to find that Reggae, who had been beaten by her and was about to lose her combat power before, actually broke out a powerful combat power again, completely suppressing Junsha and the others. This kind of resilience and physical strength, even the 3rd-level god Reggae possesses, is shocking. I found it. The old man whom Sharona called the little grandfather nodded with a heavy expression. Old man's name is Jinye, the youngest brother of Sharona's grandfather. In the temple family, men will take God as their surname and single character names, such as the god in front of Sharona, and the pharaoh who will fight against the pyramid in the future, that. The god of God who conquered the 3 god pillars. And women don't need a god's surname, they only have a name, such as Hyarna, and another example will be Dorasena, one of the 4 kings of the Carlos region in the future. Dorasena, like Sharona, was born in the town of God and God in the Shanao region. And the status of Shanhe town in the Shanao area is like the Yulong family rooted in Yanmo, with absolute right to speak and autonomy. Shanhe town can be said to be the base camp of the temple family, where the history and ancient way of life of the Shanao area are well preserved. Of the existence of the central ancestral hall in this small town can be traced back to ancient times and beyond. Shanhe town is the smallest town in the Sheno area, but it is the most powerful town and the oldest town. This town has existed since the Sheno area was discovered and began to settle and multiply. There is a cave in the center of the Godin town, just like the dragon's cave in the back. There are reliefs in it, telling the legends of the 3 sacred mushrooms Yuki and Emlaconum. It also hints at Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, and Arceus above them. In order to facilitate the study of history, there is a historical research center established by the gods and the gods. There are stone tablets and small murals depicting the gods of the lake. Here, you can also see the portraits of Dialga and Palkia. Behind the research center is Gods and Relics. The temple family got their name because they were stationed here and guarded here for generations. Over time, the people of this family took God as their surname. Lu Yin also knew about these things. When he felt it, he also sighed that the temple family did not allow women to follow the surname of God. In this book that in addition to guarding the gods and towns, the Bugong temple family also began to guard other temples or ruins in the Sheno area that were related to the gods and towns after they became powerful. Because of this, the people of the temple family generally like archaeology, such as the Age of God, such as Sharona herself. However, they are generally just guarding, not occupying, so the force sent will not be very large. It is like the Kaifeng Temple in Kaifeng City. Temple family all know that there are 5 floors in the Kaifeng Temple, but no one has entered the 5th floor. And Reggae, who existed on the 4th floor of the temple, had already discovered it. But subduing the 3 gods' pillars only depends on their strength, and they also need to have tokens, so the people of the temple family did not move. They just sent Jinye, a member of the Heavenly King level family with a powerful fire spirit, to guard here. Reggae came out to destroy it. It was the first time that Jinye had been guarding the Chifeng temple in these years. At that time, he was researching a special place near the temple, so he did not stop it in time. Not enough. He also has no responsibility, because the temple family is obliged to guard the temple, not responsibility and duty. This time, fortunately, Hyarna was nearby, and stopped Reggae very early to buy time to let Xiaosong and Junsha move people and avoid the situation of excessive losses in Chifeng City. No one thought about it, and in the end there will be a second-level god-level Regichkas. It's really weird this time. Jino nodded with a calm face. This matter is really tricky. Because everything happened by coincidence. And Regay's rampage was too inexplicable. The most bizarre thing is that Regichkas would be involved in this. Although the elves also have skills, they believe in the respect of power, and they have a class system in their eyes. For example, Regigigas, the king of the gods, and Regay, the three gods, the former is in danger, and the latter will give their lives to each other, but when the latter is in danger, the possibility of the former is very small. I said before, if you beat the younger brother, the boss will come to take revenge, which rarely happens to elves. Example, if the three divine birds were defeated or subdued, would Lugia have to work tirelessly to save her life? Who is the boss? So what happened today is full of strangeness. But we don't seem to have time to focus on these issues now. Looked ahead, where Regichkas was condensing an orange energy ball. This is the meaning of using the Destruction Death Light. Regichkas's Destruction Death Light is not easy to handle. Everyone, Regichkas Sacred Pillar, Regilok Rock Pillar, Regay Ice Pillar, Thunder the Pillar of Jisquilu, I wrote it wrong. Chapter 329_Mighty Regichkas. A close call. 2/3. Regichkas is a very simple general type elf. With the strength of the second-level god, it understands the general type rules even more. It is not easy to deal with the destruction and death light displayed by it. Hyrna obviously knew this, and her face immediately became solemn. Raised his left hand, and said loudly, "Bite the land shark, listen to the ancient voice, and return to the ancient Zeon state." Roar. Libite Shark roared in response, and fierce rays of light shot out from his fierce eyes. Swish. Two strange rays of light lit up on Libite Shark and Sharona at the same time, linked together in midair, and then returned to Libite Shark's body. In the strong white light, the appearance of the fierce bite land shark began to change. The shape of the fierce biting land shark resembled a shark. Two protrusions on the head similar to the hammerhead shark, and there is a characteristic inverted on the tip of the nose, a pentagram-shaped macula, shark teeth in the mouth, and 3 gills on both sides of the neck. 3% slits. The claws of the fierce biting land shark are white single-toed, the feet are 3-toed, and there are 2 white bone spurs on the upper arm and thigh. On the forearm of the fierce biting land shark, there are wings similar to the pectoral fins of sharks. Although it is a spirit of the ground type and dragon type, if it folds its body and stretches its wings to move, it will be like a jet plane, which can tell the flight. But now, as the white light representing super evolution dissipates, its body has changed, and its body size has become a little taller than before, more than 2 meters, although it is nearly 4 meters taller than Regichkas. It's nothing, but it also becomes more powerful. The head and shoulders of the super biting land shark became thin, with 5 pairs of white bone spurs growing on both sides of the abdomen, and a pair of red spikes growing on the knees, which looked very domineering. Its hands and wings melted and turned into a giant sickle, which is said to be a manifestation of its excess energy. Roar. Super biting land shark burst out with a roar, and its aura exuded a powerful aura, and it was faintly able to compete with Regichkas. The fierce bite of the land shark is Zyrna's trump card, and it has the strength of the peak of the champion. After the super evolution, its strength has increased, and it can barely impress the master level. Just that it hasn't comprehended the rules yet, so the strength it can exert is still limited. But it should be able to compete with Regichkas for a while, and it should be barely possible. Grandpa is here, there's at least an hour left, it's a bit difficult. I hope Master Lu Yin can come soon. Otherwise. Comparing the difference in strength between the two sides, Sharona's eyes gradually became sharper. No matter what, she will persist until the last moment. After all, there is a city behind her. The destructive power of the Master Elf is too unbelievable to be allowed. It breaks into the city. Bite the land shark fiercely, rush up, and use it to defend. Sharona's voice sounded, and the super land shark immediately followed suit, rushing to the front of Regichkas, condensing the energy in the body with all its strength, and forming a white shape on the body. Chicas. Regichkas had condensed energy at this time, and emitted a huge golden beam of light. Boom! The golden beam of light seemed to pierce through the space, and instantly came to the front of the superbite land shark, impacting on the white mask. A harsh roar sounded in everyone's ears. The white mask in front of the superbite land shark became shaky. Seeing this scene, Sharona's expression suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, "Bite the land shark." In Sharona's view, even if there is still some gap between the superbite land shark and Regichkas, it should not be in the current situation. That you lost too much stamina in the previous battle. Roar. Of Regichkas to destroy the death light, the expression of the super-biting land shark suddenly changed, and the expression was a little painful. In order not to let this attack fall behind itself, it fully mobilized the energy in its body and increased the output of holding energy. Bang! Super-biting land shark was trembling all over, barely maintaining a shaky hold on the light curtain, and finally persisted until Regigigas' attack ended. But Regichkas didn't give it a sigh of relief, raised his hand again, and launched an instant attack. Boom! One size, the orange-yellow beam of light, which was much smaller than before, shot straight at the superbite land shark, and it just lost a lot of physical strength because it blocked the destructive death beam that Regigigas fully exerted. There is absolutely no way to deal with this attack. Bang! Superbite land shark was hit and flew out backwards, directly into a small villa on the edge of the city, pierced through several walls in a row and fell to the ground, covered by a large amount of gravel. Bite the land shark fiercely. Sharona hurriedly ran towards the location where the superbite land shark fell. By the time she ran there, the smoke and dust that obscured her vision had dispersed, and the superbite land shark had crawled out of the pile of gravel. Seeing that the super-biting land shark is still in a state of super-evolution, Hyrna breathed a sigh of relief. The ability to maintain the super-evolutionary conversion head shows that the fierce bite land shark still has the power to fight again. But while she was relieved, Sharona's heart became more solemn. Regichka's first shot of destruction deathlight was definitely performed with all his strength, otherwise the super-bite land shark would not have been able to resist so hard with his ultimate attack. But it also shows that Regichkas is really strong. Especially after using such a powerful destructive deathlight, it can also use an ordinary destructive deathlight again. Faced with this gap in strength, Reason told Sharona that she might not last for 5 minutes. Even if she used up all her main strength, she would only last for 20 minutes at most. Thinking of this, she glanced at the small villa next to it that was almost in ruins, and couldn't help clenching her fists. And there will still be a lot of lost 20 minutes. The strength gap is too big. I'm still not strong enough now. It's been a while since Sharona experienced this kind of powerlessness that she couldn't do anything with so much effort. This reignited her determination to become stronger. This time, Regay in another battlefield suddenly rushed into the crowd, and a white and red light shone on his body. Seeing this scene, Sharona's pupils shrank suddenly. Oops. It's going to use the Big Bang now. Chapter 330_Crisis Time. Lu Yin is here. 3/3. Oops. Regay rushed over. What is it for? Why does it do this? Is this going to be a big move? In contrast to the battlefield where Hyrna and Jinno fought against Regichkas, on the other side, there was a burst of exclamations on the other side of the battlefield where Regay, Xiaosong and others burst out. This situation attracted Sharona's attention. She found that Regay actually rushed to the crowd not far from the attacks of various elves, and then the body suddenly burst into a burst of white and red light. It's going to use the Big Bang. Sharona's expression changed suddenly. Regay's current situation is obviously the biggest move in the brewing of general-type tricks, the Big Explosion. The power of this move is comparable to the superposition of 2 destructive death beams. Moreover, the attack of destroying the death light is a straight line, a one-on-one attack, and most elves rely on their own strength to move to expand the attack range. But the Big Explosion is an all-round attack, and the damage range is as high as his damage power. In fact, the power of this move is also related to the remaining physical strength of the elves. If it was put before, even if the elf who used this move was a divine beast and possessed the third-level god strength Regay, Hyrna would not be too worried. Because before Junsha and the others arrived, she had already consumed a lot of Regay's physical strength. Junsha and Xiaosong should be able to stop Regay. Even if they can't beat him, they can definitely stop him from using Big Bang. Back 10,000 steps, even if Regay used a big explosion at that time, the damage he could do was very limited. But now things are different. Reason, Regay gradually recovered his stamina after fighting for a while. With his current physical strength, once a big explosion is used, Junsha and the others can definitely be seriously injured. Bite Lu Shark. Sharona immediately wanted to speak and let the Bite Land Shark come forward to stop it. It must not be allowed. Regay successfully used the Big Bang in the crowd, but before she could speak, Regichkas had already taken a step forward. Chickas. Regichkas raised his hands and sprayed out a blast of icy cold air. And the target of its attack was not the stinging land shark, but Sharona. Oops. Sharona's expression changed because she realized what Regichkas was thinking, but it was too late for her to stop anything. Roar. The Super Bite Land Shark noticed the situation on Regichka's side, how much he thought about it, and showed the fastest speed to rush in front of Sharona. When it arrived, it happened to face the space of Regichkas. Bang! The ice-based trick quadruples the ground-based and dragon-based Fierce Bite Land Sharks. Even if Regichkas uses the ice-based trick that he is not good at, it is also a master-level ice-based attack. The biting land shark freezes. Finished. Sharona closed her eyes weakly, as if she was afraid to hear that. An explosion like a judgment, she sighed inwardly at the strength or intelligence of Regichkas. I say, as expected of the legendary god Pillar King, it's really not that simple. The reason why Regichkas attacked Sharona just now can be said to be the only way to save Sharona. That is, if it is considered a super bite land shark, it will definitely choose to save Sharona. He is a different kind of siege way to save Zhao, helping Regay to use the Big Bang successfully. Not only that, because in the early morning, even if the super bite land shark would choose to save Sharona, it also deliberately used the ice type trick that was not good at it, instead of the normal type that was better at it. The purpose is to get the super biting land shark with one blow. Even if it can't do a one-shot kill, it can limit its movement. Looking at the current results, it can be said that it is completely following the direction that Regichkas wanted. In fact, even if she bites the land shark and doesn't save Sharona, she will be fine, because she still carries other elves, such as Shinado, such as Pakas, such as Minos. These. All of them are champion-level existences, with enough strength to stop Regichkas for a while. But Zyrna wouldn't blame Lai for biting the land shark, because she knew that it was the latter's attention to her performance, and it was an instinctive reaction at the time. It's just that the situation is really going to become a mess now. With such thoughts, Sharona closed her eyes weakly. She didn't hear the explosion she imagined, but some cheers. Wow, what a strong flame. It's the flame bird. Is the flame bird here to help us? Stupid, didn't see anyone on the back of the flame bird. If someone. Whoa, it's Master Lu Yin. Great, I didn't expect Master Lu Yin to arrive. Saved, the combination of Master Lu Yin and Flaming Bird can definitely disintegrate this crisis. I didn't expect Master Lu Yin to arrive in time. I fudged a little bit about the nicknames he took for those personalities on the internet. Master Lu Yin has many nicknames, which one do you say? It's raining in time, of course. Song Jiang cried and fainted in the toilet. I thought you were talking about the savior, haha. In the sky, a figure with a whole body burning with flames flutters. It is the legendary elf, known as the incarnation of the god of fire among the three divine birds. Bird. On the back of the flame bird stands a handsome man, that is its trainer, the famous Lu Yin. After receiving the call from Zyrna, Lu Yin immediately used the power of the game console to take the three daughters Nazi back to the southernmost port of Kaifeng City, the Light Ball Plaza. Then he directly rode the flame bird across the entire Chifeng city, rushed to the scene, and just saw the scene where Reggae was going to use the big explosion. He didn't think much, when even let the flame bird use the jet flame. The flame bird is a proper master-level elf. When it moves down, Reggae is directly knocked out, and the momentum and energy that he has accumulated are also disrupted. There is no way to continue to use the big explosion trick. Sharona opened her eyes just to see the figure of the flame bird in the sky. Her heart was suddenly overjoyed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Has Master Luyan arrived? Looks like things can come to an end. At this time, no one noticed that Luyan looked at Reggae very strangely. Blackened state under the influence of dark matter. What the hell? Chapter 331_Dark Shadow. The truth about Regichkas. 1/3. Name: Reggae. Blackening status attribute. Ice attribute. Hanging body has hidden features. Frozen body has level 3 God 79 qualification. Level 3 God intimacy, carrying items, stone, skill, Big Bang. Step on. Frozen wind. Charge beam. Retread. Frozen wind. Charge beam. Retread. Curse. Primordial power. Instant amnesia. Frozen beam. Arm hammer. Lock. Electromagnetic gun. Brute force. Destruction of light. Slightly. Special note: this Reggae has been eroded by mysterious black matter, and his inner desire for destruction is aroused, and it is in a blackened state. Blackening state. If the elves want to destroy everything in front of them, their physical strength will be supplemented by dark matter, and they will always be in a state of prosperity until the dark matter is exhausted. After the end of the blackening state, the elves will have a period of weakness of about 4 years, unable to use the power of the mystery and rules. Luyan. Blackening state. What kind of a mortal state is this? The blackening state has unlimited physical strength. If Reggae successfully uses the Big Bang, will it be used more than once, come out once? If this happens a few more times, the entire Chifeng city will probably become history. Where did the dark matter come from? Why hasn't he heard of it? Is it a mysterious power that only exists in the real world that he doesn't know about? Well, there seems to be only one explanation. I didn't expect to see such interesting things when I looked at Reggae's data out of curiosity. Dark matter. Luyan held his chin, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. The reason why he couldn't wait to check Reggae's data was because he had doubts about his physical strength. That Reggae didn't appear to be seriously injured after the flame bird's move, and he was still recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, which was very unscientific. Of ice formed in the Antarctic Ice Age, the body is wrapped in the cold air of -0 degrees. Even if it is only clothes, it will be frozen, and it can also control the cold air of -0200 degrees. Each Reggae can be an ancient existence, and it is said that it is continuously burned by flames and cannot be melted even in lava. But in front of the flame bird that burns an unquenchable flame on its body is not really unable to be broken. There is no real operation in this world. Even Paluaruga, the clone of Arceus, can defeat Arceus, the so-called only super beast. Arceus, in the end, it's all worth it. Flamebird and Reggae are both divine beasts, and they are the weakest among the divine beasts, but Flamebird's strength is already at the second level god level, and he understands the existence of fire rules, while Regis is still a tertiary god. In addition, the ice type is restrained by the fire type. The Flamebird sprayed the flames down. Even if it didn't kill Reggae in seconds, it could definitely injure him seriously. The mysterious situation in front of him made Luyan curious, so he checked Reggae's data, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually. It has absorbed some dark matter and is in a blackened state. By the way, I feel like I have discovered the truth of Reggae entering a weak state after exiting the blackened state, and even the power of mysteries and rules. Luyan suddenly understands that it will be defeated and subdued by the Age of Gods, but it will be almost hanged by hunters. Completely, there is no performance that a beast should have. It seems now that Reggae must have fallen into a weak state after this battle. So, What about Regichkas? Lu Yin looked curiously not far away. The Regigigas there is very conspicuous. Regigi Kazjanda has a huge white torso, but no obvious head. The center of its torso has a yellow striped structure from back to front, and its upper part has 7 round holes, which are arranged in the shape of a Big Dipper. What does it mean? The Regichkas has long arms, with yellow discs on the shoulders and wrists, and 3 white fingers at the ends. Its legs are relatively short, the top of its head, waist, back and limbs are covered with black zigzag lines, and the central sides of its head and its feet are covered with green vegetation. But what attracted Lu Yin the most about him were the 3 pairs of eye-like dots on both sides of the center of his torso. The colors of the 3 pairs of origins, from top to bottom, are red, blue, and gray, which exactly represent Regis, Regis, and Regis. And now, the blue origin of the pair seems to be a little dark. As Regichkas also blackened. Lu Yin curiously used the game console to check the situation of Regichkas. Name: 1/3 of Regichkas's clone, blackened state attribute, general feature, slow start, hidden feature, no level, 2 level 79 qualification, level 2 God 79 intimacy, carrying items, stone, skill, heavy crash, broken, fire fist, frozen fist, thunder fist, stun fist, shoot down, strange light, see-through, revenge, wide area guard, thought hammer, a tooth, crushed, the ultimate impact, slightly. Special note: this is one of Regichka's clones. Regichkas is a unique elf. There has been a priestly elf in ancient times, and it is said to be in charge of the boundary between the earth and the sky. The legend it circulates in the world is the truth. In its heyday, it can drag a continent to move. Ancient times, Regichkas lost a lot of abilities due to some reasons, so he differentiated his body into different independent individuals, and slept in a unique temple to regain his strength. In order to ensure that his power can be repaired, he separated his own attributes to create elves that resembled himself, namely Regay, Regis, and Regis chill out of special icebergs, rocks and lava. The meaning of the existence of these 3 elves is to protect their existence. But in fact, these 3 elves are inherently inseparable from their clones. Divide apart. Lu Yin, surprised. This time, the special explanation function of the game console is really a big surprise. Didn't expect Regichkas to be so perverted and hide such a big secret. Chapter 332_Regigigas, Special. Firebird uses combo moves. 2/3. Stunned me grass. Lu Yin couldn't help but want to swear. The game console's explanation of Regigigas information was completely beyond his expectations. But after he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he felt that this explanation seemed reasonable. Let's talk about Regichkas first, but he wants to be with Ho-Oh, Lugia, Giratina, Uzumaki Sengyong, etc. The existence of the same name, relying on the power of the priesthood, can be comparable to the super beast. But in fact, the power he showed was far inferior to these elves. Not to mention that the elves such as Groudon, Kyogre, and Skycracker can return to their original state, when they were more powerful. Logically speaking, Regichkas, who is on the same level as the first-level gods of the priesthood, such as Ho-Oh and Spacetime Sengyong, can't be too far behind. To say that Regichkas has ethnic groups that caused all this, but in fact, having the priestly god of the Sea of Lugia is still powerful. Considering that its current strength is a person in a state after dispersion, it can be explained. It's as if Zygarde will do the same. This could also explain why Regichkas was always asleep. In addition, Regichkas will change into a bead after completely losing his stamina, which is a strange state, and now it seems that this is part of the evidence of its differentiation. As for the fact that Regigigas was originally a 3-attribute spirit of ice, rock, and steel, it is also understandable. The first is that the appearance of the 3 of them is according to Regichkas himself, and the body composition of Regilock. According to recent research, the rocks that make up his body are all excavated from different lands. The whose whole body is composed of rocks and stones, and parts of its body will peel off during the battle, but it will be repaired with new rocks. It is full of rocks, and it can't find a brain or heart at all, which is completely inexplicable with the latest modern science. It doesn't want an elf life form at all, but rather a mechanical existence. Coincidentally, Regis Chill, the last of the 3 pillars of steel, has a body that is harder than any metal. However, after investigation by researchers, it was found that its body was hollow and did not need to eat. Unlike Regilock's body, which contains all the rocks in the world, Registry's body is composed of metallic substances that do not exist on Earth. That do not exist in modern times are harder than any metal known today, but these metals are not only hard, but also stretchable. And after tens of thousands of years of underground pressure, the solid body is stronger than any metal. Plus Reggae, a guy whose body is entirely made of Ice Age ice cubes. These three do not seem to be living bodies, but mechanical bodies. Now the stone hammers, they are Reggie's identity, only a part of the attributes, the purpose is to protect themselves. No wonder the 3 pillars were so reckless when they protected Regichkas. It is no wonder that conquering these 3 priesthoods only depends on defeating them. They need tokens, because they correspond to different avatars, and only after defeating the 3 sacred pillars can you find the Regigigas corresponding to them. No wonder Regis is in danger, and the boss of protection, Regichkas, will appear to protect this little brother. It turns out that Regis is a part of its body, and Regis has entered a blackened state, Regichka. Sri Lanka has also been affected. It's all explained now. I really expanded my knowledge today. Then now, I'll deal with Reggae first, so that I can prepare for the next battle. While observing the Regigigas data on the game console, Luyan noticed that the black gas in the pair of blue beads in the middle had dissipated a lot. If he guessed correctly, there is not much dark matter left in Reggae now. And as long as the Reggae is eliminated, Regigigas should also regain his sanity at that time. No matter then. He can't fight or not, this time things will become easy to solve. Flame Bird, use a combination move. Large character explosion and energy storage flame attack. Luyan's footsteps lightly jumped to the back, and landed steadily on the back of the blood-winged dragon who just arrived at the scene, followed by giving the Flame Bird an attack command. Ow! The Flame Bird raised its head and chirped, and opened its mouth to shoot out an orange-red flame. Immediately after, it waved its wings violently, and began to gather the strength of the whole body. As the momentum on his body gradually rose, the flames on his body began to burn more and more vigorously. Boom! Under the gazes of everyone, the fire column spewed by the Flame Bird suddenly changed, turning into a huge big flame. At this moment, the Flame Bird flapped its wings and swooped down, its speed getting faster and faster, and one head slammed into the big flame. The large-shaped flames began to be limited by a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally all poured into the body of the Flame Bird. The Flame Bird is like a flame that has been replenished with fuel, and the flame on its body burns completely. It looks like it has completely turned into a flame, and it rushes towards Reggae below. Reggae's whole body is made up of Antarctic ice cones and icicles, which are shaped like crystals. Its face is composed of 7 yellow dots that resemble a cross. Its legs are tapered. Both rely on the vertices of these 2 cones to maintain balance. It also has 3 crystalline fingers at the end of its cylindrical arms, 4 ice thorns on its back, and 2 on each side. This is 1,000 years of ice. Its attack and speed, defense and special attack are not bad. Its highest is the special defense, and it is so high that it is terrifying. Is no exaggeration to say that the Flame Bird, which is good at special attack, can easily use special attack tricks on Reggae, and the damage that can be caused is very limited. So Luyan asked the Flame Bird to use the physical flame type trick, accumulating flame attack. The energy storage flame attack is also the only physical fire-related trick learned by the Flame Bird. Because the damage of this move is not very high, Luyan asked Firebird to use a combination move. The combination of big character explosion flame and energy storage flame attack. This is a combination of tricks that Lu Yin uses the ability of the game console to let all his fire elves learn to use. This move is very powerful. It is comparable to the ultimate impact of the general physics big move, and the power is equal to the destruction of the dead light. But it has the fire attribute. This move, for example, can cause huge damage to Reggae. Chapter 333 Master Battle. Battle against Regichkas. 3/3. Ow. Under everyone's attention, the flame bird completely turned into a huge golden flame bird, swooping down and hitting Reggae. Reggae's speed was not fast, and the ability to condense the big explosion trick was interrupted, and at this time, he completely made defensive and evasive actions. Boom. There was no accident. The flame bird successfully hit Reggae, the flames on his body all tilted out, and the latter continued to fly forward, breaking a large tree along the way. The surrounding ice and snow turned into snow water under the influence of high temperature. A large area of ice and snow suddenly turned into the land of Aomori. Bang! After flying a certain distance with Reggae, the flame flapped its wings, turned 90 degrees, and flew high into the sky. Reggae, on the other hand, was completely engulfed in a golden flame and was continuously hurt. When the flames dissipated, the 7 yellow dots in front of Reggae flickered on and off, and finally fell to the ground, unable to move. Reggae hasn't completely lost his fighting power yet. If it loses its ability to fight completely, its body will turn into a shrunken mass of frozen stone statues, which can only be restored when Regichkas injects new power. Right now, it just consumed too much stamina because of the tyrannical blow of the flame bird, which led to the consumption of the dark matter in the body. Now it has basically recovered its sanity, because it has also entered a weak state because of the blackening state. For this reason, it will no longer engage in pointless battles. But although Reggae stopped getting angry, the dark matter in its body had not been completely consumed, and a layer of black gas visible to the naked eye overflowed from its body, and then shot towards Regichkas not far away. This scene happened so suddenly that even Lu Yin had time to stop it. After the little black gas was completely injected into Regichka's body, it suddenly raised its head to condense orange energy balls. Chickas! With a roar, Regichkas quickly condensed his energy and sprayed it out ahead, turning it into a golden beam of light. But this time, Lu Yin had already reacted, and his performance was a little unsightly. Sister, I thought the battle was over, but I didn't expect Regichkas to turn black in the end. Looking at the situation of the eyes, there should be not much dark matter left, but the strength of Regichkas is completely different from Reggae. It enters a blackened state, just a little time is enough for it to give the entire cutting edge brings perverted damage to the city. And Regichkas is far superior to the Firebird in terms of talent racial values. The two are not the same level of divine beasts. Looks like you have to go all out. A lot of thoughts flashed in Lu Yin's mind, but all thoughts appeared in an instant, and no time was wasted. After analyzing the situation at the scene, he decided to show his full strength. Flaming Bird, Fetters Evolve. Lu Yin communicated in his mind, found the Flame Bird's logo, clicked it, and clicked the Bond Evolution button. Thanks to the game console, as long as he wants, he can complete the spiritual link with any elf that he has conquered at any time, and instantly carry out alternative Super Evolution and Fetter Evolution. Shoo! The moment Lu Yin's voice fell, a strange power emerged from the depths of the flame bird's body, turning into a gorgeous flame to wrap its body. The flame turned into a bright fireball, and in the fireball, the body of the flame bird began to change. When the flames dissipated, the super flame bird that had appeared once on Red Lotus Island appeared, flapped its wings, raised its head and made a loud chirping sound. Ow! The super flame bird became more beautiful, and even became a phoenix and wanted to be a phoenix. Its momentum has also increased, and along with the flames rising again on its body, it brings a strange burning sensation to everyone. Hi! At this moment, everyone took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yin as if they were looking at a monster. If you are excited and surprised to see the legendary elves, then seeing the super-evolved legendary elves can definitely be remembered for a lifetime, and will never be forgotten in a lifetime. And now, with the help of Lu Yin, the legendary elf actually said that super evolution is super evolution. This is an absolutely incredible scene. And how long has Lu Yin subdued the flame bird? He has already used the power of fetters to help the flame bird complete its super evolution. What kind of talent and ability are powerful elves willing to be subdued and commanded by weak trainers? The reason is that the trainer can let them play their role. More powerful force. If the news that Lu Yin can help the flame bird super evolution get out, it is no exaggeration to say that he will be favored by many divine beasts all at once. Lu Yin didn't know about everyone's astonishment, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Now he can achieve the same mind with the flame bird. Although he has not yet mastered the use of the domain, he can greatly enhance the power of the super flame bird with the help of his super power perception, and keep up with its rhythm. And now that he is commanding the battle, he just wants a look. Spray flames. Lu Yin's idea emerged in the mind of super flame bird, who immediately did as he was told. Ow! The super flame bird sprayed a golden flame downward, and collided with the destructive deathlight that Rejichka's touched. Boom! A huge explosion erupted at the moment when the two unique moves collided, and a space of dozens of meters in a radius was shrouded in this explosion, and this part of the space was directly turned into ruins. The shock wave generated by the explosion spread out, setting off a huge wind wave that directly swept the surrounding area of hundreds of meters. The power of the second-level god finally appeared. This is still the case where the super flame bird uses most of its unique abilities to offset the destruction of Rejichka's deathlight. If it is destroyed and released recklessly, the space covered by the explosion can be directly over 100 meters, and the shock wave can be more powerful. Affects a radius of kilometers. And this is something that a champion elves can't do with all their strength. This shows the power of the master elves. As for the master-level elves who are comparable to the first-level gods, as well as the elves who master the priesthood, and even the super-divine beasts, those all can easily affect a city, a little seriousness can affect a region, and full exertion can affect the existence of the whole world. And the fight between Super Firebird and Rejichka's isn't over yet. The current Super Flame Bird can stop the destruction of Rejichka's by spraying flames. Lu Yin's mouth evokes a strange arc. Add the flame vortex. Chapter 334 Lu Yin's idea. Violent confrontation. 1/3. Flame vortex. Lu Yin's voice seemed to sound in the super flame bird's mind, making it instantly know what to do next, and at the same time understand Lu Yin's deep-seated intentions. It didn't hesitate, and immediately started flapping its wings, using the airflow and body temperature to easily create a vortex of flames. The flame vortex wrapped around the golden fire column and continued to charge with super strength, and the fire column began to expand continuously. If Xiaobo was present, he would have shouted, "Fuck, right now." Because the combination move that Lu Yin used now for the flaming bird was really the one he commanded the duck-billed fire dragon to use. In the past few days, Lu Yin has already learned, and also taught the flame bird whether to use such a perverted boom. At a high point not far from the ground below, the collision point of the two unique moves, the strong destructive force and a large number of white fog-like airwaves centered on this point, continuously radiated out. With such a powerful influence, everyone around them instinctively released elves to push away the nearby area, and at the same time covered their eyes. Boom! A louder explosion sounded. Just when the jet flame used by the super flame bird was about to be suppressed by Rejichka's destructive death light, the flame vortex arrived, greatly increasing the power of the fire column. The enhanced version of the vortex sprayed flames and the destruction of death light again stalemate, and the evenly matched confrontation caused a more powerful explosion. The powerful air wave and shock wave spread out, causing Super Firebird and Rejichka's to stop their movements at the same time. A huge air wave spread out, instantly wrapping the two elves, obscuring all sight. Luckily, Lu Yin closed his eyes and had superpower to perceive everything. Soon, the time he was waiting for came, and he immediately said to the super flame bird with his mind, "It's now, the energy storage flame attack." Ow! The super flame bird chirped, waving its wings and rushing down. Although it is now deep in the airwaves, it can't see anything, but Lu Yin can act as its eyes. Before Lu Yin sensed it with superpower, it seemed to be able to feel it completely. So it knows Regichka's is there. It continued to output energy, and the whole body was covered in flames, rushing towards Regichka's, and then it collided with it and flew out, directly flying out of the range shrouded in white mist. Lu Yin commanded the blood-winged flying dragon to rush up immediately, making sure that his eyes could see the battle scene. This would be more conducive to the command of the battle. Chickas. On the ground, after being taken away by the super flame bird, Regichka's finally reacted, suddenly raising his arm and waving it, at the same time condensing the power of lightning. Punch. Regichka's used a very effective Raiden punch against the super firebird. Due to the excessive speed of the super flame bird, this move could not be avoided, and it was hit directly and flew out. Boom. The super flame bird fell to the ground and flew out all the way upside down, breaking through countless cedar trees and crossing a deep ravine along the way. On the other side, Regichka's had stopped, clenched his fists for the first time, and condensed a circle of white light around his body. At this time, Lu Yin and the girls stood on the back of the blood-winged dragon and had already come to this side of the area. Seeing Regichka's action, he immediately judged that the opponent was going to use the rock-type attack trick, the sharp stone attack, and his eyes narrowed immediately. It's really a quick switch. Then I'm welcome now. In fact, before, Lu Yin could completely command the flame bird to use the combination of hot air and jet flame. If it is hot air and jet flame, the power of this move will be even greater, and it can even overwhelm the head of Regichka's, who uses the destruction of death light. But Lu Yin didn't do this, and let the super flame bird use the less powerful, flame vortex. Of his doing this is to help the super flame bird not need a certain amount of time to recover and continue energy due to the use of powerful tricks. After using the combination of fire vortex and jet fire, the future of this new one is just as good as Regichka's destructive death ray. And after these two moves collide, the super flame bird can use the energy storage flame attack skill quickly enough. In this way, it can move the battlefield with Regichka's. That's right, Lu Yin's purpose is to let the super firebird take Regichka's away from this area near Chifeng City. Only in this way can he confidently and boldly command the super flame bird to take action. After all, the master level strength is too strong, and the aftermath of the confrontation can affect a lot, so he must pay attention. And now, it's time to get out. He also doesn't need to defeat Regichka's, as long as the dark matter in his body is exhausted. Is it a rock-type trick? Flame bird, use sunshine flame. Lu Yin directly gave new instructions. In a layer of thick smoke, the super flame bird flapped its wings and flew to a high place, and opened its mouth to shoot a golden beam of light, which did not need to save energy at all. As the existence of the flame bird that can control the authority of the god of fire, the use of the flame of the sun does not need to absorb the energy of the sun like in ordinary elves. Its own ability is enough to be used as the energy of sunlight. At the same time, all the white rays of light around Regichka's condensed pieces of rotating rocks, and shot towards the super flame bird overwhelmingly. Boom! The flames of sunlight emitted by the super flame bird easily destroyed all the rocks, continued to charge towards Regichka's, and then hit. Regichka's was smashed and flew out all the way, and soon hit a huge frozen piece behind him. On the rock, this rock with a height of more than 10 meters was directly shattered after being hit, turning it into ruins and burying it. But then, a golden electric light suddenly appeared around the ice layer, shattering all the broken rocks and ice cubes. Immediately following, a figure shrouded in thunder and lightning ran up from the ground and raised his hands towards the sky. Boom! Intense thunder and lightning shot into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterwards, a black cloud formed at a speed visible to the naked eye, with arcs constantly emerging in it. Bang! After a golden electric current is brewed and formed, it slashes straight to the super flame bird in the sky. This is not a thunder trick. It is a naked thunder. Chapter 335 closing. News from Rejichkas. 2/3. Boom. Powerful thunder and lightning fell from the sky, connecting one after another, as if it were about to destroy the world. Faced with all this, Lu Yin calmly shouted, "Hold on. Regigigas is very valuable, especially after knowing its truth. Lu Yin is very interested in it. Of Rejichkas, not to mention that the probability of Super Flame Bird defeating the opponent is not high. Even if he can win, he can't conquer it, let alone use it. This Regigigas is temporarily out of touch with him. If he wants Regigigas, it is best to use the 3/3 tokens in his hand to find the corresponding Reggae, Regis Quill, Regius, and then combine the power of these 3 pillars to find that they correspond to Regichkas. After he subdues one Regigigas, he may be able to remember the fusion method and keep subduing other Regigigas. Since this has always been unacceptable to Regichkas, and now that he has completed the test of the strength of the Super Flame Bird and his own command ability, there is no reason for unnecessary battles. Just hold on until the battle is over. Boom. A strong roar continued to spread. The northernmost edge of Chifeng City, Junsha, Shaosong, and a kind of trainer who had recovered their senses heard a loud noise in the distance, and the aftermath of the battle that was still clearly visible from a distance, silent for a while. Down. The master level and the champion level are only one level apart, but why is the movement so different? The master level is so strong. In the confrontation, there is only the master level in the biography, and what kind of power is there? The powerful first level gods who have mastered the priesthood, is this really a power that can be mastered or comparable by human beings? Just the confrontation between master level elves can make them feel terrified from far away. Fortunately, Master Lu Yin is here. I don't know who said something suddenly, but he made everyone nod unconsciously. Indeed, this time, they really want to thank Lu Yin. Without Lu Yin, they would not dare to imagine what Chifeng City would be like when Regigigas was destroyed. This kind of existence, unless the strongest members of the alliance come, no one can stop it. You said, can Master Lu Yin win? Some people ask. No one can answer this question. But the answer everyone wants to hear is the same. Everyone hopes that Lu Yin can win. If even he loses, then no one can stop Regichkas, and then Chifeng City will face the crisis of demise. Countless people will face displacement. Nobody wants to go through something like this. I'll go take a look. Hyerna said to Shino beside her, if she wants to be on the scene, who has the qualifications to intervene in the war in the distance, or if she goes to the scene to watch it, she, the champion of the 4 heavenly kings of Shanao, can barely. But she wasn't sure what to do, and the movement on the other side suddenly stopped. The battle seems to be over. The battle is over so quickly, then who wins and who loses? On the other side, Lu Yin has teleported to Regichkas in front of him. This battle was not really divided into winners and losers, and if there was an outcome, it would end in a draw after Regichkas regained his senses. Chickas. Regichkas looked down at Lu Yin with apologetic voice in his voice. After the black biomass in the body completely disappeared, the violence in its heart also disappeared in an instant, and the return of reason made it realize what a stupid thing it was doing before. If it wasn't for Lu Yin, it would definitely have destroyed the peace between humans and elves, causing harm to innocent humans. Fortunately, with Lu Yin, it can have a chance to regain its sanity. Regichkas, don't take things to heart. After all, everything you do is not your intention. You are also a victim. Lu Yin reached out and patted Regichkas on the body. Estimated that there are not many people who can shoot Regichkas so unscrupulously since the birth of the world, and he may even be the only one. Do you know where the dark matter in your body comes from? Lu Yin asked Regichkas what he was most curious about right now. Compared to Regichkas's apology, he now wants to know more about the source of the dark matter. That can make Regichkas, who is a second-level god, also deeply affected. Or, where did Regichkas encounter such a perverted thing? Chickas. Regichka's Chikas was silent for a while, and finally shook his body to show that he did not know. And its answer actually did not exceed Lu Yin's expectations. If Regichkas knew about it, with its strength, it would be impossible for him to be corroded by dark matter. If some kind of existence forced Regichkas into a blackened state, then this existence can definitely defeat Regichkas, so there is no need to be sneaky at all. So now it seems that some kind of weak or fearful guy is doing things. Chikas. The black matter entered Regai's body from the very beginning, and I was invisibly affected by it. That Lu Yin was more concerned about this matter, Regichkas told Lu Yin what he had discovered. Side effects. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. If he didn't have a game console, that probably wouldn't make sense of what Regichkas meant. But because he knew the truth about Regis, he knew the connection between the latter Regis. It seems that someone is doing things, and they know the affairs between Regai and Regichkas very well. In this way, there are still many things in this world that I don't know about. It's become more and more interesting. The corner of Lu Yin's mouth evoked a strange arc, and there was a faint flash of light called excitement in his eyes. Originally, he believed that he knew the world very well and knew many things that ordinary people didn't know, but now it seems that what he deserves to know is also very one-sided. In this world, even if he has the head-level strength in his heart, he may not be able to explore and understand it all. Perhaps, only by subjugating the priesthood can we know everything about this world. It's really exciting. Chapter 336_Shaoguang. Sharubia. 3/3. Lu Yin. Are you all right? Front of the Kaifeng temple, Lu Yin stood quietly, holding his chin as if thinking, not knowing what he was thinking. A slightly anxious voice suddenly sounded above him. Around slowly, Lu Yin found that it was Zyrna who came over on the back of the Li-Bite blue shark, who had returned to normal, with a concerned look on his face. Lu Yin smiled at her and asked back, Chelona champion, do you think I look like something is wrong? It's fine. Sharona jumped off the back of Li-Bite blue shark, and after confirming that Lu Yin was useless at all, she let out a long sigh of relief. The reason why she was so nervous was not because of your special feelings for Lu Yin. It's just because Lu Yin came to Chifeng City at her request. She is responsible. The battle between Super Flamebird and Regichkas just now was too loud, even Hyrna didn't encounter this level of battle. After all, there are too few second-level gods, and it is even rarer to share the world. There are a lot of people who never see a divine beast in their entire life, let alone divine beasts that are at the second-level god level or even stronger, and it is even more rare to encounter the chance to fight against the second-level god-level elves. As for the battle between master trainers, even Sharona has never seen them do it. It's not that they don't get their hands on it, or that they don't fight each other. It's just that these people will find absolutely secluded places, and no one has ever seen them. And today, Sharona has seen it, and understands why his grandfather has always taken him to see the battle between the masters. But that's how the battle between the masters is. How will the two master-level trainers command the master-level elves to fight? Maybe they really doubt life. The specific situation, let's go back and talk about it, everyone should wait. Lu Yin didn't know what Sharona was thinking. He saw that Sharona had already recruited, and the trainers who wanted to come to Chifeng City would definitely be waiting. Anyway, the matter has been resolved, but let's end it as soon as possible. As for Regichkas, after explaining its situation, it has returned to the Temple of the Frontier. Lu Yin will now stand in front of the Kaifeng Temple, precisely because he wants to find the reason for the appearance of dark matter here. Pity that his superpowers have been out to investigate for a long time, and even let them come out to help, but he has not found any valuable clues. This made him even more interested in the matter. Where did the dark matter come from? Why did it come about? And what does it mean to this world? With great doubts, Lu Yin rode the blood-winged flying dragon and flew towards the northernmost direction of Kaifeng City. And there, Junsha and others were really burdened. What did you say the result was? It should be Master Lu Yin who won, and the battle has stopped. Of course it would be best if so. If that's the case, Master Lu Yin's realism and talent are too perverted. Yeah, it didn't take long for the master-level flame bird to be subdued, and it has been able to evolve into a bond with it. The training office can combine tricks. If he can still command him to defeat the same level master-level legendary elves, Master Lu Yin is the master of the master. Definitely sit tight. If this is the case, Lu Yin and Dan Di will definitely win the battle. I think so too. Oh look. A girl's exclamation suddenly sounded, interrupting everyone's discussion. Everyone looked up into the sky with a sense of feeling, and found that there were two black shadows that were constantly enlarging. One of the dark shadows is Sharona, who just left in her fierce bite land shark. And behind her, Lu Yin rode a blood-winged dragon flying slowly, and stood beside three beauties with their own strengths. Seeing this scene, although they haven't really heard the answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This thing is done. Shoo! The blood-winged dragon and the fierce bite land shark fell to the ground at the same time. Noticing everyone's expectations, Lu Yin said with a smile, "The matter has been resolved, everyone can stop worrying." Lu Yin's words were like a cardio tonic, making everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Great, the danger is lifted. Qifeng City is my hometown. I'm really afraid that it will be destroyed today or what? Haha, you are lucky in Qifeng City, you just happened to meet Master Lu Yin. Indeed, it's just like the Rampergi Resort in the Kanto region. Hengcheng people are so happy to have such a backer. Some people couldn't help but envy. Hearing his words, someone beside him hurriedly tugged at his arm and whispered, "Will you speak?" The owner of Shaosong is still there, next to him. Indeed, that person's words seemed to be lamenting that the gym master in Qifeng City was bad. The man came back to his senses and noticed that Shaosong was looking at him, and he quickly apologized embarrassedly. "Oh, the owner of Shaosong, I'm sorry, I am sorry, I didn't mean that." Hee, it's all right, the owner of the pavilion Lu Yin is indeed very strong, and the people of Hangzhou are indeed very happy. Shaosong waved her hand indifferently. To be honest, she is also very envious of the people of Hengcheng. Who doesn't want to be protected by a powerful trainer? Master Lu Yin, have you defeated Regichkas? The result of the battle, when everyone saw Lu Yin, actually already had guesses, but they were still very surprised when they could get a definite answer, and they started talking about it. The last question has been asked all the time. Everyone is very curious. What is Lu Yin's solution to the problem? Did he defeat Regichkas to conquer it, or did he use another method? Lu Yin looked at the person who asked him, and found that the person talking was a blue-haired girl who was dressed very formally, and even described it as a dress. With a crystal headband on the girl's head, she looks like a full princess. This girl's appearance, Lu Yin felt a little familiar. "You are Xiaoguang?" Lu Yin asked with uncertainty. "Little like me." The blue-haired girl pointed to herself. Seeing Lu Yin nodding, she immediately shook her head and denied, "No, I'm not Xiaoguang." "No." Lu Yin frowned slightly, "This girl is not Xiaoguang, who is he?" He remembers that Xiaoguang is indeed a beautiful girl with blue hair and blue eyes. Wait. A flash of light flashed in Lu Yin's mind. He carefully looked at the blue-haired girl from top to bottom, and finally reacted. Could it be that you are Sharubia? Chapter 337 Sharubia, who resolutely moved her target. Sharona. 1/3. Could it be that you are Sharubia? Lu Yin took a lot of serious attention to the blue-haired girl and guessed her identity at once. The girl Sharubia appeared only once, and briefly, in the cartoon plot in his past life memory. But it was only these 2 times that he had a deep memory. It's not because of how good-looking this Sharubia is, or because of what she is particularly powerful and good at. All because this girl looks exactly the same as Xiaoguang. A girl who travels with Xiaoji when he travels to the Sheno area, and has a very firm dream of becoming a coordination trainer. Different from Xiaoyao, the partner Xiaoji found during his travels in the Fengyuan area. Although both of them aim to become the best coordination trainers, Xiaoyao lacks experience and confidence at the beginning of the adventure, while Xiaoguang is a very confident girl. Then pondering the past, she will yearn for the future, but she will not be too ambitious, and will sum up her own shortcomings from the experience of failure. Although Xiaoguang also has a problem, that is, he believes too much in his own strength from the beginning. But even if she fails, she will not give up on herself, but will say, "No problem." No problem is Xiaoguang's mantra. In Shannao's travels, Xiaoguang created a variety of combinations to express the splendor and power of elves. In Lu Yin's view, Xiaoguang is a good-looking, ambitious, and talented coordination trainer, and her personality is also very pleasing. And at this time, Charubia appeared. She is a princess of a kingdom, except hairstyle, clothing, voice are different, her appearance is exactly the same as Xiaoguang. Because she is the only heir of the kingdom, she has been living a very depressed life, and even once hoped to evade her responsibilities, become a coordination trainer, and take her Pakis to the gorgeous competition. And Charubia's dream finally caught her eye after she met Xiaoguang. With the help of her maid Faria, she and Xiaoguang successfully exchanged identities to participate in the competition, and finally led Pakis to win. The end, she gave Pakis to Xiaoguang, hoping that it could follow Xiaoguang to stay on the stage of the gorgeous contest, and she herself decided to take up her responsibilities. Because of this incident, Lu Yin also remembered this princess who looked the same as Xiaoguang. Is also wonderful to be curious about the setting of the two like twins. What Lu Yin didn't expect was that he hadn't met Xiaoguang yet. And met this Princess Charubia first. "Hey, Master Lu Yin, do you know me?" Hearing Lu Yin calling out her name, Charubia's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't know where the etiquette she usually learned was thrown by her. That Lu Yin knew her shocked her. Don't look at her as the princess of a kingdom, she seems to be very powerful. But in the final analysis, now is the era of alliance, the existence of the kingdom, compared to the past, the power has shrunk by how much? And in the elf world, the princess of the kingdom is nothing. In comparison, a heavenly king-level trainer's right to speak is useful to a king of a kingdom, not to mention a princess of a country. A master-level trainer like Lu Yin, who is only 18 years old, is no exaggeration to say, going to any corner of the world is a respected existence. The Princess Charubia was completely unattractive. Lu Yin seemed to know her, and even made her feel flattered. Well, by chance, I heard about it. At Charubia, and he called out the latter's name because he was too surprised. But these are all irrelevant. Really, I'm so honored. Charubia smiled and greeted Lu Yin with her skirt. This is the highest standard of etiquette used by women in the royal family in her kingdom when they meet guests, and it is also an expression of recognition. Seeing the ceremony, Charubia looked at Lu Yin, her sapphire eyes flashed brightly, she was extremely serious. Master Lu Yin. Since you know me, you should know my situation. Then I can invite you to be the guardian knight of our kingdom. No, it's okay to set up the honorary status of guarding the king. Would you please? Lu Yin. What Lu Yin thought he heard wrong. What is the brain circuit of this Princess Charubia? She just invited him to be a guardian knight, and even set up a guardian prince. Could it be that he has a crush on himself? Lu Yin thought a little narcissistically. Crowd. No one present can keep up with Charubia's rhythm, her proposal is too sudden. Sharona. She is the most speechless and the one who wants to complain the most. She does understand why Charubia made such a suggestion, because this girl was really forced to suffer too much. There are so many kingdoms in this world, only she is the only daughter who has shouldered heavy burdens early on. She should have shouldered the mountain instead. This is why Sharona never gets angry with Charubia for constantly inviting her. She knew that Charubia was only expressing her truest feelings, but even if she disagreed, it didn't matter. As for asking Lu Yin now, Charubia may have acted rashly, but in fact, she did the right thing. As long as Lu Yin promises. A kingdom guarded by a master-level trainer. There is no need to worry at all, and it may even go further. Even if Sharubia is the only princess, there is no need for any more burdens, and you can rest assured to pursue your dreams. As long as she returns and inherits the throne in the future, or she has a child to inherit the throne. But what Sharona wants to complain about is this invitation too impatient to ask a little privately, and she also dares to be asked, now that Sharubia is so decisive to change people, what should she do if she is sour? She is really a little girl. Sharona shook her head secretly. In her opinion, Lu Yin would definitely not agree to Sharubia's request. But it also comes to some political issues. In addition, Lu Yin was from the Blue Star world, so he would definitely not take on such a troublesome errand. When she thought so, Sharona heard Lu Yin say to Sharubia, "Okay, I promise." See, sure enough. Sharona showed a smile that was as expected. Sure enough, Lu Yin chose. He agreed to Zyrna. Actually agreed. Chapter 338 Lu Yin's calculations. Cutting edge ice field, 2/3. Answer, promise. You promised. Sharubia looked at Lu Yin with a look of surprise. Don't look at the strange time and occasion of her invitation, but that's because she sees hope in Lu Yin. She knows a little about Sharona's consideration, but her understanding of politics is not deep enough, so Sharona definitely thinks too much. But she didn't force it, because she knew that twisted melons were not sweet. As for her wonderful inquiry, I just wanted to see if Sharona had a change of heart. Although becoming the guardian knight of the kingdom requires regular guarding in the kingdom for a period of time, it can also get a lot of benefits, such as access to secret realms in several kingdoms, such as the support of some resources. But after seeing Lu Yin's strength, Sharubia felt that inviting him was more likely to succeed. Not that she thought Lu Yin might be tempted. How could a master-level trainer look at the resources in their kingdom and just a few secret realms? Lu Yin doesn't have many secret realms himself. Be polite. Sharubia thinks she can invite Lu Yin because of Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin is a master class. Originally, she didn't have a deep concept of master class, she only knew that it was more powerful than champion class, and champion class was already a very powerful existence in her eyes. Through the experience just now, she finally understood that although the champion level is only one step away from the master level, the two are not the same level of power at all. If Lu Yin promises to become the guardian knight of the kingdom, reasonable, there is no need to go to the kingdom to sit in town, just relying on this name, plus his willingness to go to a banquet every year, is enough. Absolutely no one would be willing to provoke Lu Yin, and no one would offend Lu Yin because of a kingdom. Therefore, the reason why Sharubia made this request at this time was only because she realized the great significance of Lu Yin's answer. And the success rate of this thing. Sharubia is very smart. Seeing that Lu Yin knew about her, she knew there must be something special about her. And she was also prepared for Lu Yin's hesitation. She just said that it was just a name, and that she wanted to have a meal every year, but the resources that should be given are still given. She thought that Lu Yin had no reason to refuse the benefits of taking it for free. As for the time Sharona needed to worry about, Lu Yin didn't need to worry about it at all. But what Sharubia didn't expect was that Lu Yin agreed directly. This is really an unexpected surprise, but for Lu Yin at this time, it is really just a name, and then it's just a matter of benefit. As for the politics that Sharona is considering, I'm sorry, he has the strength to not consider these issues. And he's confident that it won't take long to become a more powerful being than a master. For example, Dr. Damu and others, he is an uncompromising young man. If a young man has strength, he must be confident. He was worried about what to do, so he agreed to it. Yes, I promise. Lu Yin smiled and nodded at Sharubia, and then said, the specific things will be discussed in private. Now I'll explain the problem with Regichkas and Regice. They will attack Kaifeng City this time because someone stole the precious props in the temple of Kaifeng. Next, Lu Yin gave some explanation. Of course, these The so-called explanations are all made up by him, in order to save the image of Regichkas and Regay, so that people don't think they are messing around the divine beast. This is mainly because he doesn't want to speak out about the dark matter, and on the other hand, people who have a heart want to have an idea after learning about it. Why he thought of a rhetoric, lying about Regichkas and being provoked by humans. This approach is exactly the same as the routine that helped Lugia at the beginning. And by doing so, he can not only reap the kindness of Regichkas, but also eliminate the grievances and conflicts that may arise between humans and elves. As for the other benefits, in putting the reason. After explaining everything, Luyan said righteously, "Now, I have promised to help Regichkas retrieve its lost items. It promises that I will continue to sleep in the temple of Kaifeng, and will protect the peace of Kaifeng City when needed. You can rest assured." That's right, Luyan finally planned to receive a wave of gratitude from the people of Kaifeng City, and it was a huge feeling. After all, he not only saved Kaifeng City, but also resisted a huge responsibility. And he did it for nothing, of course, for vanity. What he valued was the real interests. A child, Chifeng City, located in the middle of the Chifeng Icefield directly behind the Chifeng Temple. The area of the Chifeng Icefield is not very large. It is located behind the Chifeng Temple, with an area of about 1,000 meters. The most central location of this icefield is where Luyan and others are now. Under the suspicious gazes of Nazi, Amy, Liliai, and the two girls, Sharona and Sharubia, who followed, Lu Yinying walked around a huge rock 2 people tall in the center of the Kaifeng icefield. After a few laps, he nods his head from time to time. This made the 5 girls curious as to where Lu Yin was attracted to this huge frozen rock that was well known in Chifeng City and had existed for a long time. At this time, Lu Yin was using the game console to identify the data of this rock. Precious props. Ice Raw or Effect 1. It can condense special Ice-type abilities, and Ice-type elves with enough strength can come to it and evolve. Effect 2. There are some to help Ice-type elves understand the profound meaning of Ice-type effects. 3. Invisibly qualification to help Ice elves. Nice. Seeing the information on the Ice ore, Lu Yin's eyes showed a satisfied look. The effect of this ore was the same as he thought. It's not a waste of his money to buy this cutting-edge ice field. With this piece of ice ore, he will soon be able to earn back the money he spent and have a new background. I just don't know if I can use these ores to make ice stones. It seems that it still depends on the game console. Chapter 339_Lu Yin. I want to show 2 new evolutions of Ibrahimovic. 3/3. That, Lu Yin. Seeing that Lu Yin kept looking at the huge ice rock and didn't speak, Sharona couldn't help but want to ask. But at this moment, Lu Yin finally stopped walking and took out an electronic device from the space device. It is a high-end camera, except for Sharubia, the other 4 women have been seen not long ago. At that time, Lu Yin and Yulongdu were fighting, and he took out this camera to record the information of the Goblin and Department. Put it bluntly, most elf researchers will use this when deciding what to record, or when they are about to publish 10 new discoveries. Other words, has Lu Yin discovered something now? Could it be that there is some kind of secret in this huge ice rock that has existed in the Chifeng icefield for an unknown number of years? He swallowed what he said, and stared at Lu Yin patiently, trying to see what he was going to do. Soon, Lu Yin placed the camera in the direction of the huge rock, and then waved to Sharubia. Sharubia, come here. Alas, Sharubia pointed at her nose in surprise. The scene, of the 555 girls, she and Lu Yin can be said to be the least. The one who is familiar with them, obviously they just met today. How could Lu Yin find her now? But despite her doubts in her heart, Sharubia's movements were not slow. She carried her skirt to Lu Yin's side and entered the shooting range of the camera. Master Lu Yin, what do you want me to do? Sharubia asked politely. As the princess of the ancient kingdom in the Sheno area, she is no stranger to interviews on TV and the like, and she has been used to the spotlight since she was a child. Don't be nervous, Sharubia, Seeing Sharubia's very formal appearance, Luyin smiled with relief, and then asked, I remember you said that you have an Ibrahimovic that has been cultivated for a long time, but you don't know what to evolve it into, right? Ah yes. Sharubia nodded, a little surprised. She had something about Ibrahimovic. She said it when she was chatting with Nazi and the girls on the way from Kifeng City. What she didn't expect was that Luyin actually heard what she said casually and remembered it. In my heart. Now well known in both worlds because of her appearance at the opening of the new Hengcheng gym, and Sharubia knows her and notices that she has a sun elf. She really wanted to ask about the sun elf's situation, and she explained her own situation, because she has always been worrying about the evolution of Ibrahimovic. She wants to be a coordination trainer in her heart, so she cares more about the appearance of elves. But among the 5 known evolutionary forms of Ibrahimovic, the water elves and thunder elves do not conform to her aesthetics, and she already has the fire elves. And she still has an Ibrahimovic left in her hand, struggling to choose which one of the sun elf and the moon elf to choose to evolve. However, this has nothing to do with Luyin's current name, it's good. Luyin nodded, he didn't solve it, but took out 2 elf balls and gently pressed the switch. Swish. 2 red rays of light flashed, and 2 similar-looking, beautifully haired, cute Ibrahimovic appeared on the ground. Boy! After the 2 Ibrahimovic appeared, their movements were very synchronized, they both found Luyin's figure at the first time, then moved their calves and ran to his feet, rubbing intimately. Can be seen that they are very attached to Luyin and have a high degree of intimacy. In fact, Luyin has a game console, and most elves can reach full intimacy as long as they stay by his side for a while. Good. Luyin squatted down and touched the head of an Ibrahimovic with one hand. Boy! Boy! Both Ibrahimovic had expressions of enjoyment on their faces. Wow, so cute. Seeing the 2 Ibrahimovic Luyin, the eyes of the 5 Sharubia girls lit up. Girl paper doesn't have much resistance to such a cute thing, even Nazi can't avoid this, otherwise she won't cultivate a sun elf. Comforting the 2 Ibrahimovs for a while, Luyin stood up again and said to the camera ahead, next, I plan to show 2 new Ibrahimovic evolutions. 5 girls. Luyin's words startled the scene, and the 5 girls were startled, and they all suspected that they had heard it wrong. What Luyin said was that he wanted to show Ibrahimovic's new evolution and that it was 2 kinds of jokes at one time. Even Zyrna was a little surprised by Luyin's actions. You must know that 10 years ago, because of the rapid evolution of Ibrahimovic only by using evolution stones, and the lack of communication at that time, everyone always thought that Ibrahimovic had only 3 evolutions: fire, thunder, and water. Until later, Dr. Zhengwei in the Chengdu area cultivated a lot of Ibrahimovic in one breath in order to study the reason why Ibrahimovic could branch and evolve, and then discovered 2 new Ibrahimovic evolution types by chance, the sun elf and the moon elf. Finally, after a period of research, Dr. Zhengwei finally determined the evolutionary methods of these 2 new Ibrahimovs. The first is that the trainer must have a certain emotional foundation with the Ibrahimovic he cultivated, and the intimacy should reach 220 or more. The elves, intimacy with humans can be detected with special equipment. It may be because the inner thoughts of elves are relatively pure. After studying the documents from the ruins, human researchers have already invented tools that can detect their intimacy with humans. To help Junsha judge prisoners. After all, a trainer who doesn't even like simple elves has a high chance of being a bad guy. After reaching the standard of intimacy, as long as Ibrahimovic's strength is above the intermediate level, during the day, it can evolve into a sun elf, and at night, it can evolve into a moon elf. To be honest, these requirements are not difficult to meet. But before knowing this method, the previous trainers were all in a hurry to cultivate a combat power, so they used the evolution stone when it was intermediate. This also gave them no time to cultivate their intimacy with Ibrahimovic to a certain extent. This incident can also face the kindness in Natsi's heart, because she has cultivated a sun elf, which shows that the sun elf trusts her from the bottom of her heart. After all, she does not have Luyin's cheating device. Later, the subject of studying the new evolutionary type of Ibrahimovic once made researchers crazy. Chapter 340 _ The Birth of the Fairy Elf. Group Chat for Girls. 1/3. 10 years ago, because Dr. Jungwei discovered 2 new evolutionary types of Ibrahimovic, and proposed the concept of branch evolution that Ibrahimovic may possess all attributes, the subject of studying the evolutionary type of Ibrahimovic was once hot. Until now, it is unknown how many people are studying the new evolution of Ibrahimovic every day. But in the past 10 years, except for the 5 evolutionary types, no one has discovered a new Ibrahimovic evolutionary type, and more people have proposed the concept that there may only be 555 evolutionary Ibrahimovic evolutionary types. And now, Luyin actually said that he wanted to show 2 new evolutionary types, and there were 2. This news is too surprising. But Sharona's 5 daughters were surprised, but they didn't doubt it. Because the person who said this is Lu Yin, who discovered the goblin. Lu Yin, who belongs to this new attribute, discovered the self-exploding magnetic monster, the big steel snake, the electric monster, the duck-billed flame dragon. Evolved Lu Yin. They were only surprised by how difficult it was to accomplish. Master Lu Yin, did you discover the new evolution of Ibrahimovic with the 2 attributes? To being surprised, Sharubia, who was also within the scope of the camera, played a very good role in the praise. At the same time, she was really curious about what Lu Yin's new discovery was. She had a hunch that after seeing the 2 new evolutions of Ibrahimovic, she no longer had to hesitate to let her Ibrahimovic evolve into a sun elf or a moon elf. The first one is the fairy spirit. Lu Yin didn't sell the tube and replied directly. But his answer left the girls unresponsive for a while. What kind of elf does the fairy elf correspond to? At the same time, the 5 girls are also complaining in their hearts. So you guys, the discoverers of the new elves are so capricious in their names, just like the sun elves and moon elves, they are obviously super elves of the superpower type and evil of the evil type. The elves, Jungwei chose to be named sun elves and moon elves. However, considering that the difference between these 2 evolutions is day and night, everyone has to bear it. What the hell is this fairy elf? Actually, it's not just the 5 girls. Most people who hear the name fairy elf for the first time have similar ideas in their hearts. But soon, they will have a massive real fragrance collection. Ibrahimovic. Lu Yin did not rush to explain, but lowered his head and gave Ibrahimovic a look at his left foot. Boy! Ibrahimovic understood what Lu Yin meant, and immediately stopped suppressing the energy in his body. A white energy band stretched out from its neck and wrapped around the former's arm. Immediately after, a white body wrapped around Ibrahimovic's body, and the body began to change. Seeing this scene, the girls all showed their expressions. Although they complained about the name of Lu Yin in their hearts, it was not within their scope that they longed for the appearance of new attribute spirits. And looking at the posture recorded by Lu Yin, this spirit is probably the first time it appeared in modern times, so it is of great commemorative significance. Under the gaze of the 5 women and Lu Yin, the white light quickly dissipated. Sure enough, one of the 5 women had never been seen before, and a brand new spirit appeared in front of them. This elf and Ibrahimovic's elf look like 5 points. The body is mainly white, and the top of the head, the ears, the lower part of the tail and the legs are all pink that girls generally prefer. But the inside of its ears are blue, and the eyes are light blue. There is also a bow on the left ear and neck of this elf. There are 2 ribbons on the bow. The colors of the ends of the ribbons are pink, dark blue, and light blue. At this time, the ribbon also stretched out and was tied to Lu Yin's arm. Xian Yi. After successfully completing the evolution, the fairy elf was very satisfied with her current state and gave a cheerful cry to Lu Yin. And her cry successfully awakened the 5 daughters of Hyerna, who were surprised. Wow, really evolved. Lily took out her mobile phone and took a photo, and then sent it to a group called the Sister Group. The people in this group are all girls who live in the Lei Feng Pagoda of Lu Yin's house. The photo was uploaded, it instantly exploded. Camizli, Hey, this elf is so cute. So cute, I haven't seen it before. Is it a new kind of elf? May, wow, so cute, I like 2Z, Yi, why do you still have a fetish for writing? May, 2OZ, you're taking too much care of it, now the focus is on this new elf. Gu Ching Ching, it feels a bit like Ibrahimovic. Catalya, that said, it seems to be the case, but, Lily, didn't Luyin bring Nazi, you and Amy to conquer the new elves? Isn't that the case? Lily, no, brother Luyin helped me and sister Nazi, and sister Amy got an iron dumbbell. The Kanto region, Tuko, who was preparing to have lunch at a ferry center somewhere, spit out the tea from her mouth and sprayed the face of May on the opposite side. But now she didn't care about Yayi's resentful eyes, and instead tapped on the phone. Tuko, the dumbbell is the one I know. Is it iron dumbbell? Lily, yes, sister Tuzi. Lily answered honestly, she wasn't showing off, because they couldn't hide the fact that they subdued the iron dumbbells. Luyin didn't say it at first, but he wasn't sure that he would be subdued. Now it's true, of course. Say. After all, everyone will live together, no need to hide and tuck. Besides, Luyin will not treat any woman who follows her badly, which the girls know very well. Just like this iron dumbbell, it is a superpower type plus a steel type, so he gives priority to the elves who do not have high potential, but also the one who specializes in the superpower type and the Amy who specializes in the steel type. If Luyin met other suitable elves, he would definitely not treat them badly. So the girls don't get jealous or how they feel. But this prevents them from being envious and a little bit sour. Camizli, it's sour and sour, I hate myself for not specializing in steel and superpower. Catalya, did I say anything special to the superpower department? Lily, sister Catalya, you already have a giant golden monster and Shinado. I remember that brother Luyin also gave you a flashing champion level qualification KC plus suit. Catalya, when I didn't say it. Chapter 341 _ After Fairy Elf comes Ice Elf. 2/3. Camizli, wow, I cried. Although my electric monsters and self-exploding magnetic monsters are good, they are still much worse than the quasi-god elves and elves that can be transformed. May, what did I say if I didn't receive any elves? Tuko, so you're going to start a miserable convention. Gu Qingqing thought for a moment that she had obtained the crystal of profound meaning, and silently did not speak. Camizli, you both have quasi-god spirits, don't talk, I'm going to be autistic. Camizli, looking around, only me and Qingqing have no quasi-gods. Camizli was really about to cry. She found herself isolated. Among the girls around Luyin, Bauer has a kind of mini-dragon, which Luyin gave away after conquering a fast dragon and a mini-dragon out of nowhere. Catalya itself has a giant golden monster. Lily Hinatsi now has iron dumbbells, and even Amy, who is later than her, has iron dumbbells. Serena also has mini-dragons. Yayi and Tuzi are both quasi-gods who relied on their own luck to conquer. Yayi conquered a three-headed evil dragon, and Tuzi conquered a fierce biting land shark. And Azerona from Alola also has a multi-dragon Baruto, a dragon and ghost quasi-god spirit mainly distributed in the Galar region. She and Gu Qingqing were the only ones who might be the gods. Even, Gu Qingqing and the Gen ghost sent by Luyin can do it. The only thing he can do with Camizli is the electric dragon, or she bought it herself. This step. Camizli was so aggrieved. At this moment, Camizli made a decision in her heart that in the next few days, if there was something special, she would stay by Luyin's side. Gu Qingqing, let's talk about this new elf first. Lily, since Luyin gave you iron dumbbells, what is the new elf in this photo? Lily, I'll send you a video. Ding. Lily, I posted a video. This video is really when the girls were chatting. She saw that Luyin had already started talking about the fairies, and recorded it. Receiving the video, in an instant, except Serena, who was training her own strength, all the girls clicked to check it out. In the video, Luyan and Sharubia appear next to her. The former is explaining the information of the fairy elf. Fairy elves have no gender differences. So-called gender surprise means there are some different recycling, and some parts of the body will behave differently. The fairy can let the other party take the opportunity to attack by shaking the bow-shaped tentacles, and the ribbon-like tentacles on the head can send out orders. Peaceful fluctuations to end the war. Luyan touched the fairy elf's bow while talking, and continued to explain, the fairy elf's bow can only be touched by the closest people. The fairies like to wrap their ribbon-like tentacles around the arms of their favorite trainers and walk together, just like we are now. Luyan stood up and led the fairy spirit around Sharubia a few times. Because it is for the sake of showing and recording, he will cover it up when he explains it. After walking around for a few laps, a strange light suddenly flashed in Luyan's eyes, and he said to the camera, "Fairy elves who enter the battle state are also very fearless. Even in the face of dragon elves that are several times larger than themselves, they will fly without fear. Pounce on it, like a fairy tale in the Galar region." And the attributes of the fairy and the elf are exactly the fairy that I announced some time ago. The 5 daughters of Hyrna were stunned. It turns out that the fairy elf is a fairy, a line. In this way, the evolution of Eevee with this attribute is the nemesis of dragons. After all, fairies can be almost immune to dragon-type damage, and can also surprise double the damage to dragon-type elves. As for the name Fairy Elf, looking at her cute and agile appearance, she can't be more vivid. And the voice of the fairy elf is also, Shanbu. If you don't call it a fairy, what is the name of an elves? Sure enough, people like Luyan don't choose their names casually, just like Zhengwei named the Sun Elves and Moon Elves in order to let everyone better remember the conditions for the evolution of these 2 elves. Zhengwei, you obviously didn't think so before. Fairy elf, it's really great. Seeing the elf with outstanding temperament at Luyan's feet, Sharubia's eyes became very bright. If it wasn't for the wrong time, and there was Luyan's camera on the opposite side, she would want to ignore the princess's appearance and let her Eevee evolve. But speaking of this, Luyan didn't seem to say how to make Ibrahimovic evolve into a fairy spirit. Sharubia turned to Luyan and wanted to ask, but she didn't know how to say it. After all, the camera was still filming. She didn't know if Luyan had any plans to announce the evolution method. Noticing Sharubia's expression, Luyan guessed what she was thinking, and immediately said, "The evolution of fairy spirits is not difficult. Similar to the evolution method of sun elves and moon elves. The first step before evolution needs to have enough intimacy with the trainer, at least more than 180. On this basis, Ibrahimovic still needs to learn a magic trick, a unique trick. After meeting these 2 conditions, as long as Ibrahimovic's strength reaches the advanced level, he can be reborn as a trainer and evolve into a fairy." Luyan did not shy away from explaining the evolution method of the fairy elf. Because this method is not very profitable, after all, the fairy system has just been discovered, and even if the new evolution of Ibrahimovic, the fairy, is announced, there will not be many people who will choose this route. There are still people who bring fairy elves to shine in gorgeous competitions and performance competitions, and they will attract people just a few waves with fairy elves and dragon-type elves. It is actually the skill machine that can make money in the evolution of fairy spirits. Relying on the power of the skill machine to let Ibrahimovic learn to be fairies, is the way to get rich. And this matter, Luyan has already let someone handle it. Alas. After listening to Luyan's introduction, Sharubia sighed. She and her Ibrahimovic, the intimacy is enough. Enough, Ibrahimovic's strength is already enough. In order not to evolve, he has always carried the immutable stone. But Ibrahimovic can't be a fairy, it's a trick. She has to think of another way. But at this moment, she thought that Luyan was going to release an Ibrahimovic evolution. Will the next one, Ibrahimovic's evolution is better? Sharubia asked with a hint of expectation. Master Luyan, what is the second evolution of Ibrahimovic that you want to show? Luyan smiled slightly. It's an ice elf. Chapter 342 _ Different Ibrahimovic. Gorgeous Ice Elf. 3/3. Master Lu Yin, what is another new evolution of Ibrahimovic? Sharubia flashed her big eyes and asked curiously. Hearing this, Lu Yin didn't care, and said bluntly, Ice Elf with Ice Attribute. Ice Elf. Flashed in the eyes of the 5 girls, what kind of elf would Ibrahimovic with the Ice Attribute be? Ya asked, it was just pure curiosity. Well, it's going to be used next. Lu Yin stretched out his hand and pointed to the ice ore behind Sharubia, smiled and said, with its power, Ibrahimovic will be able to evolve into an ice elf. Sure enough. Sharona secretly murmured in her heart. She had always been curious about why Lu Yin wanted to buy the Shachifeng ice field. The Qifeng ice field is the ice field behind the Qifeng temple. Because it is adjacent to the temple, the Qifeng city has long been taken as a common property, and it nominally belongs to the owner of the Qifeng city. If the average person wants to buy the Qifeng ice field, even if they have money and power, they can't do it. Unless they grab it hard, they must be officially approved by Qifeng city, and more than 50% of the people in Qifeng city can agree to sell it. Otherwise, the Kaifeng ice field will always belong to the public property of the people of Kaifeng city. As for Lu Yin, he was selfless, because he helped Kaifeng city deal with the attack of Rejichkas before. Promised to help Rejichkas find a lost item, and receive the favor of the people of Qifeng city. Especially under the promotion of Shaosong and a group of elite trainers, his image is very good. It was at this time that Lu Yin proposed to buy the Qifeng ice field. To be honest, the significance of the Qifeng ice field to the people and officials of Qifeng city is only to be close to the Qifeng temple, and occasionally encounter some ice elves to conquer this value. In addition, the total area of the cutting-edge ice field does not exceed 1 kilometer in radius, which can be said to be very small and worthless. The great benefactor Lu Yin wanted to buy this place, and neither the officials nor the public of Qifeng city had any objections. Some self-proclaimed smart people thought that Lu Yin bought the Qifeng ice field, and they would probably set up a base in Qifeng city or something. There is such a super strong man willing to leave surprise here. They just couldn't ask for it. So, this is how it happened. So it seems that Lu Yin has been eyeing this place from the beginning. Sharona's eyes flashed with anger, and she looked at Lu Yin with a little more appreciation. Her background, experience, and achievements made her have a vision and discernment ability that surpassed most people. So she quickly saw the deep meaning of Lu Yin's actions. But Sharona wouldn't be absolutely insidious or something like Lu Yin, but thought he was very smart. Because what happened with Rejichkas was originally intended, it was caused by Lu Yin, and Lu Yin did help Qifeng city. At this time, because he knew the ability of the ice rough stone, he planned it ahead of time. And Sharona admires a man with ability. In every aspect. For now, Lu Yin appreciates both in governance and business. What an attractive man. Hyrna secretly kept Lu Yin in her heart. Because of this incident, the impression of the latter in her heart has risen by several levels again. She just didn't know that Hyrna knew that Lu Yin's so-called helping Rejichkas was a complete lie. She still will there be such an idea. Okay, now the evolution begins. Ibrahimovic, you stand here. Under the expectant gaze of the girls, Lu Yin crouched down and even touched the head of another Ibrahimovic, motioning it to stand beside the ice ore. Boy! Ibrahimovic made a clever cry and walked towards the ice ore with elegant steps. When it came within 1 meter of the ice ore, a layer of bright light burst out from its body. Really evolved. The girls' eyes widened in surprise, knowing that the light on Ibrahimovic disappeared, revealing a form they had never seen before. This is an elf that has always looked like a fox and 6 tails in the Alola region. The skin on its whole body is somewhat similar to that of a water elf, but it is a little lighter, and it is light blue. A closer look reveals that its skin is covered with indistinguishable sharp burrs, and it looks like it is wearing a double-plated winter hat. One of the things that makes the ice elf look gorgeous is that the inner ear, body and tail of this ice Ibrahimovic have some diamond-shaped dark blue spots, and there are also dark blue areas on the limbs, which look like they are wearing boots, and the light blue of the body contrasts sharply. The ice elves as a whole give people a very gorgeous feeling, yes, gorgeous. If the water elves give people the feeling of tranquility, then the thunder elves are lively, the fire elves are enthusiastic, the sun elves are smart, and the moon elves are deep. Fairy spirits give people the feeling of being fairy and cute. Ice spirits give people the feeling of being gorgeous. Okay, so beautiful. Sharubia felt her heart beating fast. She found that the entanglement between letting her Eevee evolve into a sun elf or a moon elf has returned again. Only this time, I don't know whether to let Ibrahimovic evolve into a fairy elf or an ice elf. Tangled for a while, her eyes suddenly flashed the color of appraisal. If you like it, then cultivate it. Now that Master Lu Yin has taken the name of our kingdom, I can stick to my dream. If you want to be an excellent coordinator, a super sun elf, a gorgeous ice elf, and a cute and dexterous fairy elf are all good. Then I'll ask my father to find me 2 more Ibrahimovic. That's right. This side, Sharubia made a decision. On the other side, Lu Yin didn't care what he was thinking, but introduced the ice elf. This is an ice elf. The ice elves can freeze their fur and turn them into hard needles, just like Reeb. It can even form ice crystals around itself by controlling its body temperature. The conditions for an ice elf to evolve are more than 200 intimacy with the trainer, high-level strength, and the fact that there is a special rock next to it. Ore. Speaking of this, Lu Yin paused, deducted a piece of gravel from the ice ore, and then swept it with the identification function of the game console. Sure enough. Confirming that his guess was completely accurate, Lu Yin tickled the corner of his mouth and continued, Ore. You own the ice stone. Chapter 343 _ Make ice stones. Big news again. 1/3. Ice stone. 5-pointed girls were all stunned. This was the number of times they were stunned today. But who told Lu Yin to reveal information that is too new for them? For example, this ice stone, you can hear the name of the fire stone, the thunder stone, the water stone. The evolution stone is the same, but they have never heard of the existence of the ice stone in this world. Could it be that it has existed for a long time, but has not been discovered, and the fact of Lu Yin's current items is actually a bit different from what the girl thought? The ice stone is not an item Lu Yin just discovered, but an item he can make. Just now, he took a gravel of ice ore in his hand, and after using the synthesis function of the game console to test it, he determined that this gravel could be turned into a low-grade ice stone. If you want to improve the quality of the ice stone, you need more ice ore. And the reason why Lu Yin thought of synthesizing the ice stone was inspired by the memory of his previous life. So far, the well-known evolution stones are the fire stone, the thunder stone, and the water stone. These 3 evolution stones have ore veins all over the world. In addition to these 3 evolution stones, there are also evolution stones such as the moon stone, which may be born all over the world, but are mainly unearthed from places where moonlight is more likely to converge. The sun stone is the opposite of the moon stone, and the leaf stone is occasionally found in the wild. These 6 evolution stones are now known to the public as evolution stones. And the children of big families like Sharona and Catalya should also know the existence of the stone of darkness, the stone of light and the stone of awakening. As for the ice stone, it is a kind of evolution stone made from ice ore after someone discovered the composition of the evolution stone later. In fact, the principle of the ice stone's birth is exactly the same as that of other evolutionary stones, but because of the special environment in which it is bred, it is only done by humans. And this is also Lu Yin's biggest intention to buy the Shachifeng ice field. He wants to keep the ice ore in his hands, and he wants to invent the ice stone, and he will include the ice stone in the same evolution tool as the lava device. That time, he only needs to notarize the patent, and if someone else develops the ice stone in the future, he will also need to give him a part of the profit. This is his greatest intention. After all, this world is similar to the Chifeng icefield where the original ore of ice is intended, and there are basically several places in each region. The reason why no one has discovered the special features of these places is just because most people simply cannot meet the harsh conditions for the evolution of EPUB. First of all, this Ibrahimovic must be subdued, and it must have enough intimacy with the trainer, that is, the power to generate fetters. In this case, it must have advanced strength and periodization. In the case of meeting these two conditions, it should be just in the range of ice rice. Only when these three conditions are met, can Ibrahimovic become an ice elf. In such a big world, how many people have Ibrahimovic, and how many of these people have the patience to train Ibrahimovic to an advanced level and not let it evolve, and how much luck do these people have before they just reach an ice or it's definitely harder than winning a lottery ticket. So, the ice elf has never been discovered. The ice stone is a kind of evolution stone that I can make. Lu Yin held the raw ice ore in his hand, and said without shame, I have mastered the technology to purify the raw ice ore, and make it into an ice stone that is the same as other evolution stones, and the quality is also graded. Because it is artificial, it will be a little more expensive than the normal evolution stone. The power of the ice stone, according to my research, can provide evolutionary power to the 6 ice-type pangolins and other elves. By the way, Lu Yin made a wave of advertisements for the ice stone, and at the same time revealed the illusion that he had been researching the ice ore for a long time. Following his narration, the girls finally understood, and they couldn't help but praise Lu Yin for being really powerful. Not only a new Ibrahimovic evolution type was discovered, but a new evolution stone was discovered. Lu Yin finished telling his findings. Sharubia, who was on the side, hesitated for a while, and then asked a little embarrassedly, Master Lu Yin, can I let my Eevee evolve here? When asked this question, Sharubia was a little uneasy, because the Kaifeng ice field now belongs to Lu Yin, and it is his private property. And she doesn't know if Eevee evolves next to the ice ore, will the energy of the ice ore be lost? After all, he still understands the simple truth of energy conservation. In response to this, Lu Yin smiled lightly and asked back, didn't Princess Sharubia wonder why I asked you to come with me? I think it's good to help you evolve into an ice elf in one step, what do you think? Ah! Sharubia looked surprised. Of course, she can't ask for Ibrahimovic to evolve into an ice elf. Showing the new evolution of Ibrahimovic, along with Sharubia, she also evolves herself into one step. Ended up with the ice spirit. Afterwards, Lu Yin took the girls back to the Elf Center in Kaifeng City, and immediately posted the recorded video to his online account. Soon, the internet became lively because of Lu Yin's new discovery. Yohu, Lu Yin, have posted a lot of news. My 2 new Ibrahimovic evolutions. Master Lu Yin really deserves to be Master Lu Yin. No, it should be said that Researcher Lu Yin deserves to be Researcher Lu Yin, or there is no movement, and every movement is big news. Are those ashamed of the researchers who study Ibrahimovic's progressive type all day long? Master Lu Yin is only 18 years old. 10 years ago, he was 8 years old. After 10 years, you have not made any progress. Now Master Lu Yin released 2 new Ibrahimovic evolutions at once. It's so funny. I remember a elf doctor swearing that Ibrahimovic doesn't exist as an evolutionary type, but Master Lu Yin changed his hands and took out 2. Wow, am I the only one paying attention to the 2 new Ibrahimovic evolutions, Fairy Elf and Ice Elf? I'm paying attention to the Ice Stone. All kinds of hot chats on the internet, and major TV stations have also reprinted Lu Yin's videos to popularize new knowledge for everyone, and the world trainers who also get the news. Champion of the 4 Heavenly Kings, gym owners, etc., watching the content on the video, the performance is very strange. Fairy Elves and Ice Elves. Chapter 344 Dragon Elf Trainers. Lu Yin is very unfriendly to us. 2/3. Ice Ibrahimovic. Fairy. Yanmo City, Yu Longdu, who had just returned home, watched the video played on his mobile phone, and the corner of his mouth twitched obscurely. Not just him, standing beside him, Yulongzhuang, the master of the Dragon Element Gym in Yanmo City, who is his cousin, is also very speechless at this time. Fangyuan area, near Meteor Falls, Genji, who was really training his own blood-winged flying dragon, tidied up the hat on his head. As one of the 4 heavenly dragon kings in Fangyuan area, he was a little speechless when he heard the news from his subordinates. Shook his head. In the Hejong area, the owner of the Shuanglong Taoist Pavilion in Shuanglong City received the news reported by the apprentice. Shaka's white beard shook, and for a while, he didn't know what to say. Carlos Region, the Dragon King Dorasena, who had just become the regional king, scratched her head, and for a while, she didn't know what to say. At the same time, countless dragon trainers around the world felt a deep malice after watching the video released by Lu Yin. At this point, no matter what, as a woman or a man, it doesn't matter. Young or old, no matter how. Whether it is the gym owner or the regional 4 kings, or even the champion of the 4 regional kings, they all have a desire to complain. Does Lu Yin have a grudge against the trainer specializing in the dragon type? You say you find the new Ibrahimovic evolution type. You can find it. The two are not related, but why are the ice-type elves and goblins, and the fairy spirits after that? The cute Ibrahimovic really has 2 more evolutionary types that are hopeful to become the dragon nemesis. This makes them have a kind of deep speechlessness. Of course, everyone knows that this is just a coincidence, so it's just a rant in my heart. In this regard, Lu Yin said that he tried to find the evolution method of the dragon spirit as much as possible, and made sure to collect the attribute Ibrahimovic that restrains the dragon attribute. At the same time, the kingdom of Nibia. Inside the kingdom castle, Sharubia's father, Huvenbia, and her mother, Melibia, were chatting in the living room. The two were really talking about Sharubia. Salu, the girl, ran out under the name of the champion of Sharona again. What a headache. Shuanbia said with some brains, but there was clearly a bit of doting in his eyes. In fact, without his consent, even if Sharubia wants to go out, the reason is useless. Melibia smiled at her husband, and gave him a glass of wine. Habitually persuaded, His Royal Highness, we are too tight on Sharubia, there is no benefit. I don't want to either. Shuanbia pressed his temple with a headache. Sharubia was his daughter and his heart. But Sharubia was also his only daughter, even heir. She must bear the pressure of the royal family. Still watch some TV and relax. Melibia also knew her husband's difficulties, and after a helpless sigh, she motioned the maid behind her to turn on the TV. TV turned on soon. This was the link, and the content broadcast at this time was Lu Yin and Sharubia exposing the picture of Ibrahimovic's new evolution. Seeing this scene, Shuanbia was stunned for a moment, and followed Wang angrily. What's going on? Why is Sharubia on TV standing beside that young man cautiously? As the image of the queen gone. No wonder Shuanbia is so angry. He is the king of a country, so he takes the interests and face of the country very seriously. Sharubia is a princess and is destined to inherit the kingdom in the future, and her face also represents the country's rush. How could she be a foil for others? Because of these considerations, Sharubia's previous TV appearances were all screened by him, and even came after his contact. And now, Sharubia has somehow appeared on Alliance TV. What was the situation? And Shuanbia felt deceived. He remembered that Sharubia said that she was going to watch the exhibition match between Lu Yin and Sharona. How did Shuanbia get angry in the blink of an eye? Comparatively speaking, Melibia is very calm. She watched the pictures on the TV carefully, and she always felt that the young man beside Sharubia was a little familiar. Ah, it's him. Melibia suddenly reacted and said to Shuanbia, who was on the side, His Royal Highness, it's him. It's Lu Yin. Lu Yin, which Lu Yin? Shuanbia was very angry at this time, and didn't think about it at all. He wanted to say why Lu Yin made them the princess of the Bia kingdom as a foil. Fortunately, he just thought about these thoughts in his heart, and then he heard Melibia say, it's the Lu Yin you admire the most. Ah. That Lu Yin, who is only 1 year older than our Shalu, has already become a master. Master Lu Yin. Shuanbia was stunned for a moment, followed by carefully looking at the contents of the TV screen, and found that the young man of Sharubia looked somewhat familiar. Looking at it with confidence, this young man is not Lu Yin, so he is Master Lu Yin. If it is Master Lu Yin, Sharubia would be a foil. As it should be, after all, the other party is Master. Wait. How could Sharubia be on TV with Master Lu Yin? A lot of questions appeared in Xuanbia's mind. At this moment, a woman dressed in a western took it to Melibia's side, leaned down and handed a mobile phone, and said, "Princess, your Royal Highness is calling." Salu's phone. Melibia was taken aback. She exchanged glances with Xuanbia and said to the woman next to her, "Go ahead, press the loudspeaker room." "Yes." The woman hurriedly complied. Drop. Phone was quickly connected, and Sharubia's excited voice came from the opposite side. Mother, I am Shalu. You ask someone to prepare it. I will bring a friend back to the castle tomorrow. Please make the preparation more solemn." Hearing the voice on the phone, Xuanbia's face turned black. Sharubia's shouting and flustered appearance did not look like a princess should behave at all. She had forgotten all the etiquette she usually learned, and Xuanbia was very angry and opened her mouth to admonish her. He could speak. The voice that wanted to come to Sharubia rang again on the phone. "Forget it, I'll say it straight. Master Lu Yin accepted my invitation to come to the kingdom as a guest. If there is no accident, he will also promise to become the guardian knight of our kingdom. You must be well prepared." "What?" Hearing Sharubia's words, Xuanbia became restless, stood up from the sofa like a conditioned reflex, walked a few steps to Melibia's side, took the phone, and asked, "Salu, what did you say?" "Master Lu Yin will come to the kingdom of Bia and become the guardian knight of the kingdom." Chapter 345_Reasons to choose the kingdom of Bia. 3/3. Is what you said true, Sarah? At this time, Xuanbia expressed a bit of a gaffe, completely lacking the self-discipline and appearance that he usually pays attention to. But that's because what Sharubia said shocked him so much that he couldn't control his interest at all. The most talented Lu Yin is actually going to be a guest in the kingdom of Bia. This incident alone is shocking enough. He said jokingly, as long as the news of Lu Yin coming to the Bia kingdom as a guest is spread, the prestige of the Bia kingdom can rise to several levels, and other kingdoms, even champion trainers, will give the Bia kingdom face. This is also what Xuanbia has always pursued. And this is only the effect of coming to Lu Yin as a guest once. It can be said that it is the use of fox and tiger power. But now Sharubia is saying that Lu Yin may be the guardian knight of Bija, and the meaning of this is different. If Lu Yin, a master-level trainer, can become the guardian knight of Bia, it is no exaggeration to say that Bia will be famous all over the world, political influence, etc. It can rise several steps. How does this keep Xuanbia from getting excited? Yes, father. Hearing Xuanbia's voice, Sharubia's tone restrained a lot and became formal. Master Lu Yin, who I invited, has already agreed with his own words, and he also promised to come to compare after the battle with Sister Sharona tomorrow. Yagwo is a guest to discuss specific matters. Good. Xuanbia couldn't help clenching his fists and said excitedly, "Then this matter is settled, I will take full responsibility for the banquet. Of Lu Yin becoming the guardian knight of the kingdom of Bia is too great. It is impossible to be careless." "Yes, father, I will tell Master Lu Yin." Sharubia promises to come down. Xuanbia was a little worried about gains and losses, and said, "Don't behave badly when you are by Master Lu Yin's side. Don't be a princess. Remember." Next, Xuanbia started a long exhortation, completely lost the image of a stern and aloof king, but was more able to speak than the queen of Melibia. Melibia. Sharubia. A group of servants and castle stewards. Well, today they finally saw the other side of their king. It's finally over. In the elf center of Kaifeng City, Sharubia hung up the phone and was relieved for a long time. But she had a smile on her face. She never thought that her stern father would be so serious and nagging. But this also shows that his father king is really excited this time. But she was just as happy. Luyin promised to be the guardian knight of the country, which is only good for her country and her dream. With a smile, Sharubia turned around slowly, and found that Luyin had come behind her at some point, and looked at her with a smile. "What are you laughing at, so happy?" Luyin asked knowingly. "Nothing, nothing." Sharubia waved her hands again and again. She wouldn't admit what she was thinking, she still wanted to save face for her father. Cleverly, she decided to change the subject, so she turned her eyes and asked, "That, Master Luyin, do you still have the evolution of Ibrahimovich who has discovered by?" Luyin saw through Sharubia's plan at a glance. But in fact, he was already there when the former first started calling, so. Of course, he didn't want to name these things, so the topic of Sharubia was, yes. Luyin did know another form of Ibrahimovich's progression. That is, the leaf elf of the grass type. This is the same evolution mode as the ice elf, and another Ibrahimovich evolution type. Actually 3 reasons why Luyin agreed to Sharubia's invitation. The first reason is because of Sharubia herself. Sharubia and Xiaoguang can be said to be beauties printed from the same mold. Such a beautiful woman takes the initiative to rely on herself, why should you focus on it? It should be interesting to bring her and Xiaoguang together. The second reason, because of the particularity of the kingdom of Bia, which is inextricably linked with the kingdom of Nirazu. After Luyin noticed this, he had already noticed the kingdom of Bia. The Mirazu kingdom is a monarchical and sovereign country located in the Fengyuan region, and one of them is Princess Sarah, the daughter of the king of the Mirazu kingdom. The people in this kingdom worship Pokobi, and the princess who gets the kingship must also have Pokobi. In Luyin's past life memory, when Xiaoji and his party traveled here, Xiaosha's poke was knocked flying and dropped here, and Princess Sarah of the kingdom healed it. And, with the help of Ash and his party, Mira foiled the conspiracy of the regent Han Zuo, and met her own Porkbee. Luyin pays attention to this, because he is thinking about the use of a lot of Porkbee in the Porkbee paradise in this kingdom. Porkpie's ultimate evolution, Pacus, is a powerful and nurturing elf. And this elf is also very suitable for girls to train. Luyin plans to have the opportunity to give one to his women. Because of this reason, when he was looking for information on the kingdom of Mirazu, he noticed the kingdom of Bia. And the third reason was because Luyin noticed a special place in the kingdom of Bia when he was looking at the materials of the kingdom of Bia. That place has the same value as the Chifeng icefield in Chifeng City. It is a special grassland, and the moss ore in the center of this grassland, according to his speculation, should have the same effect as the icefield ore. At the same time, this moss ore also has the possibility of becoming a leaf stone. This is good news. The leaf stone has always been found by chance in the wild, not from a special ore vein, which has very little reserves and cannot be mass-produced. But with this moss ore, as long as the technology of making ice stone is combined, leaf stone can also be produced. This is a huge amount of wealth, so Luyin has long been eyeing this. And this song moss ore also has magical power, which can make Ibrahimovich evolve again and become a leaf elf. Time, Luyin can publish another wave. Chapter 346 _ The exhibition game begins. Lucario vs. Lucario. 1/3. Leaf elves, like ice elves, both require a certain degree of intimacy and high-level strength, and then they can evolve when they encounter the power of ore. For this reason, the possibility of it evolving in the wild is 0, and the possibility of evolving it in the hands of a trainer is just as difficult as an ice elf. In fact, Luyin was a little surprised when he first knew that Yi elf had not been discovered. Because the leaf elves can actually complete the evolution of Ibrahimovich with the leaf stone, and the leaf stone is an evolutionary type that has been discovered long ago. For example, Smelly Flower must use the power of leaf stone to evolve into Overlord Flower. But after some investigation, Luyin knew the reason. Of this world have turned over the mistakes of empiricism. Immediately after knowing that one step is to evolve through the power of the evolution stone, researchers immediately used the leaf stone on Ibrahimovich, hoping that a grass-type leaf elves could be born. But their approach was unsuccessful. And this is inevitable. Because leaf elves and ice elves are the same, they need the power of fetters, and then they can evolve with enough strength. Result, the researchers concluded that the leaf stone could not allow Ibrahimovic to evolve, which also made the public not know that Ibrahimovic could still rely on the power of the leaf stone to evolve the leaf elf. I don't know when I announced the news. Those people who were sure that Ibrahimovic couldn't evolve with the leaf stone, would their faces hurt too much? Lu Yin thought with some wickedness. Afterwards, Lu Yin and Sharubia chatted for a while, before the two sides said goodbye. Time comes to the next day. The Kaifeng Square near the Kaifeng Temple was already overcrowded at this time. At both ends of the square, Lu Yin and Sharona stood. Both of them are dressed in black today, and they are indescribably cool and handsome. The whole room was boiling over the next match between the two. Wow, Master Lu Yin is so handsome. Hyerna champion is invincible. Come on. He's so handsome. Because it is in the Shanao area, and Sharona is a beautiful woman, her popularity can rival Lu Yin's. This warm atmosphere did not affect the two people in the venue. At this moment, the eyes of the two of them flickered, and there was only each other. The real powerhouse would definitely not be affected by the environment. Both of them are momentary. Leaders, both have realized the aura of champion training, both have champion-level elves, and they are both equally young. In the eyes of Lu Yin and Sharona, each other is an opponent. The most important thing is that this exhibition match is not a formal battle. Although the exhibition competition is a battle competition, it focuses on performance, mainly to show the strength of champion-level elves to everyone, but also to show the charm of elves and arouse the enthusiasm of countless people. This is the most primitive rule in this world. Of course, because it's an exhibition match and it's aimed at the public, neither side will use their full strength, and sometimes they won't even use their aura. There are not many people who can keep up with the rhythm of a champion trainer. Lu Yin is the first exhibition match, but his performance is extremely calm. Memories of his previous life in his mind, he is not a model for this kind of battle for the purpose of display. Then according to the rules, I will send the elves first. Sharona smiled at Lu Yin and threw the poke ball handsomely. Swish. Following a flash of white light, an elf that looked like a dog, but stood on two legs, with a thorn on the back of both hands and a thorn on the chest, a thin upper body and a stronger lower body appeared in the field. This elf looked simple, but it was a steel-type and fighting-type elf, and it contained a powerful explosive force in its body. Seeing this pokeball, the commentator immediately said, "Okay, now our exhibition match has started, and the champion of Zyrna sent Lucario from the steel system and the fighting system. This is a special type called fluctuation. Spirit of energy. On the spot, commentary is a feature of exhibition competitions, or it can be said that it is a feature of regular large-scale events. People who can rush to this position must be a very knowledgeable person. Don't even know what tricks the elves used, what state they are in, and if they can't even analyze it, wouldn't it be embarrassing? There is a saying that any commentator must be a good player on paper. As for its own strength, you are strong enough, can you be a small commentator? In exhibition competitions, there is generally no referee, because the competition is mainly based on performance, and the commentator will act as the referee. The most important thing is that any exhibition game is played for 3 minutes. And the exhibition match is something that at least a Heavenly King level trainer can do. A battle of this level, it is rare to have a winner in just 3 minutes, especially when a performance element can be added. Now, let's look forward to the elves sent by Master Lu Yin. After the referee explained, he led the topic to Lu Yin. Because it was an exhibition match, Lu Yin knew that it was time to send out the elves by himself. Name: Lucario. Attribute: Steel fighting trait. Spiritual power. Spirits with this trait will not fall into a flinching state. Hidden feature: when the Heart of Justice is attacked by evil. Attribute moves: the attack upgrade level, Champion level 7 qualification, Champion level intimacy, skill, Wave Missile. Help: Drops of life. See-through. Faint. Crushed rock. The dead. Screeching sound. Trick. Metal claws. Effect. Lightning flashed. Life. Double the return. Sword dance heals fluctuations. Comet fist. Dragon wave. Godly. Melee. Slightly. Glancing at Lucario of Hyarna, and checking its data on the game console, Luyan decisively threw a Pokeball. The strength hasn't reached the peak of the championship level yet. That's right, after all, it didn't take long for Sharona to become a champion, and it's still a long time before she meets Xiao Zhadu. Since it's an exhibition match, let's make it more interesting. As several thoughts of Luyan emerged, his elf also appeared in the arena, which was also a Lucario. The strength of this Lucario is the king level, only slightly worse than that of Sharona. Can achieve a cross-level victory, but Luyan is confident that he will never lose in 3 minutes. Chapter 347 _ Show your mastery in an exhibition match. 2/3. Lucario. Sharona glanced at Lucario a little unexpectedly. She didn't expect Luyan to photograph the same elf as her. And she could feel that the strength of Luyan's Lucario was still at the level of the Heavenly King, which was a bit worse than hers. However, if it is only used for exhibition competitions, it is quite suitable. Lucario, the elves sent by Master Luyan are Lucario, just like the champion of Zyarna. How will this battle between Lucarios be? Let's wait and see. The referee's voice sounded at the right time, and when he finished speaking, Luyan didn't turn it on, and was the first to say, "Then I will attack first." Lucario, speed. Divine speed is a general trick. As long as a very small number of elves can learn it, the speed is so fast that it can move almost instantaneously within a certain distance. And it's an attack-type teleportation. Lucario Lucario exerted force, and the ground under his feet instantly collapsed. Immediately after, its figure suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already come to Hyarna Lucario, and waved his fist. God fast. Even Lucario has only a handful of people who can learn this trick. Hyarna secretly praised Luyan Lucario's excellence in her heart. But her expression didn't change, and she responded as early as she heard Luyan's order, quickly defend. Quick defense is a very special defensive trick, specially designed to deal with quick attacks like Godspeed, or even preemptive attacks. Hyarna Lucario crossed her hands on her chest, a brown light flashed in her eyes, and in its field of vision, all the shots seemed to slow down, so the pictures couldn't escape his eyes. Even if Luyan Lucario used his speed, he couldn't escape its observation. Swish. Under the blessing of strange power, Hyarna Lucario easily discerned Luyan Lucario's actions and responded quickly. Bang bang bang. At the scene, under the gaze of the audience, Luyan Lucario almost teleported to Hyarna Lucario after receiving the order, and launched an attack. But Hyarna Lucario's movements were not slow, and it was easy to respond after getting the order. Several confrontations, Luyan Lucario's unique moves were all blocked. The speed is fast enough. Luyan smiled and said again, fight. Luyan Lucario, who received the order, once again threw a punch at Sharona Luo, and was blocked by the latter's hand again. This time, Luyan Lucario did not continue to use his hands to launch continuous attacks, but instead refined his aura, with a reddish-brown light flashing in his eyes. Immediately after, an invisible wave came out from Luyan Lucario's body, following the position where his fist and Hyarna Lucario came into contact, and transmitted to the other party's body, forming a special shock wave. Bang! In Hyarna Lucario's body, and it immediately flew backwards and landed on the ground behind, using all its strength to barely control its body. Seeing this scene, the host immediately shouted excitedly, "Fighting is a physical trick of the fighting system. When the two sides are in contact, the attacking party will send shock waves to the other's body. The fighting technique is double restraint of Lucario, and the effect of this move is outstanding. Champion Luyan wins first." Host is obviously very knowledgeable and knows when to explain. As his voice fell, the scene immediately cheered. Regarding this, Luyan and Sharona are very calm, because they didn't use all their strength, not even half the level. After all, it's just an exhibition match. Example, before, Luyan asked Lucario to use speed. Hyarna didn't need to let Lucario use speed to defend, she could give a command to attack with speed. Lucario of Hyarna is a champion level, it is obviously stronger than Luyan's Lucario, and it is obviously more advantageous to face the ultimate trick. But she didn't do that, choosing instead to use quick defense. Because of this, Lucario's swift demeanor and Lucario's quick defense can only be shown, and it can also show off the charm of offense and defense. In addition, Hyarna's Lucario could also launch a counterattack after defending against Luyan's Lucario's attack, but she didn't do that, because it would give him more opportunities to show. And Luyan used Lucario to use his strength to show the beauty of fighting skills and the benefits of launching combos at the right time. However, after letting Lucario use Lucario, who was trying to fly Hyarna, Luyan did not command him to pursue the victory, which is not his fighting style. But he did. Because, this is the exhibition match. The show is the charm of the elves, the beauty of the tricks, and the tactical charm that everyone can understand. You want to show your strength, you won't be in an exhibition match. But the exhibition match is definitely not playing a house, because a powerful trainer can command every battle point of his elf card number, which is a kind of power, or, it is more powerful. For example, now, Sharona looks at Luyan, there was a brilliance in his eyes, what a precise grasp. Sharona never worried about Luyan's strength and commanding level, but as far as she knew, Luyan had never participated in any exhibition competition. So she was afraid that Luyan would not show, but a fight. This case, although the audience will still enjoy watching it, they will not learn much, and the video recording will not have much lesson significance. In a word, the true meaning of the exhibition match will be lost. What she didn't expect was that Luyan could well grasp the point of the shot and the point that should be set, and completely gave the display platform to the elves. This shows that he is also very strong in exhibition competitions. Amazing. Well, now, it's our side. Sharona's eyes narrowed and she shouted loudly, Comet Fist. Comet Fist, a steel-type trick, attacks with comet-like fists. The fist is hard enough, and the speed is fast enough. Comet Fist. Luyan swept over Hyarna Lucario, his eyes narrowed. Also using quick defense seems a bit too scripted. Then, Lucario, use sharpening. Chapter 348 _ The two who rob the host of the job. Advanced use of common skills 3/3. Sharpen. Luyan's command sounded, but many people were confused. The effect of sharpening this trick, sharpening is a very common move, belonging to the general category. If this trick is used before an attack, there is no problem. But the current situation is that Luyan's Lucario is facing the attack of Hyarna's Lucario. What he should think about is how to defend and avoid it, even if he can't use attack-type tricks to collide. But he let Lucario use sharpening. What was the purpose of this? But the next moment, something that made them even more puzzled happened. Hyarna Lucario raised her arm, and her hands condensed with metallic luster. This step attacked very fast, and in a blink of an eye, she came to Luyan Lucario and waved her fist. Seeing that this move was about to hit the recovery, Luyan's Lucario tilted his head at the critical moment. Swish. Hyarna Lucario's fist almost rubbed Luyan Lucario's ear. That is to say, Lucario actually avoided this attack at this moment, and his face showed no surprise at all. The luscious Luyan shouted, Bone Sticks. Bone Stick, ground-based trick, double restraint Lucario. The power of this move is not high, but the advantage is that it is a continuous attack, with a minimum of 2 hits and a maximum of 5 hits. If it hits 5 times, the power is comparable to the destruction of Deathlight. If you count the doubling of the effect, it's definitely a huge damage. Luca. A glint of light flashed in Luyan's Lucario's eyes, and when he raised his hand, a long bone rod appeared and was punched out by him. Bang bang. Luyan Lucario made a lightning-like shot, hitting Hyena Lucario's body twice in a blink of an eye, followed by a flick of his wrist, and continued to attack. But at this moment, Sharona's new instructions have come out: use tricks. Trick, an evil trick. After hearing Sharona's instructions, the audience who had not figured out Luyan's previous use of the sharpening trick by Lucario were confused again. The trick and tempering belong to the same type of effect, which is to plan tricks, activate the brain, and have the effect of enhancing the special attack. It is also a trick to pave the way for a back attack. Why did Hyena make such a move when Lucario was facing attack and danger? But the next moment, they saw a strange situation again. Between Hyena Lu, who was hit twice, froze, and a faint black light flashed. Immediately after, his brain was activated, his thinking ability improved, and his mind suddenly became clear and clear. There is a strange black momentum rising around its body. When Luyan and Lucario attacked again, its body bent and avoided at the last moment. It was at this moment that Sharona shouted, "Bow missiles! Wave missile!" Luyan raised his brows. Originally, he wanted to make himself Lucario hard. But think about it now. Hyena's Lucario strength is at the champion level, and now with the special attack boosted by tricks, if she is using the fighting type special skill Wave Missile. This wave is hit, his Lucario can be taken away in one wave if he is not lucky enough to be hit. If so, deal with it. Thinking of this, Luyan shouted, "Splitting tiles." Of the tile-splitting fighting system are only a little weaker than the wave missiles under normal circumstances. But Lucario is good at physical attacks, so although Hyena's Lucario is stronger, the special attack has been improved, but the power of the wave missile is not much more than the future of splitting tiles. Bang! Hyena's Lucario made the first move, put his hands on his chest, and quickly condensed a blue energy ball for a push. Swish! The blue energy ball came to Luyan Lucario in an instant. That is, Luyan Lucario violently waved his arm with reddish-brown rays of light, from top to bottom, violently slashed down. Bang! The waveguide energy ball was hit on the ground and exploded immediately. Shock wave of the explosion spread, pushing the two Lucarios away, and the white smoke swept through them, enveloping them, obscuring everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, Luyan smiled calmly. Although he had countless ways to continue to command Lucario to start the attack under such circumstances, he did not rush to do so. Again, exhibition competitions don't need to be so intense. At him, Sharona thought so too. No, Sharona had more ideas. He glanced at the host in the midfield and saw that the host was sweating, obviously not knowing how to explain now, so he took the initiative to say to Luyan, "Master Luyan, your trick sharpening is just right." Sharona's voice was transmitted through the headset in his mouth and sounded throughout the square. Of the exhibition match, when it does not affect the battle, the trainers on both sides of the battle can personally explain some situations that the public cannot see. For example, the principle, effect, intention and so on of the combination of tricks. Hearing Sharona's voice, the audience who were curious about Luyan's sharpening technique all perked up their ears. Immediately after, they learned from Sharona the reason why Luyan let Lucario use the sharpening trick at that time. The effect of sharpening this move is to concentrate, to ensure that the next move is almost guaranteed to hit, and if you are lucky, you can also find the opponent's key points. But don't overlook the side effect of boosting concentration. The improvement is not a one-shot, but an effect. Lucario is good at using sharpening tricks, and his concentration is high, so it is easy to find the right time to avoid the attack of Lucario's Comet Fist. It is similar to see through this trick possessed. It's a countermeasure that only those who have thoroughly grasped the tricks will consider. Moreover, it is good to measure the environment, distance, type of trick used, etc. of the elves on both sides at that time. It is an advanced application. The battle was not because Sharona couldn't understand it. Contrary, he knew that Sharona must be watching, so he did it. In this exhibition match, after seeing Lu Yin's intentions, Sharona would cooperate with the performance, for example. And so is the truth. Hyerna champion, you are not the same. After listening to Sharona's introduction, Lu Yin smiled slightly and said, your tricks are not the same thing. Chapter 349 _ The ancient fire-breathing dragon played, gorgeous image. 1/3. Sharona champion, it's also good for you to let Lucario use this move. Everyone's perception of the effect of tricks is to increase the special attack of elves, but in fact, this process of improvement can also be used. Planning tricks and activating the brain. At that time, Lucario could easily avoid the bone stick and use it in combination with the wave missile. If I had been slower to respond, I might have said it directly. After Sharona finished the introduction, Lu Yin was not idle. He knew that the trainer's commentary was also a feature of the exhibition match. In fact, if this battle was a formal battle, it would be far more exciting than it is now. Example, when Lu Yin shouted temper, most people didn't know his thoughts even after the fact, but Sharona actually discovered his intentions on the spot. At that time, she could change her moves, and no matter how bad it was, she wouldn't let Lucario not get hit by the bone stick. This is the judgment and strength that a trainer of her level should have. But she didn't do it. The purpose is to perform. Let yourself be Lucario, and while everyone brought doubts, laying the groundwork for the current confusion. At the same time, in order not to be seen by Lu Yin, Sharona changed hands and came with a series of tricks plus missile packages. And Lu Yin also judged when he heard her order accept her intention. To be honest, at the beginning, he also planned to let himself Lucario take a trick like this. After all, it was an exhibition match. But he didn't expect Hyerna to let Lucario use the wave missile. The effect of this move is measured, and if it fails, he will directly lose the game. So Lu Yin had better let himself Lucario block the block with his ultimate move. As the two of you touted each and every one, in fact, he laid out the process just now and completely dismantled it. After listening to the conversation between the two, everyone showed an expression of sudden realization and began to discuss. I'll just say, how could Master Lu Yin and Champion Sharona make a foolish move? They learned that in the future, you can't rely on the final effect to use the ultimate trick, but also pay attention to the process, such as tricks and tempering. The process of strengthening these two tricks has a defensive effect similar to seeing through such tricks. I've learned, although this kind of trick can't really match the effect of seeing through, it can have a miraculous effect, and it can also increase the attack or special attack by the way, or make one's own tricks sure to hit, all of which are for the layout of the tricks behind. This is 1 step and 2 steps. Today's exhibition game is worth watching. There are many other tricks like this, and the foundation is really important, and you can inadvertently show a lot of different effects. Crowd talked a lot, and most of them were very excited. They were excited about the battle ideas that Lu Yin and Sharona showed, and they all felt that they had learned. At this time, the smoke and dust in the field dispersed. Battle begins again. Bang! After a bloody confrontation, the two Lucarios fell in front of Lu Yin and Sharona. At this moment, the host's voice finally sounded again. Okay, 3 minutes are up. The first exhibition match ended in a draw. Let's cheer for Lucario, for Lu, and for Champion Sharona. Clap clap. There was applause and cheers from the audience. Amazing. As expected of the exhibition match between Master Lu Yin and Hyerna, I really learned a lot. The most terrifying thing is that the ideas and methods they show, they usually use it with a single thought, and there are deeper layouts among them. It would be great if there would be more exhibition matches between Master Lu Yin and the Champion of Hyerna. This time, the video of the exhibition match between Master Lu Yin and the Champion of Hyerna, I can read it how many times. Amazing. The people who come to watch the exhibition are very knowledgeable, and the exhibition is mainly based on presentation. But that's also what they're after. The more things the two performers show, the happier they are and the more willing they are to spend. When the audience was almost cheering, The host held the microphone and looked at Lu Yin expectantly, waiting for him to send a second elf. There are 2 battles in the exhibition match. The first game is 3 minutes, mainly for performance. The time set for the second game is 5 minutes. Generally speaking, the elves that will play in this game are the main elves of both trainers. The host was very curious as to which ace elf Lu Yin sent would be. The flame bird seems to be overpowered. Victini doesn't seem to be strong enough. Ninetails are something else. Of course, the host's curiosity is only part of it, but I still want to introduce Lu Yin's elf. From the previous game, he could see that there was probably no chance for him to continue to interject in this exhibition game. Lu Yin and Sharona would say it themselves. Then he can only open his mouth when introducing the elves. How to show your existence is not. But the next moment, as Lu Yin took out a Pokeball and pressed it, he opened his mouth, but did not make a sound for a long time. At the scene, all the audience, including Sharona, also grew their mouths in surprise when they saw the appearance of the elf sent by Lu Yin. This is actually a ghost that has never been seen before. No, I can't say I haven't seen it. Should be said that this elf feels familiar to people. The appearance of this elf is somewhat similar to the super-evolutionary super fire-breathing dragon of the fire-breathing dragon, and a third horn grows on the back of the head. This horn is located in the middle, which is larger than the original 2. To be long. Its neck and mouth became shorter, limbs and tail and wings longer, and small wings grew on its wrists, and the edges of the wings on the back became more irregular. In addition, the elf's tail grows 3 small spurs at the end and a long spur grows on its back. Its sharp horns, elongated tail, and long wings make it more powerful than jets. The ability to fly aboard an aircraft. This is a manifestation of the great change in the ability of the fire-breathing dragon to fly, but the main skin color of this elf is similar to the super fire-breathing dragon, turning gray-black, and its chin to the tip of the tail changes to sky blue. Although its wings were enlarged, blue claw-like protrusions grew on the front and back of each shoulder, and small fin-like protrusions grew on the back of its neck. The inside of its wings also turned dark blue. The lower end of the wings was divided into several arc-shaped tips, and the protrusions on the wings became claw-like. It also had 2 blue flames on the corners of its mouth, and the flame on its tail turned purple. What kind of spirit is this? Why does it feel like a fire-breathing dragon, and also a super fire-breathing dragon? Chapter 350_Lu Yin. This is the real fire-breathing dragon. 2/3. Name. Ancient fire-breathing dragon. Attorney. Attributes. Fire dragon. Flight characteristics. Hard claw. Attorney. The power of the sun has hidden characteristics. Fire attorney. Level. Champion level 7 qualification. Master level. Hidden intimacy. Full value. Carrying items. Skills. A little special note. This is a fire-breathing dragon who has been played by Team Rocket many times, injected a lot of power, awakened the ancient bloodline in his body, and has initially returned to his ancestors. That's right, this elf appeared in the sky. It can be said to be an ancient fire-breathing dragon, because it existed in ancient times. This fire-breathing dragon was really taken by Lu Yin and Nazi to the Rainbow City Rockets game hall and used a lot of game consoles. The special little fire dragon that was exchanged evolved. At that time, Lu Yin discovered the special features of this little fire dragon with a game console, and he could actually contact and evolve 4 times. That is, after evolving into a fire dinosaur and a fire-breathing dragon, it can still evolve normally twice. The first time is to evolve into an ancient fire-breathing dragon with 3 attributes of fusion, flight, fire, and dragon. After that, it evolved into the true form of the ancient fire-breathing dragon, the giant ancient fire-breathing dragon, that is, the ancient fast dragon, and the ancient Gengar. It may also be possible to bring special patterns. In order to activate the special master level qualification, one must absorb a first fire element profound truth crystal and still be able to survive. Lu Yin did that after subduing the little fire dragon. And the first time to start dubbing it with the sub-experience of the game console. Since the little fire dragon is a fire-type elf, Lu Yin, you can enter the level grass-type secret realm where he met Sharona. This training process is quite smooth, and the experience is, rubbing. Soaring all the way. In addition, the ancient fire-breathing dragon can evolve from a small fire dragon to a fire dinosaur, then from a fire dinosaur to a fire-breathing dragon, and then from a fire-breathing dragon to an ancient fire-breathing dragon. There are 3 full evolution opportunities. Yes, it grows faster. All this piled up, yes, the ancient fire-breathing dragon already has the strength of a champion. Moreover, the innate racial value of this ancient fire-breathing dragon will definitely not be lower than the quasi-god in his state. After all, it is now naturally maintained in a super-evolutionary state, and it also has 3 special attributes. This kind of elf talent, how many elves can compare to the elves who are called the old son of Chow Meng? In fact, it is a false name. The last sentence above is pure. All in all, the ancient fire-breathing dragon is definitely enough to play. What kind of spirit is this? Zyrna Nana looked at the ancient fire-breathing dragon for a long time, and she was sure that this elf was definitely inextricably related to the fire-breathing dragon. It really looks so similar. But he is definitely not a fire-breathing dragon, or even any kind of fire-breathing dragon super-evolution. So what is this elf? The fire-breathing dragon has a super-evolution or bond state, but does Lu Yin have the process of super-evolution or bond evolution with the fire-breathing dragon? There are so many questions piled up, Hyrna is fortunate to ask directly. Shish. The eyes of the audience all turned to Lu Yin, and what Sharona was curious about was exactly what they were curious about. Lu Yin had no intention of selling out, and said directly, it is the true super-evolved form of the fire-breathing dragon. To be exact, it is an ancient fire-breathing dragon. The real super-evolved ancient fire-breathing dragon of the fire-breathing dragon. Everyone was instantly stunned. They understand fire-breathing dragons, they understand super-evolution, and they also understand ancient times. It is a bit unpredictable to combine moves together. Fortunately, Lu Yin gave an explanation directly, saying, as we all know, modern energy is not as good as ancient times, or there are due to some limitation, the elf's body that was originally huge has gradually become smaller. Up to now, even normal evolution can't be achieved, and it needs special power to return to the ancestors, that is. And my ancient fire-breathing dragon is the most real transformation of the fire-breathing dragon in the ancient times. It has 3 attributes: flight, dragon, and fire. Its blood is diluted. Well, of course, it can also be used to survive better in the environment. He has become a super fire-breathing dragon with a dragon type and a fire type and a fire-breathing dragon with a flying type and a fire type. That's why I call him the ancient fire-breathing dragon. Lu Yin summarized the information a little and explained it. It is worth mentioning that the huge transformation of ancient elves, and the theory that transformation is actually atavism, has long been confirmed in this world. Was not confirmed by a certain doctor, but the conclusion reached by countless doctors after studying the materials unearthed from many ruins. Why Lu Yin said so? It is for this reason that people in the Galar region feel that they are superior to others, because currently only their region has a place that makes elves temporarily huge. In their view, they are the chosen place. For this reason, no matter what, whether it is openly or secretly, there are countless people who are researching ways to make elves super-evolve forever. For example, the Flare team in the Carlos region is committed to this, and has been tracking the whereabouts of the huge rough stone. Fuck. Hearing Lu Yin's words, everyone is not calm, and even more is not calm when they look at the ancient fire-breathing dragon. This is actually the ancestor of the super fire-breathing dragon, but the blood was diluted later, which is understandable. Just like the current fire-breathing dragon cannot evolve again. Of course, it may also be to adapt to the environment. Reference. The Alola region has different principles from other regions such as coconut palms and pangolins, so it is divided into 2 categories. But the fact that the 3 attribute elves are shocking enough. And this ancient fire-breathing dragon has always maintained this state, not temporarily achieved with some kind of power. Doesn't this mean that this is an existence that has always surpassed quasi-gods in terms of talent, racial values, and even surpassed that of super quasi-gods, and it can even be compared with the super-evolutionary state of weaker divine beasts like flames? This is too exaggerated. This is really good. Where's your opponent? Sharona was also very surprised in her heart, but Luyan showed such an elf in the exhibition match with her, which surprised her even more. That being the case, the last battle between the trump cards must not be hasty. Come out, bite the land shark fiercely.